Members, you are welcome to the proceedings of today, the 4th of August, 2024, the fourth day of these proceedings. To our listeners and viewers, we are starting at 8:15 because we have been in a review meeting from 7:30 this morning to reflect on what we have done so far and what is left ahead of us. I will invite the clerk to lead us in prayer. Thereafter, we have the following nominees lined up: Ali Hassan Joho, Alfred Nganga Mutua, Wycliffe Ambetsa Obaranya, Justin Beta Njoga Mturi, and Sheila Soy Langat. All those are nominees in various cabinet positions. Clerk.
Right Honorable Speaker, our Deputy Speaker, the leadership of Majority Minority Party, honorable members of the Committee on Appointments, distinguished colleagues, may I request that we bow for a word of prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of the important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come and our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Members, take your seats. Sergeant, you may bring in the first nominee. Take your seat. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
You are, for the record, Hassan Ali Joho, EGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You will appear before this committee and you are going to answer to the questions that we put to you on oath. So you opt to take the oath either on the Holy Quran, the Holy Bible, or the Holy Gita, the Hindu Holy Book.
The Holy Quran.
You may be upstanding. Take the Holy Quran in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, Hassan Ali Joho, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm told it's not caught on record. Get the... Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I, Hassan Ali Joho, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. Next to that, nominee, hand your original documents to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk for verification against what we have on you. We'll start with introductions. This is a committee on appointments of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Committee mandated to interview, in some jurisdictions called approval hearings, in others called vetting, to assess your suitability or otherwise to occupy office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you as Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. We'll start with introductions. Yours truly here is the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairman of the committee. On my right is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves, starting with Honorable Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Masemeri, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, North Imenti Meru County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri County.
Kaleba Misi Saboti.
For purposes of these proceedings, you will be referred to as nominee. So every member asking questions will address you as nominee, and that's what you are before us. So we'll start in earnest by asking you to tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you suitable for appointment as Cabinet Secretary. You have under 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, it is indeed a great honor to be in this House. Mr. Speaker, even though I must confess that I was used so much being on the other side when I was a member of Parliament with you in the 3rd Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the favor upon me. And also thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for nominating me for the position of Cabinet Secretary, Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my name is Hassan Ali Joho. I was born and raised in Mombasa. I went to Tomboya Primary School in Mombasa, and later Serani Secondary School in Mombasa. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a bit of a different approach on how I want to present my introduction, because I started work and then further education came later. So after I finished secondary school, I ventured into business, entrepreneurship. I set up a clearing and forwarding company in Mombasa, then later diversified to opportunities in fintech, a bit of real estate, and largely logistics. Mr. Speaker, that takes about up to 2004, where I started my grassroots engagement I ran in a by-election that was not very successful, but taught me many lessons. I became the chairman of LDP in Kisauni constituency. Then in 2006, I embarked on a journey to acquire my first degree. So in 2006, I did a bridging course to enable me to join university teachings. I did a diploma in 2007 and eventually graduated from Kampala University in 2013. Thereafter, Mr. Speaker, I did another degree from Gretsa University. And then I enrolled myself. Gretsa University is in Thika, in Kiambu County. Thereafter, I enrolled in Harvard Kennedy School of Government for a program known as Public Leadership Credentials, which is basically a pathway to attain mid-career master's degree on public administration. Mr. Speaker, I am the pioneer governor of Mombasa. I got elected in 2013, but before that I was a member of parliament for Kisauni, the 10th parliament, where I served in different committees. I served in the Committee of Foreign Relations, Defense and Foreign Relations, which I was a vice chairman, and several others. I served as an assistant minister for transport during the Kibaki administration. I was governor for one term and another. So I served my 2 terms as governor of Mombasa, where I must say I drew a lot of experience in matters governance and transformational ways of doing business in government, Mr. Speaker. And the record speaks for itself of what I was able to achieve in Mombasa. In matters health, in matters basic infrastructure, in matters early childhood, and obviously lots of social programs that would cushion vulnerable families from the day-to-day challenges of our lives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. And like I said, answers must be concise, precise, and to the point.
Honorable Joho, the nominee before us, you're nominated to be the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. And what Kenyans would like to know is that what do you see as the most pressing issues facing the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs that ought to be addressed immediately? And so if Parliament approves you, how do you plan to tackle the issues, considering the fact that the blue economy, if properly used, has the potential to, it's been said, has the potential to inject up to $4.8 billion into Kenya's economy and create over 50,000 jobs. So let's get your vision of what you do if approved by this House. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that after I was nominated by the President, I took a little bit more time to do some research. And I want to state before this honorable committee how I see mining and blue economy and even maritime affairs. Probably that should be our focus. It actually should be our new economic frontier, Mr. Speaker, I saw, for example, that the mining industry contributes slightly under 1% of our GDP. So that led me to do some quick research that leads me to tell you what I think we should do. Mr. Speaker, we have to find, first of all, ways to generate confidence to investors and the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, I want, if you nominate me, if you approve me, I want to be a CS that listens. I want to listen. And I have learned that if you take time and listen to stakeholders, there's a lot of information and data that will enable you to make the right policy decisions, create legal frameworks that are responsive to the demands of the moment and attractive to investment. So what will I do first? Listen. 2, involve stakeholders. 3, do an audit of our HR capacity. We do our technological capacity audit and relook at our legal frameworks and our policies. Are they attractive to investment? And if they are not, I must embark quickly on coming up with the proposals and policies that do respond. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no way that our neighboring countries have surpassed by far the 10% mark on GDP contribution. Yet there is a lot of, I want to call it speculation for now, because I don't have the data, neither do I have the real information of the kind of geological minerals that this country have. And I'm looking forward, if I get approved, to get the real data. So there are certain quick things that we must do to ensure that Kenya becomes an attractive point of investment, particularly in the area of mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, let me begin by asking from your academic credentials that clearly looking at them bottom up. And having said how you began your journey for getting your degrees all the way to Harvard Kennedy, it's Kennedy what? Kennedy School of Government.
School of Government.
What would you tell young Kenyans who may have started off life like you in terms of being able to pursue academic credentials later in life? That would be 1. 2, you come from a region where the blue economy, as you say, holds very huge potential to create employment. And I'm sure probably from your research you may have known that there have been efforts by the government since 2015, 2016 to try and get Kenyans to work in the Caribbean, but have had problems accessing visas to travel through the US. What will you do as Cabinet Secretary to ensure, 1, that we are able to train as many young people to work in the maritime industry, because there is a very huge potential, as you say, to create jobs in that industry? What will you do to help Kenyans, 1, train, 2, access jobs, even outside the country? The other question would relate to the mining docket. There is a lot of unregulated and unlicensed and what would be tantamount to illegal mining around the country. What will you do as CS to ensure, 1, that any player who is in the mining industry in Kenya is licensed and regulated? And that also involves things like quarries. You've seen the recent cases in Nairobi, in quarry here in Embakasi, where abandoned quarries are left unfilled. They have now become graveyards for criminals. They are dump sites. What will you do to make sure that anybody who is involved, even in quarrying, is one taking care of the environment, especially in getting to refill many of these quarries, and that industry is well regulated, and anybody and everybody engaged in it is licensed.
Nominee.
Mr. Speaker, I would have been completely surprised if I was not asked the question of education.
Yes, Jeanette. Okay.
Let me add something.
We can, no, go on and ask your question.
Oh, okay.
Take those two.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee two questions. The first one, Mr. Speaker, just to add to what the majority leaders asked, this issue of the education background. Mr. Speaker, I think the nominee needs to, he has alluded to that now he's in the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. We want to ask him to clear this matter, because this matter, it comes up during elections and goes down after elections. It comes up during elections, goes away after elections, you win the election. We want to slay that ghost today here. Can you share with us from the beginning to the end how it went? And my second question is that where I come from, Lake Victoria is next to it. What do you think what will you do as the Minister for Maritime to improve the lives of the people there in terms of fish industry? The fishing industry is almost collapsing. What programs do you think you will put in place to make sure that livelihoods are supported there by the people who are doing the fishing business or fishing in the Lake Victoria area?
Chair, maybe since he had begun answering that one on academic credentials, besides what you would say CS nominee to young Kenyans, and from what Junet is saying, it's clear that many people who serve in public office suffer certain prejudices from Kenyans regarding the academic credentials and all that in your past. Probably you can contextualize that in that. I am certain there are many Kenyans who are surprised that you can even converse in English. There are many who are asking how you would be able to be vetted.
I understand.
You cannot converse in English.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, and I must first of all say it is almost normal for people to cast doubt of Wapwanis. Sometimes, and Owen Bai and Mishi Boko probably will bear me witness. But we can and we are as qualified as any other Kenyan. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to walk you through my educational journey and where I drew my inspiration.
More than what you did?
No. To respond to the question,
okay.
I want to walk you through how I achieved what I achieved, and I'll continue to achieve.
With brevity.
Without a doubt. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to mention that I drew my inspiration from one Professor Ali Mazrui. Professor Ali Mazrui did not succeed in his Cambridge examination to be admitted in the university to attain his first degree. That aside, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention to this House.
Ali Mazrui is one of the most renowned
scholar
and admirable scholars.
We love him. He's one of our own from the coastal
region. He's not just the coastals. I love him even more. I named one of my kids.
You must.
I named one of my brothers Mazrui.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no way you cannot love Ali Mazrui, given his contribution to basically the general well-being of our society. But Mr. Speaker, this is the point. I want Kenyans to know that historical struggles are real. Are real. Someone should never imagine for a minute that if they come from places or spaces of comfort, that there may be a level playing field for everyone. Some of us come from very poor background. Mr. Speaker, if you look at my CV, you will see I actually had to take a break for 1 year, transiting from primary into secondary. Why did I do that? Because simply my parents couldn't afford school fees. I was not living in an environment that allowed me that opportunity to be able to quickly prosper in matters of education. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I can tell this committee today, and I want many Kenyans to listen to me. Do not ever imagine your hope dies by your previous struggles. We suffered. But what gives me pride is that we could turn that around. I actually turned it around. When I found the slightest opportunity for self-improvement, which I believe is a continual process, I grabbed it. And I'm glad to the laws of the country, laws of the land, there are processes that allows someone to improve and progress in matters of education. So yes, I did not do well in my secondary school. I got a D-, no doubt. But Mr. Speaker, I turned that around. Today, as I sit here, I hold 2 degrees that are before you. Mr. Speaker, I am on my pathway to attain a master's degree from the most prestigious university in the world. And that is achieved by determination. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Junet, Honorable Junet, that first let me begin by telling Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Kimani Ichung'wah, I contributed to my own school fees in secondary school. I had an understanding at that time with my principal that he released me earlier than any other student because I needed to go work. And I did, and I contributed. At that point, what was my priority? To conclude KCSE. And I knew deep in my mind that I will always in my life have a chance to further pursue and acquire more knowledge. And like I said, I would have been very surprised if this question did not come up, because it comes up every time there's an opportunity for me to do something. Every time. It started when I was running for MP. It started when I was running for MP in 2007. Big conversation. And that time they even actually said that my nursery certification was fake, my kindergarten. But we succeeded. When I was running for governor, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying this so that I hope we can bring this to a permanent closure. When I was running for governor in 2013, it also became one of the biggest campaign issues. I know there were even attempts to bribe some people in the institutions that I was with. Somebody once told me, someone came to me and told me, Bana, we've been told to suspend your degree. To purport, we're undertaking some investigation, just to not to allow me to meet the required timeline to submit my papers. But we overcame that and moved on. Then, Mr. Speaker, you also will remember, because it is a matter of public knowledge, the administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta, particularly the first term, had quite some issues with me. So again, there were those who felt that they may have an opportunity now to permanently remove me from the political equation by dealing with my education credentials. So, Mr. Speaker, I report before this House, there is no government institution, be it Higher Learning Commission, DCI, EACC, even a judicial process that has not investigated my credentials. And I commit before this House. In fact, they should be looking at this space. Probably if we succeed, if you nominate me, and we do well, the next, if I'm approved, the next vetting, you should see a PhD, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you, watch this space. If I come back here, if God wills, you approve me, we do some real work, better the lives of the Kenyan people, you'll call me Dr. Hassan Joho, the next one, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the other matters.
Hold that. What was the outcome of the judicial challenge on your papers?
Mr. Speaker, they lost. And I actually know who sponsored the process, but they lost. You cannot take what is rightfully mine. It's as simple as that.
Go on and answer the other questions.
So they lost. And I know, unfortunately, there's an old man there in Mombasa, an 82 old man, who keeps sponsoring people to pursue the, and I'm sure probably...
Focus on your suitability.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I want to answer the question by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah on the blue economy. And I want to combine it with maritime affairs. And I like the fact that you particularly picked on the job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this ministry is a wealth creation ministry. This ministry is a great employment creation ministry. Now, just to give you some statistics, today, the global demand on seafarers is almost at 1.9 million. We in Kenya are contributing barely 0.2%. So out of, basically what I'm saying is that out of the 1.9 million, we have just about 4,000 Kenyans that are getting into the industry by way of employment. Now, what are we going to do to change that? Number one, we must redesign our training program to fit into the demand of that opportunity. And I know there's quite some work that was done previously and continues to be done, but we may need to have a conversation. And if approved, I'm going to be running back quickly to this august house to engage honorable members on realigning the policies around training to be able to fit the demands. And I pick particular example. If you train someone to board a vessel, how you earn or how you get opportunity to be employed is almost similar to that of a pilot. So even as we see today, we have probably a good standard of training issued or undertaken at the Bandari Maritime Academy. But Mr. Speaker, everybody that graduates from Bandari Academy does not automatically qualify to get a job because they don't have something called sea time. They don't have sea time. They have no avenues to get sea time. So that for me is a matter of urgent intervention to ensure we combine our training with sea time, even if it's just basic. Nobody will employ you if you have never been on board a sea. So that is one area of policy realignment that I'm going to have to engage this Honorable House. The other important area, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statistics today, countries like Liberia are carrying 100 or plus more folds of their flag in vessels. We in Kenya, we're just about 5. From what I've heard from private sector, I've engaged the shipping industry, and I have been told, Mr. Speaker, the vessels that are carrying our flag are just about 5. What this therefore means is that our young people cannot get an opportunity because there is no level playing field. What do we need to do? To look at the policies. What is Liberia doing that is right that we can't do? What is it? Because we have so many vessels calling into our ships. What a local flag means, Your Excellency, is that the revenues generated, first of all, from the vessel will land in Kenya. Priority in terms of job opportunities will be for Kenyans, and opportunities to even design some internship program for attaining sea time. It is easier to take to Kenyan companies, and I'm going to do that. I think, Mr. Speaker, and I'm clear about it. Let me say I'm clear about it. If you approve my nomination, I will hit the ground running. It certainly shall not be business as usual. It will not, because I see. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, so that I give you the context on how and why it is urgent that we quickly realign policies that conform to the needs. It is because seafarer, by all standards, qualifies to be a prestigious job. There's no seafarer, at whatever cadre, there's nobody who earns less than $1,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly run. The other question is on the fishing folk, and Mr. Junet, Honorable Junet, talked particularly on the lake areas, and I'm imagining he's looked at the demography well, because I was just looking at some statistics. And I looked lake areas from Muhuru Bay, you pass Siaya into Soiport, Sioport in Busia. And the numbers that are produced, nothing justifies that our neighboring countries are processing more. Understood that they may have a lot of, the area might be wider, but they are processing 100-folds more, particularly for export. What do we need to do? And I've seen this problem, for example, in the fisher folk and artisan fishermen in the coastal region, from Kiunga to Lungalunga. And government has put some effort. Let me just acknowledge. Government so far has given boats and some storage facility. And they're building landing sites that are some complete and some yet to be complete. But that alone doesn't solve the issue. There is the issue of capacity building. These fisher folks, these artisan fishermen and women should be trained. Should be trained in how many fronts? One, processing, basic business skills, storage, and value addition. Mr. Speaker, growing up in Mombasa, I used to see a company that used to be called Wananchi Marine. That company was employing on a daily basis not less than 3,000 women to do fish processing. But as we sit here today, Mr. Speaker, there is no single factory that I can directly point at that does the same. And it's going to be my business. Number one, to create a lucrative environment for investment. You have to combine private sector investment, government support, and people's participation. And idea number one is, for example, if we want to help the fisher folks and fishermen generally, we must develop strategy like creating collection points. And I tell you, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, why I say that, because one boat goes out, comes with possibly 20 kilos, and they are likely to be possibly around maybe 100 boats of such capacity. But everyone who comes don't call in into the same landing site. What do? They find means to buy ice blocks and store. But imagine if we put them in a cooperative, manage them and organize them, train them. You arrange collection points. Why we don't export our fish very well is because we don't consolidate it. We don't consolidate our catch. So for me, I should have a truck picking from Kiunga into Owen Bay's constituency, Owen Bay's into Mombasa, into Kwale and Shimoni. Consolidate it so we bring adequate catch that will qualify for even export market. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ichungwa talked about on restoration programs of quarries. There is a law in place, but it's not enforced. What do I think needs to be done? Number one, we must create synergies with county governments. Why do I say so? They are beneficiary of the royalties. We must train and encourage the Kenyan people to abide to the required environmental standards. Number three, we must work on our enforcement, and this will require a multi-sectoral approach that I'm probably going to initiate. And maybe on the policy issue is that we may consider requiring or requesting when you are licensed to mine, so that we are assured you will actually work on restoration, create a bond, a surety bond, whether by way of bank guarantee or whatever formula that works, so that you deposit it in government, a similar amount or an estimated amount. So if you don't restore the site that you've mined our geological wealth from, we have bonded you. So you just don't walk scot-free. Mr. Speaker,
you've answered all the questions.
I think I have answered all the questions.
Good.
I thank you.
Those who have never heard of Ali Mazrui, I encourage you to read a few of his books. Africans, A Triple Heritage, Africa's International Relations, and Africans from Slave Ship to Spaceship.
Mr. Speaker, if you have some extra copies, I'm going to pick some from you.
Pardon?
Good.
If you have some extra copies, I'll pick some from you. If you've read, unless you're collecting them.
I'll share with you. Naisula?
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, during your preamble, you thanked His Excellency the President for nominating you, and that is why you're before this committee. You are in public having said, and I quote you, "I don't ever dream of engaging with Ruto. Mimi niongee na Ruto, niongee na Ruto nini?" I want to put it to you that if this committee nominates you and the National Assembly approves you, you'll be sitting in a cabinet where His Excellency the President will be chairing. I would like to know whether mutaongea nini kwa hiyo cabinet. But that's beside the point. I want to get to the real issues. But that's also a very valid question, because it will be important to know how you will engage as the minister, if approved, cabinet secretary, and with His Excellency the President. Now, there is tax exemption on exploration and accumulation of exploration expenses for offset against income upon full commercialization. What I would like to know is, do you think exemption should be tied to certain activities and for certain duration of time? There are people who are exploring in this country in perpetuity for 30, 40 years, just so that there is tax exempt. And I suspect they've actually explored, and they've gotten the gemstones or whatever they're exploring, but because of the exempt, they continue to say they're exploring. To my last question, the Mining Act prohibits civil servants from dealing with minerals. According to Article 81 of the Mining Act, no person, whether civil or military, and serving in government is allowed to directly or indirectly acquire or hold any right or interest under any prospecting right. Despite this provision, high-ranking government officials, public officers, state officers, and civil servants are involved in mining. And I'm sure some of them have started looking for you since you were nominated. What mechanisms and plans will you put in place to ensure that revenues from gemstone mining do not end up in the pockets of cartels without disclosure? Actually, I thought cartels are only in agriculture, health. I've come to realize during this appointments committee, cartels are everywhere, including mining. And how do you intend to protect and shield communities from unscrupulous miners and cartels?
Nelson Koech.
Mine also was a quick one too, on the same gemstone. Late last year, the president had this launched, it's called a Voi Gemstone Value Addition Center. It is ill-equipped, nominee. I don't know what you will do to make sure that there is value for money, and the small-scale miners are also able to be able to sell their mines in Voi Additional Center, Gemstone Additional Center. Number two is the mining law sets up several mechanisms which Kenyans can enjoy direct benefits from minerals. That is, for every sale of mineral, proportion of value of mineral is paid to the government as royalty, which is shared between national and county government and mining communities in the ratio of 70, 20 to 10, respectively. How then will you do differently to ensure the same is adhered to mining communities and county benefits?
Nominee.
Honorable Naisula, you talked about exploration, but my research tells me, and I'm yet to get a detailed brief from the ministry, that you're imagining there are people doing exploration for 30 years. There are people doing prospecting for 40 years. How that makes sense, I have no idea. Whether it happens anywhere in the world, certainly it cannot be. How do you prospect for 40 years? So we need to quickly relook into our policy, Mr. Speaker. We can't as a country. And this explains why mining GDP's contribution is under 1%. It can't continue like this. It can't continue. And Honorable Naisula, you are very right. If you thought you saw cartels, I've come to learn within this short period of time that I've been nominated, there are greater cartels in the mining industry. And Mr. Speaker, if you approve me, that is where I begin. Remove the cartels, remove the brokers. Mining industry in Kenya cannot be a market of speculators. Mr. Speaker, I've also learned that before someone hits the ground, you'll find instances where a company has exchanged hands more than 10 times. Someone has gone, applied for a license, given a license, sold it to the speaker, then sold it to Naisula, then sold it to Owen, then sold it to some farm in Canada, that one sells to China. All that time that they're speculating and gaining profits, the Kenyan people are losing. They are losing. It's only that I am, and this is a task I'm going to take, because it looks like Kenyan population really do not have an idea of what geological minerals may be in the country. They must get involved, and I'll take it upon me to ensure they get involved. So I identify completely with your sentiments, Honorable Naisula, and this is an urgent matter that must be discussed and be realigned in a manner that works and defeats those cartels. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Naisula told me nitaongea na.
You don't have to answer that. Only fools don't change their minds.
I was going to say it in Kiswahili.
Go on and answer the other question.
Wapumbavu tu ndo wabadilishe
There is
mawazo.
a question on communities.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Number one, I've already picked an issue on, for example, timely disbursement of royalties. Mr. Speaker, I was talking to some people from Taita Taveta County, some community, who told me they have not received their share of royalties on a certain mine for the last 7 years. That can't work. What we need to quickly do is to ensure we create systems that function. And number one priority is that the Kenyan people primarily should be priority in terms of receiving their royalties and benefits. Mr. Speaker, we also have to have a conversation. I am looking forward, for example, to quickly engage the counties. the counties, according to the current law, receive a good chunk of royalties. Maybe we may need to look at our legal framework on how we can also cushion the communities in the counties by ensuring that we maybe ring fence some of the resources to development. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? You know very well. Geological minerals do get depleted. There are generations that will come many, many years after us, and this country must have something to show. We can't, it just can't be a story that Kenya had this and there's nothing to show. So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to engage and create working synergies with the counties and formulate, create a framework that is efficient in disbursing royalties. And also, if I go a step further, these communities must be organized. We must organize them. We must encourage them to get into cooperatives. We must encourage them in some instances. And I like that question because it gives me an opportunity to address something that we call back home as ancestral interest. Many of us, our populations, and it's not only in the coastal region, as squatters, Mr. Speaker. I saw that during the SGR. When they were constructing the SGR, Mr. Speaker, many people were compensated, but the title holders and the residents of certain areas were completely ignored. So there are certain regulations or laws that we must, and I'd be happy to come and engage the community to see how we can improve on them. Mr. Speaker, on Honorable Koech, I haven't seen the Gemstone Center at Voi, but I'm looking forward to see it. But what I think the mining industry needs to do is to focus on private sector investment. Government should not be in the business of competing with its citizens. So there has to be concerted effort and specific focus to encourage private sector investment. Why do I say so, Honorable Koech? Because they will meet the global standards. I am not sure whether the Gemstone Center in Voi is properly equipped to test and process what they get. That is an urgent business for me. And I'm going to look into it as soon as I have an opportunity of possibly if this honorable committee approves me. So that we even are able to test, identify what minerals should be allowed for export, what should be kept home for value addition, and what should be put in the market and what values. And I have seen it. I have seen people from Voi coming into Mombasa with a small packet of many, many gemstones and almost sell them at wholesale price. Someone else picks them up, some foreigner will pick it up, go to Hong Kong, go to Thailand, and make double or triple the money that, that Kenyan ordinary man would. So I will look into that as a matter of urgency, Honorable Koech, and I'm hoping that I see the passion. We'll work together.
Posing, then Gikaria, then Emase. In that order. Take those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Joe, I hear you talk about policies and systems. Should you get the favor of the House, my proposal will be concentrated on the actions. If you live in these policies and systems, you will leave that office with systems and policies, having not even approved. So that's my advice. But my question is, the governors who have been ministers, Honorable Joe, have not gotten a good rating from where I sit. They have been accused of being desk ministers, governors, former governors. I don't know whether they got a lot of comfort when they were governors or they became two bosses when they were governors, and therefore they are not actually seen in the field. What will you convince this committee to believe in you? And particularly, I think I like the word you said, that what we lack is confidence I think it's true because I come from a mineral county, which is West Pokot. Confidence of investors coming to invest, and also confidence of the people accepting investors. What will you convince this committee, Honorable Joe, that you will be in these mineral counties in building confidence and for both sides, the investors and, or you will go to Mombasa because now blue economy in Mombasa, will you be also be in mineral counties to build confidence? Thank you, Speaker.
Can I?
Thank you. Just record and answer them quickly in the order they came. Kikaria, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman.
Switch off your mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the exploration is something that the nominee has said he's going to look into, and I'm saying this in relation to the corporation, the National Mining Corporation, which is a corporation of government, which is in exploration and does nothing other than just getting salaries and doing nothing in exploration. As we look at, I was trying to look at the law as to whether we have timelines for exploration. I remember in the Energy Act, we have 2 years for exploration. After that, your license expires. The other bit that also needs, you need to look at is the Mineral Rights Board, the licensing board that gives, there is a lot of bureaucracy in terms of giving licenses on time. It's like they don't have a service charter for if you apply today, by what time should you be able to get your license. But the most important thing is, let me talk about the artisanal miners. Honorable nominee, artisanal miner is a big area of employment. And of course, we know there is a cooperative that has come in place. But again, the licensing of these cooperatives and artisanal miners has become an issue with the Mineral Rights Board. So what are you going to do to help our young men and people who work in doing artisanal mining across the country, who do the illegal mining per se in quotes, but who have been applying through cooperatives, and then it takes forever for them to be able, and getting very, very bad prices or bad for the product that they get from the mines. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mary Massey.
Thank you, Speaker. Nominee, my first one's a comment. It's good that you mentioned about redesigning our training programs. Through you, Speaker, recently the Maritime Authority advertised for jobs for Kenyans to work in the vessels. And the requirement was just basically training in hospitality, front office, and a foreign language, which is German. But I put it to you, they could hardly raise the numbers that were needed. So seriously, it is an area of concern because we are losing out on opportunities as Kenyans, yet we're talking about unemployment. So, Honorable Nominee, if approved, I think that is one of the areas you need to seriously focus on to ensure that we're training in all disciplines related to maritime so that we can benefit from the opportunities. So my question is, and this is from a Kenyan, in 2010, the then internal security minister, the late Honorable George Saitoti, tabled a list in Parliament containing 4 members of Parliament, including yourself as a suspected drug trafficker. The US Embassy also stated that Kenya anti-narcotic unit suspected that you were involved in narcotic trade. Are you aware of these grave allegations and the effects of drug addiction in our nation? If so, kindly shed some light on that. Thank you.
Answer those 3.
Honorable Kosing, my record speaks for itself. I was not in any way a desk governor. I am a ground person. I am a ground person. That is why I left Mombasa County with the best cardiac center in the country and possibly in the continent. I left Mombasa County with state-of-the-art cancer treatment center. I left the county with a lot of social development programs that are on record. So I'm just picking a few. Mr. Speaker, today if I have a cardiac issue, I want to tell you, and I will encourage all of you and those that have visited Mombasa, if you have a cardiac issue, Coast General is your place. Because they have the state-of-the-art cath lab with well-trained doctors that constantly do open heart surgeries, fix cardiac issues quickly, and that was my leadership. So I provide leadership, and I will. And in the mining and blue economy and maritime, if you approve me, I will hit the ground running, Mr. Speaker. On matters of licensing, I don't know whether this committee understands the process that is applied on licensing, but I'll quickly share from what I found out. And I'm saying that this I found out from the private sector. Number one, you go to the potential area and engage either the landlord or the communities or the county. Then you get a consent. Then online, there is what they call the cadastre that covers the whole country in potential areas in matters mining. Then once you have the consent, you peg on the cadastre. And then at that point, you do a physical license application. And I've already heard of many instances that people have falsified documents to peg on the cadastre. That is number one hindrance on efficiency on issuing license. Because then, therefore, a true potential, and this basically mostly is done by speculators. So the true potential investor does not get an opportunity to even apply. So we first of all must fix how we handle the pegging. We must have technological means of ensuring that whatever is used to peg a site meets the standards. I have had, for example, someone would just upload a newspaper, and that acts as a consent, because the technology currently doesn't have the ability to authenticate some of those documents that are uploaded. So what do I say? I say we need to digitize end to end. We must digitize end to end. And Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. Even in our own country, I know for sure, for certain, there are young people with enormous capacity and potential to help us develop. I must also say that I was taken by surprise when during Mandaman, there are some young Kenyans who quickly developed and designed a communication program. And people are communicating like an app overnight. It tells you our young people have the capacity. And for me, Mr. Speaker, if I'm approved, my urgent and priority first step is to involve the young people. They can help us grow. They can help us fix many things locally. Like, for example, I believe something like a cadastre, where it holds a lot of information that is very strategic for the country, must be fully hosted here. Cannot be hosted, for example, by a competing country. So for us, what do? We invest in technology end to end. Right now, I'm informed that they have done it, but there's quite a human interaction phase that we must try and do away. It will create efficiency. It will also deal with corruption issues. So I hear you, Mheshimiwa, and I can tell you that that will be my priority. And also, I want to talk on the artisanal miners and licensing. They go through similar challenges, Mr. Speaker. They go exactly how a private sector investor suffers is the same way, unfortunately, the artisanal miner also suffers. So that, for me, is something that I must look into. For me, Kenyans must be allowed to exploit their wealth so that they can better their lives in a manner that is organized, safe, and most importantly, beneficial to them. So that I will do. Mheshimiwa Imase, you talked about training. I couldn't agree more that we must design our programs or the architectural of training in a manner that fits the needs of the players. We must do that. I mean, there's no two ways. What do I think I will do? Obviously, I will begin by evaluating the Bandari Academy. But I'm going also to try and forge partnership with, for example, Technical University of Mombasa, the universities around the lake areas, and many others, because those job opportunities are not only for the coastal people. They are not only, they're for every Kenyan. And therefore, we must create a partnership in designing an architectural plan that conforms to what the industry needs. And I will work closely with private sector. Mr. Speaker, finally, Honorable Emase talked about a citizen that sent you SMS.
A question on SMS.
On the drug baron issue. You know, the irony for me is that when you want to pick records selectively, that is what challenges me. The quagmire for me is I don't understand if you come and table a report. Obviously, there must be some subsequent actions. And I want to also, this is one matter that I really hope we can put to permanent closure, Mr. Speaker. When I was campaigning in 2013, in Mombasa, there were billboards put up. Don't vote the baron, vote change. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with that report. Yes, I thought he tabled the report on a dossier that he was given, that was passed to him through the American embassy. What normally happens is that when you table or pass a dossier, it is investigated, I believe. It is worked on. So that happened. The late Honorable Saitoti, may the Almighty rest his soul in eternal peace, came back to Parliament with a report. He came back to Parliament and tabled a report of investigation and the outcome. And it was a multi-agency, almost international investigation that clearly stated, and I'm going to only speak for myself, that no iota of evidence was found against me. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this way. I'm not a fool. I come from a family that is blessed with businesses. And I'm thankful to Almighty for what I have. So number one, that investigation was concluded. Number two, Honorable Emasi, first term as governor, I was the greatest critic of the Jubilee administration. Had lots of personal altercation. They came after me in businesses. In many fronts. Don't you think for a minute, if I was involved in any illegal activity, I would have survived that regime? They would quickly have used it to, like they say, I remember, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, just indulge me a minute. I remember at that time, the president came to Mombasa and said, "Tutamalizana na huyu." They would have used it. So please, Kenyans, I want to assure you here today that I do clean business. Visible, that can be audited, can be seen, physical, and therefore, please, Mr. Speaker, if anybody talks about a report that was tabled on the dossier, also talk about the report that came after that, that cleared us. And I am particularly interested because first point for me to call and try and interest investors to come, I am planning to go to the United States. They are known for big investments in mining, and it is my plan to go and engage them, interest companies from the United States.
The same Americans gave you a visa to accompany me as foreign minister to the US.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker, just after that. In fact, just after the I went.
Immediately after that.
And I've been to America many times, and I intend to continue to go to America, because America really, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to be looking that way to get investors to come and invest, particularly in the areas of mining. So, Mr. Speaker, that matter, again, I hope it comes to permanent closure. Because it's all like education, it comes up only when they're seeing an opportunity.
But don't be pigeonholed to America. There are even bigger mining countries like Australia.
In Canada, Australia.
Others, yes.
And even here, by the way, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you know, I've just found out, in fact, just yesterday, that Kenyans have invested heavily in mining in Tanzania. So even here, we have them.
Are you talking about me?
Daud Murugara, order nominee, no altercations with members. Daud Murugara, then Owen, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. To the nominee, Honorable Joho, what you have said about cadastral and all that, your predecessor, when he was there, Honorable Vuria, when he came for vetting in 2022, he talked about the NIS doing prospecting for all the minerals in the country. And there are minerals in Meru County, by the way, in Beo. But unfortunately, even by the time he left, he never visited Meru. So my first question to you would be, like what Honorable Posing has said, you may be a desk CS if you are approved. What will happen, I hope, because you know Meru is cold and Mombasa is hot, and you're used to the hot weather, you may feel very cold in Meru. And the same thing, on the same, there has been exploration of copper and gold in Meru. But unfortunately, the company which was prospecting, a Kenyan company, Goita Mining Limited, has been bought out by Avira Resources Limited of Australia. So my question would be, do you think that we as Kenyans will benefit, or will the benefit be for outsiders who come prospecting in Kenya and taking away everything what is there? The second question, because that was one question, Mr. Speaker, there is a question from one of our viewers, and he says, the Auditor General, that is now for the time you were as a governor in Mombasa, that there is an Auditor General report about garbage, a 1 billion shilling garbage tender, which was given to some of your relatives in Mombasa. And there is even talk that it is not Ali Hassan or Hassan Ali Joho who handled Mombasa County. It was a relative of his. I would not mention him for, it would not be right, but it was not you who were running. You were running the political part. The other part was being run by somebody else. Can you confirm or deny? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, make a distinction between Meru and Tharaka Nithi. He's been talking about Meru. If I'm to say anything, it will be on Tharaka Nithi. The two are separate and distinct.
You are actually vetting the nominee on behalf of the people of Kenya.
No.
Not your constituencies, not your counties.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have questions to ask.
Ask
and
the question,
we have to draw that distinction.
but avoid the temptation to appear that you are vetting nominees on behalf of your constituencies or your counties.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, some questions are relevant. We have to draw.
I'm not curtailing you at all. Go on and ask.
Thank you very much for the distinction. Nominee, You began when you were responding to a question by stating that what it is that Liberia gets right and we get it wrong. And here you were talking about maritime affairs, the sea vessels. And I don't know whether you know the historical background, why Liberia is actually the largest flag carrier in respect of ships. And that also goes with, it has the highest number of shipwrecks in the high seas, purely because most of those ships are condemned in their countries, and this is the reason why they find solace in going to Liberia to get national flag. So I do not know whether you wish Kenya also to take that route and emulate that. You respond. Number two, a question from a viewer who wants to know really whether the nominee is familiar with the minerals found in the country and where those minerals are to be found, including my own county, Tharaka Nithi, and my constituency, Tharaka. Then the third one is on fisheries. We have what are known as Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institutes spread across the country. Some of them are stored. They started building, but halfway they collapsed. If you are approved by this House, nominee, do you confirm that you would embrace the policy of completing those institutes, because some of them are actually meant for marine research in the hinterland? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Don't feel like I curtailed you. I was just giving direction to everybody. Owen?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the following information from our nominee one. Listening to you, Honorable Ali Hassan Joho, you come through as a hustler that has come from the bottom up, bottom there, coming up through many struggles. And the very many lessons that we learned from your interaction in this committee. As you sit, if approved by this committee, if you sit in cabinet, how do you help to encourage the hustlers, especially in the mining, in the fisher? The fisher folks in this in Kenya are basically hustlers who are trying to make it in life. Probably you are a good example of that. How do you intend to really bring in that to cabinet and assist the cabinet really to help the hustlers in this country who seem to have given up? Secondly, how do you use your experience in business? I can see you have good credentials in business and you've come up as a businessman. How do you intend to bring in those credentials in your business field and your experience also as governor who chaired a cabinet at the county level to assist the cabinet to really meet the aspirations of the young people who are actually hustlers, who seem to be giving up, the Gen Zs who seem to be giving up in life? How do you intend to bring that experience to help Kenyans? My second question is that specifically to the marine area, there is a marine spatial plan that has been in the works for many years. It has never succeeded, it has never taken off. Many people in the marine industry are waiting for that spatial plan. How soon can this country realize a spatial plan in the marine area? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can take those, nominee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin first of all by the spatial plan issue. And I believe strongly in planning from an informed position and real-time data management and collection. Basically, if even land use is critical that is properly planned. So this, for me, is urgent, and I'm going, if approved, to ask that it be expeditiously done, because it is important. Honorable Owen, sorry, I'm starting with you, Owen. My experience as a businessman and as a public officer, and I am glad that I've served in different spectra. I was once an assistant minister, got a lot of guidance at that time from the Honorable Speaker. It was my mentor, actually, in Parliament. I participated strongly in matters of legislation. I remember the NTSA formation was done under my watch at the 10th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And the acumen stature of business I got is for literally experience. And Mr. Speaker, I've run quite fairly big business, and I bring that on board to be able to capture the ideology of a business sector, combine it with public sector, so that we can be able to deliver on behalf of the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Honorable Owen, those wavuvis or fisher folks or artisan fishermen, they need help. They need help to be organized. They need, for example, we must find means, whether by way of partnership or government funding or private sector. And this, for me, is an area of interest because I am aware of the Go Blue conversation. Many young Kenyans have been sponsored, but we need really now to start sponsoring them for deep sea fishing. Because even if they use what they have today, they can achieve that much. But if we get them to go deep sea fishing, then now for me, that will be the game changer. And that is what I will undertake to do if this committee approves me. Mr. Speaker, on matters of stalled projects, government should not have any stalled project. You must plan well. Mheshimiwa Murugara. Government should not have stalled projects. We must develop plans that do work. So that when you start something, you must finish. And like Owen asked, I gained that experience from private sector practice. Value for money and timely delivery is critical. So expect that we'll have a conversation. First of all, I'm not in a position today to say I know all the stalled projects, but we will have a conversation and develop a clear plan to be able to complete the stalled projects. We don't want a situation where we embark on new projects and we leave the old ones stalled. My brother Dawood, you talked about NYS prospecting report. I'm not in a position right now to comment about it. But I have an issue on communication that must improve. And I would urge even my colleagues in other ministries that ministries must help the president to communicate to Kenyans. If we had a clear communication plan, you probably wouldn't need this opportunity to ask, what do we have in the country? So I will go to the ministry if approved, learn what they have, and I promise I will communicate to the Kenyan public of what they have. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dawood asked on exploration of gold and copper in Meru, and the fact that the miners or the mining company exchange hands. I think the fact that companies do exchange hands doesn't mean the law on royalties change. It should remain. And they should continue to pay royalties, both to the communities, county government, and national government. So I doubt if the government will lose. The only thing that I am concerned about, and I think we collectively should, is the testing of minerals. Whether we have that capacity in the country. Because I'm told, I took some time and called some minister friend I have in another country that's very successful in mining. I'm told in instances where you mine copper, you are very likely to get good deposits of gold. But what the miners do is that they only report copper. So therefore, we urgently need to enhance our testing capacity and ground truthing. And I will happily visit you in Meru, in Tharaka, in Migori. I'll go to Suna, I'll go to Kikuyu, I'll go to Turkana. Turkana has the potential of exporting large quantity of what they call mango tilapia. Huge market for mango tilapia in DRC. I have to go there and see how we can improve on that. I will go to Busia for gold and value addition. I'll go to Kakamega and the larger Western. Everywhere where there's potential for minerals, I will go to ensure, first of all, we involve the communities, we work with the counties, we secure the communities, we engage on matters of environmental impact. So I will be visiting every part of this country, Mr. Dawood, including Tharaka and Meru. And Pokot. And Kosin is a fairly blessed man. I hope he'll host everywhere. And everywhere.
Yes.
But I want Kosin to undertake that he'll host me when I go there. So prepare some sumptuous cuisine. On the 1 billion tender, I saw it. Mr. Speaker, let me confirm. This is a matter that was audited, dealt with, investigated by the anti-corruption and the DC and everybody, and it was concluded. First and foremost, it has never been 1 billion. The contract, yes, it was a tender advertised. Someone won the bid, not from my family. My family is in the logistics business. They're extremely busy. In fact, sometimes I even struggle to encourage them to help me with social programs and our foundation. They are too busy. They have no time to do government business. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, just to put to the record, my family does not do business with any government entity. We are in logistic business in Tanzania, in Uganda, in South Sudan, in Dubai, and here in Kenya. So please be assured, my family is not in any way involved in that tender. And the actual amount that was being investigated, Mr. Speaker, was just about 200 million, paid to the company that won the bid over a period of 3 years. The way it is portrayed is like I went to the county coffers with a check of 1 billion and gave to my cousin. That is not the case. It was a tender, advertised, someone applied. It's only that I cannot mention the name of the guy who won the tender. But even him, he did bid in that tender for just helping us to achieve certain environmental standards. He was already a big billionaire. So he's such a setup, just where, and he outbid everybody. So in the period of 3 years, Mr. Dawood paid 290 million. And it was investigated and concluded.
We also received some memoranda on that. You've answered all the three. Now let's go to Robert Mbui.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't answered the issue on Liberia.
Okay.
And it is very important.
Okay.
And I want to inform Honorable Murugara that, yes, there may be historical issues. But you know what? You call them abandoned or condemned vessels. I want to enlighten you. I'm actually going to encourage those condemned vessels to come to Kenya for one purpose: distraction. It's a big business opportunity. Honorable Murugara, I don't know whether you are aware. The maritime standards set on the time period a vessel should be sailing is very strict. Where do I see the opportunity? I have seen India is big, Singapore is big on vessel destruction. So I would also encourage private sector here. Let those condemned vessels come, we demolish them, and help our steel industry. It will be a game changer for our steel industry. One, first of all, the owner of the vessels pays to bring the vessel, and they pay for destruction, and we remain with the steel. So it is what we do with it. For me, so Mr. Murugara, I see there a great opportunity that we must engage in. Sumra atafurahi sana.
Robert, then Stephen, then Didoras, in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have just a quick comment and then one question. To the nominee, you know, Africa is rich in mineral resources and other raw materials, yet we remain poor in the world of community of nations. And from my research, and Kenya is also very rich in minerals. And like you've said, it contributes very, very small percentage of our GDP. But despite that, nominee, there are also a lot of billionaires, not very many, but a number of billionaires in Kenya out of this issue of minerals. So maybe you need to help Kenya to be able to achieve its objectives in this industry. But then I have a question, and it's not mine, it's a submission, and that will help us test your integrity. And I've heard you say you want to clear the air on matters out there in public domain. This is a submission that was given to this committee in an affidavit, but did not conform to Section 6/9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. But we have agreed that it's important that we field these questions for you to clear the air. Now, this is a gentleman who says that as governor of Mombasa County, your administration awarded a tender to construct a county stadium at a cost of taxpayers' money to the tune of 1.8 billion. Now, a report by the Auditor General for the financial year that ended June 2023 showed that the county stadium was yet to be completed, this is many years later, despite the construction beginning in 2018. Now, consequently, the Office of the Auditor General could not ascertain the value for money of the expenditure incurred on the proposed development of the sports complex, and this could therefore risk cost escalation and project termination. Kindly explain the extent of your involvement in the matter and whether the stadium has since been constructed so that you could allay the public.
Stephen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome, nominee, governors, and Ali Joe former. Blue economy is 1.5 trillion US dollars globally, whereby it creates more than 30 million jobs. And my question is that as you approved or get favor from this committee, you need to look at Kenyans and the young people on how to tap in this space of 30 million jobs to make sure that the young people in this country get those opportunities. On a lighter one, I've perused your questionnaire which you filled, and I believe you have a number, but I think it's a typo error. You gave the number for Safaricom, 0722 000 000. Can you clarify?
Thank you, Mr.
We'll take the next. Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Hassan, as soon as I am here, as soon as your name hit the media, people in Mombasa were on the streets, young and old, all of them. A few days later, one of the MPs said, now Hassan Ali Joe should become a cabinet. He should not come back to local politics. My first question is there potential of conflict that you want to be a cabinet minister and also interfere with local politics in Mombasa? You need to clear the air. The second question, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hassan Joe is a businessman, and you deal with many things, logistics, jewelry, all of that. We are giving you mining. Mining today is done by the locals in Navakolo, Ikolomani, Homa Bay, in Moyale and Marsabit, where they do gold and other minerals, and they eke out living through that. Tell us, we as Kenyans, you are looking for private investors. Do we see the potential that you get private investors so that the locals, the communities, will be locked out? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Nominee, answer those three.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me just clarify that my family is not in jewelry business. We are in logistics, obviously diversified a little bit in real estate and trading. Let me ascertain that we are in this industry that is called service industry. We don't work with government. We've never worked, my family has never worked with government. We don't do business with government. We have a straightforward business, and I assure you that we will not do business with government. We have enough already, as it were, to deal with. On the question of the comments by the Honorable MP, no, in Mombasa, on the same one, on the comments. I want to tell you, I now serve the nation. And in fact, I will make efforts to even unite those that are in Mombasa. I must help the president unite the country. And therefore, I must rise above local, divisive conversations. Every Kenyan must be served equally across board. So if there's anything I'm going to do, is to actually endeavor to unite Kenyans and even leaders even more. So be rest assured, politicians have their space, they can say what they say, but if I'm approved, I serve the nation, and I want to assure this House I will do anything to see a Kenyan that is united. Mr. Speaker, on my telephone number, let's begin there. I wonder the kind of calls that I'm going to get today. But you missed out on a digit, so I'll tell you later. Because I can be salimiwad. But yes, it has those many zeros. I may have gotten some shares maybe from on a light note, Mr. Speaker. So I want to also say that I agree with the Honorable Stephen on the space in the blue economy. And Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that this country needs to focus on, is mining and blue economy. I believe if we take the right strategy, we deploy the right strategy, we can even remove ourselves from the hole of debt using our own resources. We can. We can. And we should. And therefore, I'll make it my business to ensure systems that work are deployed, processes that are efficient are used, so that we also can help this country move from the burden it is in today. And I believe strongly that this ministry is a ministry of wealth creation and employment opportunity. And that will be my focus if you approve me. Mr. Speaker, someone touched, Honorable Roberts, you touched on Mombasa Stadium and the GDP contribution. By the way, from what I read, when I was doing my research, I saw that Kenya was reporting 1% contribution to the GDP. But that included Base Titanium, which was actually the largest mining company in Kenya, which closed shop and left. So even if you remove now what Base Titanium used to contribute, we could be even lower to maybe 0.5%. And there, we quickly need to start moving so that we embark on getting real investment and in real time. Finally, Mr. Speaker, is the stadium. I saw that, affidavit. Now let me tell you what Mombasa was planning to do at that time. The idea of building a stadium was conceptualized around 2019 towards the end. We designed, we wanted to build a world-class stadium. Designed, put it up for tender. The tender was won by a Turkish company in partnership with a local company. So the stadium that we had wanted to build in Mombasa was a modern stadium that is built mostly by steel. And that is why physically you may not see the work done when you go to the ground. But I want to assure this House, and this has been a matter of investigation. It has been investigated by the Public Works. Even that Auditor General report, when it went to the Senate, it was cleared. It was not investigated by the Ministry of Sports, that all the earthworks have been completed. So what was remaining is to bring the steel bit of the stadium and just install, which I was made aware that 70% thereabout of it had been completed in Turkey. And it was just not a basic stadium. In there was multi-purpose hall, amphitheater, Olympic-sized swimming pool, and the rest of the facilities. Now, where we faced the challenge, 2019, we award a contract. 2020, hit hard by COVID. And obviously, as a leader, like many of you did, is to first of all find means and ways to cushion your people. Mombasa, at that time, announces 50% waivers on all levies because of COVID. So a sudden drop, significant drop of our local revenue. Then, subsequently, the Revenue Allocation Commission re-engages on a new formula that made Mombasa lose 2 billion shillings. 2 billion shillings. We moved from an allocation of 8 billion to 6 billion. So that completely ruined every single plan we had to complete even that. I even remember I placed a call at that time to the president and informed him that we have awarded a contract that is 1.7 billion. COVID has forced us to waive levies to cushion Kenyans. Our allocation is lost by 2 billion. How are we going to pay for this stadium? And I invited at that time the national government, please come on board and help us to complete this. Because it's already, as I speak today, I'm aware it's already completely done in Turkey. If we have resources, we pay and they install. If they come within 2 months, you have a stadium up and running because all the earthworks are completely done. So I assure you, first of all, it's not 1 billion that has been paid. What has been paid for earthworks and part of the steel, and also 30% of the steel is already in Mombasa. If you visited the stadium today, you'll see they've already put up one side of the stadium as a sample. So, first of all, amount spent, no, not 1 billion, just about 400 million. Earthworks are done. 30% of the steel is in Mombasa, 70% is in Turkey, and I hope, and I want to encourage even my current governor to engage. And I know he's doing it. He's talking to national government because they're still struggling with the resources. So that allegation, be rest assured, tender was done above board, money, value for money for certain, investigation completed, no issues at all was raised by the relevant institutions. So, what was the question, Mr.
The question was, by bringing in mega international investors, are you going to disenfranchise the local artisan miners?
No, this is what I think should happen. Obviously, for us to make meaning of what we exploit, we must encourage international investors. But I also appreciate that if Kenyan people or companies do invest, they have a greater advantage because all the dollars that are paid now will land where? Here. And for me, there's two fronts. One, artisanal miners can be organized. And by the way, we should even look at the law if we can encourage that if you are licensing a big company, for example, to mine copper, say in Busia County, we can, in the same spirit, organize local people. If we're allocating 10 acres, why can't we hire, for example, 2 acres, train local artisanal miners, equip them to make sure they are safe, because safety is a great issue, so that they can also participate in the building of the nation. And that really is a matter we are going to engage in collectively so that we cushion people, so that exploitation does not negatively impact the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Hassan, what I am saying is by dint of having international conglomerates to do mineral prospecting or excavating mineral, there are those communities, those individuals who are doing the mining, and they can easily be removed by virtue of not having the license, by virtue of environmental impact assessment, safety, excuses that actually locks the locals out. The reassurance I want is locals should not be locked out. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I believe in the principle that primarily first beneficiary should be at the center where the local is. And we will do everything possible to cushion that local. And I said it earlier, and I want to repeat it again. We must equip them to be able to do real business. Number one, train them in matters mining, equip them, matters of safety, and even give them basic business skill so they know value for money. For example, Mr. Speaker, in Migori County, the artisanal miners, they go for small collection. Somebody just wants to collect enough to eat for the day. They go in very dangerous or hazardous environment. When they think they've gotten what will give them that meal for that day, they go home. Don't you think there's a need for us as a country to engage them, to tell them if you do it in a much more organized way, you can actually change your life for a long period of time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honorable member that...
Point of order. I was hoping that you would say something like this, that you'd promote a legislation, like happens in many countries, that if a foreign investor is coming in, they must have a component of local shareholding, so that we don't only benefit, because when an investor comes in, we only benefit from their investment and employment and tax in Kenya, but they repatriate the entire amount of their profit. So we should be looking towards that, or else the country will be owned by foreigners.
No, without a doubt, and I take your comments very, very seriously, that, that this requires a very deeper conversation with all of us, and I'm happy to assure you that we'll take it on. Like other countries, like you've rightly said, other countries do. Even though we are a liberal economy, we'll find ways to ensure we cushion the Kenyan population.
We have a law on local content, and if you apply and improve it, if an Australian or French company comes to mine here, and they make $1 billion profit in a year, that is money out of our economy. If 40% of that money goes to local shareholding, that is money into our economy. The most important thing is to structure such that the local content is not used to create a cabal of a few super rich against the rest of Kenyans. The local content could be a county, could even be government shareholding through parastatals in your ministry. The government also has a duty and a right to incorporate companies on behalf of the public and have them be shareholders in those mining activities. If a foreign bank makes 30 billion profit in Kenya, that is money out of our economy. If a local bank makes 10 billion profit in a year, that is money into our economy. We'll take the, okay.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. And probably that maybe the reason as to why the National Mining Corporation was formed, one of the reasons. And because National Mining Corporation is not fully functional today. And Madam Boss, this, first of all, may be the first area of potential. Get them to partner with other investors so that they can achieve that local content. And I will strongly propagate that it happens. Thank you.
In fact, before I call Shurie, at independence, nominee, the government had ICDC that was a shareholder for the government and the people of Kenya virtually in each and every international investment that came in, be it Coca-Cola, whichever you name it, and they were holding this on behalf of the people of Kenya and generating wealth for the people of Kenya. Now we'll take the last 4 in a row, Honorable Shuria, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Mukami, and Honorable Caleb Amisi in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mheshimiwa Joho, there are numerous abandoned mines and quarries across the country that are a danger to the people. What measures will you implement to ensure the safety and rehabilitation of these sites? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Shimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just to know that the nominee today used to be my governor for 2 terms in Mombasa County, but today I'm here as a member of the Committee of Appointments, and I'm being governed by the rules and procedure of vetting. My first question to the nominee, although the nominee has talked about training, but I want to pick one particular component on training on the seafarer or regarding maritime studies. This is what is abbreviated as STCW, meaning Standard of Training and Certification of Watchkeeping. Most of our seafarers, they're educated, they have the qualification, but they don't have the certificate for STCW. And that is why most of them, when they want to acquire jobs to the vessels, it becomes an impediment. I know the ministry has reduced the payment for such training, and now it's at around 15,000 Kenya shillings. But still, most of our formative groups, and those who are vulnerable, those from the minority, the marginalized, the youth and the women, they still can't afford to pay that money for that training. And yet His Excellency has really been talking about working on ensuring that we create employment, because unemployment is a threat now to this country. I'm asking the nominee, what will be your immediate and short-term intervention to ensure that at least we cushion these affirmative or rather vulnerable groups, that they can acquire this certificate or STCW so that they can be employed in the vessels, the fish vessels, tourist vessels, so that they can earn some employment and assist their families. My second question, Honorable Chair, I'm going to do it in a Kiswahili language. Mheshimiwa nominee wetu wa leo, mara nyingi au mara kadhaa katika taifa letu la Kenya ama serikali yetu ya Kenya kumekuwa na miradi ambayo inahusu kuchimbwa zaidi kwa bahari. Ile Kiingereza tunaita dredging. Kwa mfano kama mradi wa Lapset, kulifanyika mambo ya dredging, hivyo basi kuathiri wavuvi wetu katika sehemu ile. Katika sehemu ya Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone, ambapo kutajengwa port itakayoitwa Dongo Kundu Port. Pia kuna mambo ya dredging ambayo yamefanyika ama uchimbwaji zaidi wa bahari. Katika harakati hizi tunapata wavuvi wetu wanaathirika, haswa kwanza ikiwa uvuvi ndio kitega uchumi chao cha kuhakimu katika maisha yao. Na ile fidia ambayo wanapewa huwa ni fidia duni, na wengi pia hiyo fidia pia hawaipati. Na hata sasa kuna kesi ambazo zinaendelea za wavuvi kulilia serikali juu ya fidia kama hizi. Je, iwapo utabahatika kuweza kukubalika kufanya kazi katika wizara hii, utaweza kuweka mikakati gani ama utaweka mbinu gani muafaka kuhakikisha kama taifa tutaangalia wavuvi hawa wetu ambao wengi wao wanatoka katika familia ambazo ni maskini ama katika maeneo ambayo ni maskini. Mwisho kabisa ni sheria za kuwasaidia hawa wavuvi katika wakati wanavua. Ni katika swala hilo mheshimiwa. Unajua mimi natoka sehemu ambazo kuna bahari. So nakuomba msamaha mheshimiwa, nimalize hili la mwisho. Wakati mwingi wavuvi wetu wanapovua wanashikwa. Kwa mfano kama wale wa sehemu ya Kwale, sehemu za Lungalunga na Shimoni, wanaambiwa ya kwamba mumepita bahari zaidi, mumefika Tanzania. Wale wa Migingo wanaambiwa sasa nyinyi mumepita Uganda, yani kunakuwa na zile sintofahamu, na sijui kama kuna mikakati ya kuwa kuna masomo ambayo wanaweza kufunzwa kuelewa hii mipaka, ama kwa Kiingereza territorial boundaries ziko vipi, ndio ya kwamba wasiwe kila mara. Manake mimi kama mjumbe mara kwa mara napigiwa simu, mheshimiwa, tumeshikwa, tulikuwa tunavua, tulikuwa sehemu za gasi, sasa tumeambiwa tumeingia Tanzania, tumeshikwa, tuko huku Tanzania. Swala hili naomba mheshimiwa nominee aweze kutueleza njia ambayo ataweza kusaidia wavuvi wetu katika swala hili zima. Asante sana mheshimiwa mwenyekiti.
Mheshimiwa Mishi, kwa Kiswahili sanifu, huyu ni waziri mteule, sio waziri nominee. Mukami?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nominee ndio hiyo, mteule ni nominee. Yaani umekuwa
wewe ulisema utauliza swali kwa Kiswahili.
Umeteuliwa.
Sasa Kiswahili sanifu ni waziri mteule.
Ali Spika na mfunza Mishi Kiswahili leo.
Leo nafunza Kiswahili.
Yes, Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to admit that I am really touched with what nominee has said, where he has come from to where he is. And I'm sure, being a Sunday, there are so many people watching, especially youth, and even the media people who are here, that God can bring you from down there to up where he is today. My question is regarding hustlers. Small-scale mining in Kenya employs more than 140 people and supports over 800,000 households. Our workforce times larger than its equivalent in large-scale mining, which employs just 9,000 people. However, several constraints limit its economic potential due to informality, poor health, and safety standards, a shortage of access to geodata, and financial challenges. As Cabinet Secretary, if you are going to be approved, what measures will you implement to elevate the hustlers of artisanal small-scale mining? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Caleb Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just like Honorable Mishi, I also wish to state that the nominee before us is been serving as my deputy party leader, as well as my very close friend, so we've interacted a lot, but that will not conflict my role in this very important process. Honorable Speaker, I have two questions to the nominee. One, marine, you are aware that there exist marine resource utilization contracts between Kenya and other fishing powerhouses around the region or even beyond on the use of marine resources. But there have been questions on, number one, the provision of sustainability of these fishing practices. There are benefits to Kenya, there are long-term management, how public can access those contracts, even the approvals, and potentially, if there exists, the rescinding to the contracts. What do you say about it, if you know about the contracts and how you will make Kenya benefit? And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask this, because in my second term now as a member of parliament, I've served in the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, where I had an opportunity to vet, I think cumulatively close to 60 ambassadors, high commissioners, consular generals, and state representatives to the international organizations. And the principal secretaries, more than 10. Now, in this committee, I've also had an opportunity to now vet close to almost 30 cabinet secretaries. Cumulatively, these almost 100 senior Kenyans are vetted. They have all promised, very competent, very enthusiastic about their country, charismatic in their own nature, very knowledgeable, highly educated, very varied history. Some, they share your history, by the way, some of us have even worse histories, and some have good histories. They have promised all. But for the last 7 years, there is nothing. Nothing. The heaven that you promised, I have not even dreamt it. What is this that you possess? What is this 8 wonders of the world that you possess that is going to give me a sigh of relief?
Nominee, answer those. The question from Honorable Shuri actually had been asked by Chungwa and somebody else, but answer that.
So, Mr.
Neglected mine piece.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I had said earlier, this is something we're going to look into, and for the future, to prevent that from happening, we will have to find a way to create some sort of...
You said you'll bond the miners.
Yeah, bond the miners. But that doesn't mean we'll ignore the existing problem. We'll have to just find a solution. We will consult among ourselves and even other government entities. So, Mr. Speaker, Mishi talked about accreditation issue for our seafarers. I really don't think that should be an issue. What I can promise Honorable Mishi is that I, if approved, will embark urgently and immediately to see that we have a seamless process for our young people in Kenya who want to pursue seafaring as a job are facilitated. Government's job is to facilitate, and that we will do. I don't even think that is a policy issue. It's a matter that needs urgent action. And I know between Maritime Authority and Bandari Academy, we should be able to sort that out. So I give you my undertaking that, that we will sort it out. There's really there cannot be a justification. If someone meets the threshold, they should be certified. And that's something we'll do quickly. Mr. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mishi ameuliza swali na Kiswahili. Kwanza nataka kujua, sijui kwa nini alikuwa apologetic about it. Kiswahili ni lugha ya taifa. Sasa kulijibu ndio kizungumkuti.
Unaweza kujibu kwa Kiswahili?
Tutapambana. Mimi ni Mswahili. So, Mheshimiwa...
But you know, parliamentary standing orders require that since you started in English, you must go in English all through.
But Mr. Speaker,
although
that would be double standard.
I allowed Mishi. I'll give you also the same latitude to answer in Kiswahili. I know Honorable Mishi was playing to the gallery.
No, I'm sure on
Chair, it's a valid question.
Valid, and the gallery is equally valid.
That's why I'm representing them.
Honorable Mheshimiwa Mishi anaongea na watu wake wa Likoni na wengineo ambao wanaelewa Kiswahili. So, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwanza uchimbaji wa bahari ni lazima ufanywe kwa njia ya kueleweka na kufahamika. Lazima iwe na utafiti na mipango ya kutosha, kwamba ukichimba kwa ujenzi wa bandari lazima upime mambo ya mazingira kwa kufahamika. Huwezi kuwa utachukua tu kwa sababu unataka kuongeza uwezo wa bandari ama mabehewa makubwa kuingia, uchimbe na uumize mazingira. Hii ni mambo ambayo haiwezekani. So mimi kama
mazingira huharibiwa, haiumizwi. But endelea.
Waswahili waelewe hiyo Mheshimiwa. So hata mimi nimepigwa na butwa vile Kiswahili chake kiko kitamu. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, mazingira lazima yalindwe. Na sababu muhimu ya kulinda mazingira ni kwa sababu mazingira yanasaidia katika eneo la uchumi la wananchi. Na mimi nataka niseme, hata nikimaliza nilikuwa nimeandika pointi 10 ambazo nataka kuzisema, nitakwambia, ambayo naona vile tunafaa twende. Lakini haiwezekani kwamba ubora huu ushinde ubora mwingine zaidi. Lazima kuwe na balance, uwiano na usawa. Yaani tunasema Mheshimiwa Speaker, katika yale yanayofanyika lazima kuwe na uwiano na usawa, hasusan katika mapato. Na hakuna mimi nafahamu vile pale Mheshimiwa Misha natoka, wavuvi walikoni wakati Dongo Kundu ilikuwa inachimbwa, hata ile terminal mpya ya bandari sahihi, wavuvi wengi walipoteza mapato ya kiuchumi, kwa sababu mchanga ule uliotolewa pale ulitupwa mahali ambao wavuvi wanavua. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, sijui kama unajua njia ya uzazi wa samaki. Wasamaki wanazaa kwenye mapango kule baharini. Sasa mara tu utakuta mchanga kiwango kikubwa kimekuja ikafinika maeneo ya uzazi wa samaki. So inapunguza sana. Sasa Mheshimiwa Mishi, mimi nataka nikuhakikishie, lazima tuweke mikakati kabambe ya kueleweka na tutathmini hali halisi kabla tukubali mambo ambayo yataumiza Wakenya kiuchumi. Na tena sio Mombasa peke yake. Lamu, ziwa la Victoria, ziwa la Turkana, Nakuru, Naivasha na kwengineo. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo haya yanachangia pakubwa katika uchumi wa nchi yetu, kiutalii, kiuchukuzi, kimaisha kwa jumla. La mwisho, Mr. Speaker, Alamishi alisema mambo ya mipaka na akasema mambo ya Tanzania na Kenya na Uganda Migingo. Mheshimiwa, mimi naonelea hivi, nchi hii, serikali hii, kwa in the spirits of East Africanism, yani kwa ushirikiano in that spirit ile ya umoja wa East African, lazima tuzungumze mambo ya mipaka kikamilifu. Kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mbunge katika bunge la 10, Migingo imekuwa ikizungumza mpaka leo, tutazungumza Migingo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka ulivyokuwa waziri wa mambo ya nje ama kigeni, mambo ya nje, Mheshimiwa Daudi anichanganya kidogo, sema kigeni, mambo ya nje, ulikuwa unapambana na mambo ya mipaka ya baharini. Na nakumbuka tulisongeza zaidi ya nautical mile 300 na almost.
Tulipima na tukazongesha kutoka mile 200 mpaka 450, na hizo stakabadhi nikazipeleka kwa Umoja wa Mataifa.
Sasa,
New York.
Sasa Mheshimiwa, mimi maoni yangu ni kwamba kama nchi ni muhimu tuzungumze kikamilifu mambo ya mipaka, Migingo, Tanzania, Somalia, Uganda, na popote pale ambapo panatuhusu mambo ya mipaka ni muhimu. Na umuhimu wake uko wapi? Hiyo utalinda haki za Wakenya wa siku za usoni, hasa ukisikia kwamba kuna madini, kuna rasilimali, conflict inaanza. So Mheshimiwa Speaker, tutaka tufanye namna hiyo. Mheshimiwa Mukami, you cannot, if you are government or in government, you cannot ignore a sector that employs 140,000 Kenyans. You cannot. That requires us to quickly develop a strategy on how we will sustain them. Those are the people that probably are looking upon us to deliver help. So what do? We need to come up with an actionable strategy on cushioning them, training them, like I said earlier, and creating market for them. So I will work closely. First of all, I will go to them. Mr. Speaker, if this House approves me, the entire first month, I will listen I will go to every area to listen to the views, to the challenges, and also probably they have and they identify and they know the areas of potential. So I will listen. Once I listen and gather actual data and information, we will develop together with this House a clear action plan to cushion and grow the numbers, because 140, in my opinion, hasn't even met the potential. It can be greater than that. Mr. Speaker, Caleb Amisi asked on marine utilization, sustainability. Number one, I don't think we've even tapped the potential. We've just probably, it's just a scratch on the earth or on the surface. The potential in the maritime utilization is great. But there may be some predicament, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, I want to tell Honorable Caleb, we would work with you at the committee level, but also work with possibly the Attorney General, because we need to develop a clear legal strategy on how we can relook, for example, at the treaties and the conventions and the licenses and the agreements that this country has gotten into. I say this why. Caleb, are you aware that the Kenyan coast is an important corridor for tuna, yellowfin tuna? It is. Are you also aware that our allocation for yellowfin tuna, our quota for yellowfin tuna is 3,000 tons, yet the EU has 76,000. So there are great legal issues, but we must get into them. And therefore, we may need to develop a strategy between this Honorable House, possibly the Attorney General, because there'll certainly be a lot of litigation issues. And therefore, if we do the strategy well, we should be able to address those issues and ensure that, that what is for Kenya remain, what is for Kenyans remain for them. Finally, you asked me if I am going to be, my friend, Caleb, I'm that one that you're looking for. Let me assure you, I'm an action man. Me, I don't like sitting on the desk 24 hours. I must be on the ground. I must understand what people are saying. I must engage them. So for me, I have a plan. This country needs to push mining to contribute more into the economy. This country needs to create employment to the young people. This country needs to involve the young people in decision making and ensure they participate in every process and they feel that this government is theirs. So that cannot be achieved sitting in some office somewhere. We have to be on the ground. So I assure you, I will hit the ground running.
Yes, Mary. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, yesterday I raised a concern to the outgoing Minister for Mining, and I think it's important that I seek clarification from you, if approved, because you're going to be the person on the seat. There is mining happening at the border of Kenya and Uganda at a place called Amoni in Alupe. The mining is right at the border. And yesterday, the CS confirmed that Samata, they took up, they visited, and they confirmed, and that they have stopped. They're engaging with the neighboring country. What are you going to do about it? And I'm very happy I've heard you saying you will give priority to issues, you will start working, you will not be in the office. And one Kenyan has asked the same question and also has asked about Migingo, but you've already addressed the Migingo. Just tell me about the Amoni. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, a rejoinder on the same, just that, a rejoinder. Mr. Nominee, there's a whole issue in this country about speculation. You know, people assuming this county has this county has that, this region has that. I would like to know whether you would ensure there is a transparent Kenya mineral audit that will allow Kenyans to know what minerals are where and who has mining rights. Because this, especially where I come from the north, the cattle rustling has changed. It's not about cows. It's about land. And there are Kenyans who feel that West Pokot has a certain mineral, Samburu North, Baragoi has a certain mineral, and that is why there is perpetual conflict in those regions, and there are people arming Kenyans in those regions so that there is no peace, so that later in future people will move from that land, and then people are going to come and get the minerals out. It's just like oil. In countries where there's oil, there's conflict, perpetual conflict. And so that's, you know, not having a clarity on where we have minerals in this country breeds that speculation and brings conflict. Asante.
Jeanette, I saw you gesturing like you wanted to have...
I wanted to ask him something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee, you see why we are here today, Mr. Speaker, vetting the second batch of ministers in the halfway, midway of a term of an election. Mr. Speaker, is because of things that Kenyans have complained about. And some of the things Kenyans have complained about is about opulency, arrogancy, and show off. The nominee is somebody known to me very well, Mr. Speaker. I must share with the committee that. And he's somebody whose God has blessed him as a family and as a person. He's a man who loves fine things of the world. Now you are becoming a CS. What are you going to do?
God's blessings are not limited to people who love fine things of the world.
Yes, but for him, that's how he has enjoyed it.
Yes.
That's what he has enjoyed. So now you are going to become a public servant at very high level. How are you going to define that line of your private life and your public life? Because Kenyans don't want any opulence at the level of the job that you are being interviewed for here.
Thank you, Mr. May I?
Kenyans are not against opulence, they are against show-offs.
Show-offs, yes.
Yes, show-offs. Yes. Yes, George?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mining research is not quite prominent in the country, but I'm now informed that some universities have actually started offering courses in mining, and they're doing lots and lots of research. My own university, Tharaka, is doing it. Confirm that if this committee, if the House approves you and confirms you, you will actually collaborate with the various universities in the country so that we have better research and better studies, including absorbing those who are studying mining, so that we have local experts. We don't have these foreigners coming from all over pretending to be the experts and cutting away our minerals.
Running out of time, but Kosing?
Mr. Speaker, just one thing, Mr. Speaker, I forgot. Also about fishermen who are being arrested in Lake Victoria, going to Uganda by Ugandan government. What are you going to do about it? They are suffering. Last time, he has answered.
He answered that. Kosing?
I can bring mine later.
Pardon? He will not come back?
No, not.
Pardon?
It's not for him.
Okay, it's not for him?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Honorable Speaker.
Nominee, can I beseech members we stop here? We have 4 others waiting. If it's burning, Rahab, I'll give you a... If you're asking about your question, it was answered when you are out.
It's not about my question. I was just asking about the gender imbalancing in the fishing industry. What he'll do so that women can be involved.
He said that thousands of women handling fish when it lands on the beaches. I thought? Yes. Pardon? But take the question and answer the honorable member about gender parity in the industry.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, the first issue was by Honorable Mesa on some mining that around the border area that is contested. What I want to tell you is that I've also heard about the same issue, for example, in Moyale County. And I am going to work with members of parliament, governors, very closely to ensure what rightfully belongs to Kenya stays in Kenya. And that opportunity is secured for and on behalf of the people of Kenya. So we'll work very well together. That assurance government is about continuity, and what Mvurya committed, I will take on and move forward with you.
Answer the remaining questions in 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
From Naisula and Junet.
If you could allow me, maybe just from what Junet said, on your declaration of net worth, I see you have valuables and jewelry of a good amount. Maybe you could tell us, amongst those in relation to what Junet was asking about opulence, the show of opulence, as the speaker put it. And I know you've been very active on TikTok. Can you assure the people of Kenya that these valuables and jewelry here will not be part of the things that they will see on TikTok? Because I think that is what annoys Kenyans when they see. And because you are coming into public office, just to be sensitive that Kenyans, as much as you have declared it here, may not want to see those things.
Mr. Speaker, I think what my brother Kimani Ichung'wah is trying to say is referring to what they will see. I'm actually focused on what they've already seen, because it's been there. But what I want to assure this honorable committee, I appreciate certain factors of life. And you must have a balance. You must have a balance. When you're serving the people, you must, first of all, make them feel comfortable. You must make them feel you're one of them. So opulence for me, no. When I am working, I am working. When I'm enjoying myself in my own setup at home, that's fine. That's another story. But when I'm going to the Kenyan people, my dedication is to work for them. And my experience, Mr. Speaker, tells it. I have, thank God, been elected 3 times. 3 times. And I thank God also, for example, you asked of the valuables, jewelries. Largely, I'm talking about watches. And I've been wearing even before I became member of parliament, long before. But I know how to balance. I don't have to wear it so I can show off for what? What value will it give to anybody? So I enjoy wearing it. Even this morning I was debating, should I wear a watch? Shall I not? Really, and it was a big debate there at home. I said, nitaficha tu kwa hii. I don't have to show it off. I'm sure it is only now you are realizing I was wearing a watch. So show off for me there's no way I'm going to show off, Mr. Speaker. That I can assure you. Mheshimiwa Naisula. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, on the question of Mheshimiwa Naisula, on matters speculation, that must be addressed, and urgently, because it denies Kenya an opportunity.
You largely touched on it.
Yes, but I want to talk about one important thing, and I see a great opportunity. I think Mheshimiwa Waigara, you asked on Murigara. Sorry.
Murugara.
Murigara. George, Sir George, on your question on training for mining, how do we achieve, for example, how do we attain 10% contribution GDP? We must do what other countries did, train our people. There's also an opportunity. If you went to some countries, you will see a mining bank, a bank that focuses only on mining. Yes. So for us to achieve all that, real work must be done. And I want to assure you, it begins with capacity building. We must train the people. So, Mr. Speaker, on Junet, it's again opulence and show off banner. I don't need to show off. What you have, you have. What you don't, you don't. and you should be cautious of others. You should be cautious of others.
We should end there. Showing off actually is a sign of inferiority complex.
But I wanted to end with the one comment on Junior. I heard him yesterday say something. I heard him say that being rich is not a crime. And also I heard him say, I don't know whether Kimani Ichung'wah shared his audited account. I heard him say Kimani Ichung'wah is worth 5 billion shillings. So, brother...
Kimani contested that he had understated
that's what I heard yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, I saw it on TV somewhere. So I end here, Mr. Speaker. So I had a formal, like a point plan, Mr. Speaker.
But Speaker, you must tell the nominee, just like him, I don't show off.
In fact, nobody can tell that you are worth anything.
Mr. Speaker, and that must be the culture in Kikuyu constituency.
Nominee, we are coming to an end. Naisula has asked me to remind you to respond to the issue of your public statement never to talk to your appointing authority. Although I told you that only fools don't change their mind, but in Naisula I would want the public to hear from you.
Sasa, Naisula, do you want to repeat the statement for me? Atuwezi ongea? How?
Let me say this.
I understand.
No, but let me say this for clarity, Chairman. You know, apart from asking questions during vetting for competence, what you understand about mining and all, we also vet the temperament of a nominee, the same way you've been asked about lifestyle. It's neither here or there, really. But even temperament of a nominee is very important because it shows your leadership skills. Initially you thought this, and now you're here. There's really nothing wrong with answering how you're going to relate with His Excellency the President when you're working.
Excellent.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I may quote, the statement went like, mimi nionge na Ruto nini? Mimi niende wapi na Ruto? Mr. Speaker, hakuna mtu ameeleza vizuri kukuliko. Mpumbavu peke yake ndo abadilishe mawazo. Mtu mpumbavu. Pili, hii ni clarion call to serve the country. I have been a great critic of this government, like others I did before. Now I've been given an opportunity. An opportunity has been availed to me to come and create that difference that I've been talking about all this time. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Bring new energy, new ideology, new thinking, because after all of us are serving one nation, one people.
Well put.
That will do. Other members, now nominee, we are coming to an end. Most of the people, members of the public sending in questions, all oscillate around what will you do to create safety in the mines? What will you do to protect the population from disused mines? What will you do to protect our fishermen from harassment by neighbors? What will you do to make it safe for our fishermen to handle their produce or their products when they come back? And what will you do to make mining part of the central core of Kenya's economy? These are all things we have talked about, but the public would want to hear that we brought to you what they wanted. There is one man from Kwale who says, uliza waziri mteule, ngoja kidogo, ataweka mikakati gani kuhakikisha kituo cha mafunzo cha uchumi Zamawati kilichoko wadi ya Ngomeni, kaunti ya Kwale, kinakamilika kwa muda unaofaa. I think the next, I'll still ask you say one or two things. we want you to assure Kenyans, nominee, that if you find favor and you are appointed the minister, within what period will you be able to make Kenyans feel the benefits and the contribution of mining to our economy? We are a major agricultural country. So is a country like the US. But in the US, agriculture contributes only 1% to their GDP. In Kenya, it is the complete opposite. And they do that because they are in manufacturing, in mining, value addition, and all those good economic activities. Secondly, ensure that Kenyans participate in this exciting new economic venture. Assure Kenyans that you are not going to be, if approved, to be working for international conglomerates to come to Kenya, appear to be generating economic activities but taking away all our wealth. We want to see mining being part of the central feature of our economy. Thirdly and lastly, for the seafarers and those who are now going to work on international ships, you may consider, because most of those seafarers will work in ships of major shipping and maritime countries: Korea, China, Spain, and others. You may consider, and Germany you talked earlier, to introduce basic language courses at our college in Mombasa in these languages, so that when they graduate, they have a basic knowledge of German, of Korean, or Chinese, or Mandarin, or whatever. Thirdly and lastly, you may also consider sometimes if a seafarer goes to a Spanish shipping line and produces a certificate that's a collaboration between our college and some college in Spain, it gives confidence to those who are employing. So you may consider partnering our institution with as many other institutions worldwide as possible to ease the process of our youths getting certificates and being considered for employment. Finish those, then I come to...
Can I say one from a Kenyan speaker?
Oh, there is, okay,
one
yes.
from Kenyan.
Yes.
From West Pokot.
West Pokot.
Yes, he's saying, don't forget to tell Joho, this is a guy of late 30s, he's working and he's in school. He just finished Form 4 the other day and got a D+. So he's saying, don't forget to tell Joho your motivation to many of us, like me in West Pokot, to pursue my education studies.
Yes, before you answer, there is also somebody who said, I am really shocked that Governor Joho has 2 degrees. Kenyans know he has never been to school. This is some lady from somewhere. Now go on and answer.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing she didn't write is that I'm an alumni of Harvard University. And I'm grateful that we could inspire someone. And this is a message I want to tell the young people of this country. Please never lose hope. Never give up. There is always a way out. It requires determination, focus, commitment.
Answer those now.
And a little bit of support. I'm just saying that because I felt encouraged that someone may take a path of changing his life. Mr. Speaker, yes. I began by saying we need to relook at the architecture of our training programs. Do they conform to the needs? How do we tap in? How is it that we, first of all, are only tapping into just under 0.2% of the demand? So we will probably redesign the entire training program. And then, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. The urgent need of collaboration between teaching institutions. We will begin by pursuing partnership between the local universities, and the government institutions, and the office will encourage that we have an international conversation of getting more affiliate universities to join in. Mr. Speaker, the young brother from Kwale said that there's an institution that is to be completed at Wa Ward in Kwale. I have been to Wa in Ngomeni I know Ngomeni well. I've been there, and I want to assure him that I will go. For me, I will visit them, and I'll make sure that the projects that have begun come to a conclusion. And then, Mr. Speaker, we talked about what else? Kenyans participating in mining. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. In Mombasa, when there was a debate on concessions, for example, I heard Kenyans saying one thing. If government wants to raise money, tell us. We can come together, 5 of us, 10 of us, and create good equity, good capital, in billions. There is that capacity. We know people that are having billions of shillings in banks. What may be the problem? Maybe they don't have the information of what the country holds. Maybe they've never understood the potential. So it will be my responsibility to pass knowledge to Kenyan people of what we have and where the opportunities may be. Some mining operations is not very expensive, Mr. Speaker. It's not excavator, 1 or 2, 3, 4 trucks. Kenyans can do that, and I will encourage them. But I think the disconnect here is they do not know. It is all speculative. Everybody is just speculating. We have lithium here, we have copper there, we have gold here, we have coal here. So we will ensure that we pass on the information so that Kenyan people can participate. Finally, Mr. Speaker, you talked about our economy being driven by agriculture. Let me assure you, if approved, the journey we will embark on immediately is to turn that around so that agriculture grows, mining either catches up or surpasses even agriculture. It is there in other countries. So you can't depend on one sector we have depended really on agriculture for far too long. It's time we diversify. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I was going to answer something
We'll get there. Of the many nominee memoranda we received, you answered all of them adequately except these 2. A nominee, a Kenyan by the name Vincent Kipkurui-Sang. I mentioned the name because it is part of the documentation. The nominee's family farm has been implicated in shillings 5.9 billion grain facility case at Mombasa Port. That one you didn't respond to. So if you have a response so that we complete the record. And the next one is there is an organization called Haki Yetu in Mombasa. I believe you probably know it. They say they went to court, obtained a court order for you to avail some documents to them, served you with the order, and you refused to give them the documents. And this was in relation to affordable housing.
Okay.
Those 2.
Mr. Speaker,
you answered everything correctly and satisfactorily. You can respond to those 2 to complete our record.
Mr. Speaker, I know the organization really well, Haki Yetu. I haven't checked, but I suspect that letter is signed by someone called Maimuna. Is it? Huh?
Correct.
Correct, right? Mr. Speaker, there's a tendency that
Munira Ali Omar.
Munira Omar, I know, and of course my great friend Father Dolan is doing quite some good work. But number one, I've never seen or received any orders that compels me to give information. 2, I believe public information should not necessarily be accessed through court processes. Someone should be able to walk into government office and get information. Number 1,
Article 35 of the Constitution.
So I have not received any orders, but my current governor would, I'm sure, I'll place a call to him. He'll be happy to share the information.
Grain bulk?
Grain bulk, Mheshimiwa, sorry, Honorable Speaker. I said earlier.
It's not grain bulk, it's grain facility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my family, like I said earlier, is in the business of logistics. So what my family wants to do as a business or plans to do is to build on our land, on our own family land, a grain handling facility. For far too long, there's just been one. So there's been a monopoly of grain handling in Kenya. So we've been pursuing this venture of building another, as a family, nothing to do with government. Mheshimiwa, so that, Honorable Speaker, so that I come out clear, there's not a penny government is putting. There is nothing government is doing in that project. It's private equity project, sitting on private land. The only thing that that setup would do is get a license on way leave so that they can get access to remove the grain from the vessel onto the facility. So we did not lose, as a family, 5.9 billion contract. We are actually going to inject 5.9 billion investment into the economy.
Before I give you to say what you want to say as you exit, have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
Not that I know of.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party? In your self-declaration, you say you are the deputy party leader of Orange Democratic Party.
That I resigned. I remain only a member of the party. I don't hold any leadership position.
What is your net worth?
My net worth is, let me just be sure. Where is that document? Where is it?
Is on pay. Your assistants should be assisting you on this.
I'll just use this one. I found it. Okay. Mr. Speaker, my net worth is 2,361,332,249.
Made out?
Largely by developed and undeveloped properties, which include my homes in Mombasa, Vipingo, Nairobi, and Malindi. Shareholding in some property holdings. Shareholding in family businesses. Valuables, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah referred to them as jewelry, but it's just basically watches, and cash at bank.
Okay. We have checked your documents against what we have, and we have found them in order. And also you did respond to more than we received 74 memoranda on you. You responded to all of them except the 2 that you have now responded to. Now you can have 1
Mr.
minute.
Speaker,
yes.
Before he concludes on the net worth, it would be good, and this is in his interest, because he has severally referred to family businesses. This net worth is Ali Hassan Joho, not the family.
This is just my shares. Family is definitely
much more.
I wish it was my own wealth. For a moment, Mr. Speaker, I wish it was my wealth, but that is now my share.
Yes, so go ahead and say what you wanted to say so that we go to the next nominee.
Mr. Speaker, while I was preparing myself, I came with an idea of developing a 10-point plan that I think would be useful to enhance how we can quickly grow this industry, because it is a powerful industry in our economy that is untapped, and employment. So I came, number 1, the complete digitization of the ministry processes. Number 2, stakeholders' involvement and public participation. Number 3, blue economy regulatory framework. Number 4, an urgent review of the Mining Act to conform into the demands of the moment and secure Kenyans. Number 5, enhanced community development agreements. Number 6, international maritime organizations representation, capacity building for deep sea fishing. Number 8, improved licensing processes. Number 9, sustainability standards and certification. And finally, encouraging public-private participation. I thank you.
Those are your KPIs, key performance indicators.
And I thought I should share them.
We have come to an end in you, and you are now released unless you are lawfully held here. Take your documents with you. Sergeant, can you escort the nominee out of the chamber? Have a good day. Honorable members, 10 minutes for preparation for the next nominee. Yes, yes, absolutely. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Welcome to this committee. You are Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, AGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's for the record. Welcome to this committee. For purposes of this hearing, we'll be referring to you as nominee, not by your official name. This is a committee of parliament on appointments. You're one of those few who are lucky to appear before this committee twice in 2 years or in less than 2 years. We are here to engage you and assess your suitability to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. You'll engage members. You are known to almost everybody here, but the proceedings will be without fee or favor. And we expect when we start, you answer all the questions precisely and concisely so that we can save a bit of time. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and the chairperson, as some people call me, but I'm the chairman of this committee. With me is my deputy speaker, Gladys Boss, and the clerk to the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to introduce themselves for the record as well. Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Poko South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP North Imenti, Meru County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdishuria Balambala.
Bishimpoko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
And I'm Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Mary Emase, Teso South.
Nominee will now be invited to take an oath. We'll conduct these proceedings with you having taken oath. We have the holy books, we have the Bible, the Holy Quran, and the Gita. I think that is the Hindu holy book. Which one do you want to swear with? So you may be upstanding, take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath. Switch on the other mic as well. So, good.
I, Alfred Nganga Mutua, do swear that the evidence that I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat and sign to the oath. We will start off with a brief introduction of yourself. Tell us your name, your educational background, your work experience, your key competences that you believe make you suitable for appointment to the position to which you have been proposed or nominated. In under 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I'm very, very happy to be here and to be given this opportunity. My name is Alfred Nganga Mutua, born in Machakos, Masii, and educated in Machakos and in the counties of Nairobi. I'm a holder of a doctorate in communication and media, and also a Master's of Science in Communication and a Bachelor's in Journalism. I have worked in Kenya in media houses as a journalist. I've worked various organizations overseas, also in Australia and in the US. I served as a foreign correspondent, served as an assistant professor. I was blessed to be the first government spokesperson of the Republic of Kenya, and also blessed to be the first governor of the great county of Machakos. And I'm grateful to His Excellency, the President William Ruto, for appointing me into his cabinet and reappointing me and nominating me again for reappointment for a second time. And I'm quite happy about that. I want to say that service has always been at the forefront of everything that I do. And I've always been known to be one who believes in action and not just words. When His Excellency the President appointed me to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he gave me an opportunity for me to understand his thinking and understand the placement of Kenya in the bigger circle of where we are and where we are going as a country and the challenges that we face. I am grateful to the President that he has seen it fit to give me an opportunity to understand government by also taking me to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, where I was able to combine the experience I had out there of how tourism has been able to grow. And I was able to get into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife and reactivate a sleeping giant, because we need to provide employment to our people, and that is one of the low-hanging fruits. As a result, the numbers of tourism, we set up structures that we expect that by the end of this year we'll be looking at about 3 million visitors arriving into this country, if not more, with a trajectory of 5 million within another year and a half. We're also able to deal with issues of human wildlife compensation that had become a big problem by actually launching a new scheme, which was launched by the President, and paying out about $1 billion shillings to people who have been waiting forever, and I've put in systems so that more people could be paid. We're able to fence by fighting corruption many places. When I got into the ministry, I found that they were fencing to keep animals away from people at a cost of about 3 million a kilometer. 3 million a kilometer. And with 300 million that I had, I looked around, I did my research, and I realized that the government was being conned. So we were able to advertise, and we brought down to a reserve price of maximum of 850 million a kilometer for the same standard of wiring. And as a result, instead of only 100 kilometers with 300 million, we are now looking at close to 400 million. And after discussions with the President, when he was launching a fencing program, we agreed that it is possible to bring the cost down to 650. So we're able to do many, many things in terms of human wildlife conflict, build dams, and other projects that will continue, and I believe I left the ministry at a good trajectory. I am quite grateful that the President has seen it fit to nominate me for the Ministry of Labor, and I think I understand why. Because when I was traveling as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, the issues of bilateral trade labor agreements and being able to secure employment for our people overseas and also grow the economy by bringing in business processing into our country were critical. And I understand the market. And having served also as a governor of Machakos, who can move quickly and bring results, I understand why the President appointed me into this position. We had the crisis of Gen Zs lately, whereby people were on the streets, and the main issue was employment. And we have to create an enabling environment. And I believe that I'm in a position, because of my history and service, to be able to create an environment that will grow jobs across many sectors in government, and also be able to help our people realize skills that they can work either here or overseas. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, is to say that from the time you exit the labor ward to the time you are ready to enter the labor market, we want to set up systems to ensure that you do not fall through the cracks. As I conclude, the issue of social protection are important. We have very many people in this country that are poor, that are suffering, that are losing hope. We have many children that are in despair. we have many systems that we've been talking about for the last 60 years. And I have ideas that we will discuss as we continue of how we can change how things are done to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Dr. Mutua, as you know, His Excellency the President has been at the forefront of promoting labor migration as a way of dealing with unemployment. And also secondly, because migrant workers bring a significant contribution to our economy through their remittances. And then you have also been Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. So we'd like to know how you leverage on those contacts that you made to be able to promote this. But before you proceed, and while you're at it, I'd like you to elaborate on two issues that have tainted your image. One is that you are closely associated to a Miss Judith of First Choice Employment Agency. There are clips of you introducing her to the president, and she's known, and it's even come to parliament. There are petitioners from Uasin Gishu County, whom she owes millions of shillings and has impoverished many young people in Uasin Gishu because she conned them out of their money. And this is in the public domain, so please explain to us that you will not fall prey, if confirmed, to this issue. Number two, you also had another incident in Canada where you met a public senior government official informally. It was not a formal meeting, informally, and had informal discussions. But when you came back to Kenya, you announced in the media that you have secured an agreement with Canada so they can recruit Kenyans. And thereafter, it was denied by the Canadian government. In fact, the Canadian government ended up spending 2 weeks at the Kenyan embassy to train Kenyans on what to say, the ones at the embassy in Ottawa, on how to behave and the things that are official and not official. So please explain to us those and tell the people of Uasin Gishu how they'll get their money back. Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boss, for your questions. Let me start from the very beginning. One of the things that I want to do in terms of labor migration is ensure that we have agreements. The challenge we have is that people, when they go outside this country, they go as by themselves. And at times they get abused and they don't get the right rates that they should. This is because of bilateral labor agreements. We have only signed 4, which were signed even before this government got into place. And we have another pending 16, 17. My move is to get close to 30, if not 50 bilateral labor agreements by going through the hoops. I have been able to do a bit of research, and the problem is the bureaucracy that we have within our government system. By working with my colleagues, and I'll bring it up to cabinet if appointed, if pass the vetting by this house, is to ensure that we break the bureaucracy so that we can move faster in terms of processing bilateral labor agreements so that we can be able to get into that. Now, when it comes to the issues that you mentioned of a lady called Judith, I tend to remember that we had a function at KICC where we had different stands. And the stand of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora was next to the stand of Ministry of Labor. And I'd never met this lady in my life. But she was the one who was showcasing what the Ministry of Labor, I was not the minister then, was showcasing the program that they had of what was happening. And when the president came, we were told to combine the two issues of labor because of diaspora at that time. And I was there with my PS and others, so I was introducing the president to the people who were presenting. And if you watch the clip, I didn't even know her name, and she introduced herself. That was the only time that I ever met her, and after that meeting, I've never met her again. So I don't have any conflict of interest. I saw her stories later on about her, and those are things that you remember when I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'd even called a meeting to discuss these issues of rogue employment agencies, and we'll come to, it's an issue that I'll be dealing with squarely.
So you have an undertaking that you'll ensure that the people of Uasin Gishu who lost over 100 million shillings will get them, you'll investigate and get their money back?
I'll give an undertaking that I will ensure that the rule of law is applied, and if anybody has to return monies according to the rule of law, we'll make sure we follow the process so that people get their rights, because it is wrong for people to lose their money through con organizations. That. Now, the issue of Canada is what I would call mischief. When I went to Canada, I had official meetings, not unofficial meetings. And we had an agreement. When I got to Kenya and announced what we had agreed on, immediately an organization, a fake, so-called fake organization that was promising Kenyans jobs and charging them jobs, put out a notice of providing employment to Kenyans. The Canadians were not responding to me. They were responding to that fake announcement to show that clearly that fake announcement quoting the Canadian government was not theirs. It was not an agreement between the two countries. Because of all that, I even had a call from my counterpart at the time from Canada to apologize for the mix-up, because the way the Kenyan media, and it was just basically, they were very clear. It was one of the newspapers, a journalist took it and twisted it.
You or your counterpart? Who was apologizing?
My counterpart called me to apologize that this had been mistaken, had been taken out of context. And to explain to me that that was not the intent of the statement that they issued. Actually, they were supporting the agreement and the discussions that we had about fighting fake people who have been misleading Kenyans all over, quoting the government of Canada, to say that they were not aware of that issue. And we're able to sort out that issue and move on and be able to actually establish systems, which I can discuss later on, about getting seasonal workers to go to these countries.
So what is the position with Canada now? See, when you left the ministry, what was the position on that point, on migrant workers?
The position of Canada now is that one of the bilateral labor agreements that I'll be following up is that Canada does not sign bilateral labor agreements as a nation with countries, but the provinces, according to their law, are the ones that sign agreements. And what we had agreed about was about getting seasonal workers for Canada. Canadians are looking for seasonal workers so that during the summer, you can go there, you can work for six months or so, and then go back to your country. They already have many seasonal workers from lots of South American countries, from the Philippines, and even other Asian countries, but they don't have many or any from our country. So that is something that is still in process, and it is quite exciting because I got information from some colleagues and some friends from Canada when I was nominated for this position, saying at last now we can revive the conversation and continue from where it was left.
Before the next question, your documents that you came with should be handed, Sergeant, to the clerk to verify with what we have on you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS, I'll just start my question from where you stopped on Canada, because then you are foreign minister now, you've been nominated to be the Minister for Labor. And the issue that you had then was a labor issue, basically. I'd want to hear what are you going to do to now actualize not just that Canadian program, but we have since we established the National Employment Authority that has a system that is called the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System, that was created to be a portal where Kenyans, young Kenyans who are looking for jobs, can be able to access jobs even in the diaspora. This portal is there, but basically because of what has now been viewed as very poor communication by government, many Kenyans don't know about it. Many Kenyans don't access the jobs that are advertised there. There are some who you hear complain that the jobs that are there are low-cadre jobs in the Middle East and elsewhere, but not the kind of jobs that quite a number of our well-educated workforce is looking for. So I want to hear now, you, if approved as Minister for Labor, what are you going to do to ensure, one, that this portal has more professional and higher cadre jobs, but also Kenyans are aware and you create awareness to Kenyans on how to access jobs using this portal and other fora that you may create as Minister for Labour. And having served as government spokesperson, probably this is your opportunity now to engage with the young people, create jobs, and be able to show them how to apply for those jobs.
The next, Junet.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question to the nominee is, the less than 2 years now, you have traveled a lot in terms of changes from one ministry to another. You started from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then you went to the Ministry of Tourism, and now you are here to be vetted for the Ministry of Labour. In a brief manner, can you share with us what you have achieved in the Ministry of Foreign and the Ministry of Environment? No, these are the ones, Tourism. Because it will inform us what's ahead of you.
Let's take Naisula as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Mutua, on 1st of March 2023, when you were the Cabinet Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, you made a very important communication through a note verbal, where you informed diplomatic and consular missions, UN, and other international organizations in Kenya, that it was agreed in the interest of efficiency that the missions may communicate directly with departments, different ministries in the country. And you know now, even in the Ministry of Labour, you'll be dealing still with other countries. It is important for you to share with this committee and also Kenyans what informed your decision then, because normally we know that they write directly to the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, but now they could write directly to other ministries and departments. And the last question that I had is that how do you plan to handle the perennial industrial unrest in most sectors? For example, health, because you, as much as it is in health, you will play a critical role as the CS of Labour, that is in case you are approved and confirmed as the CS of Labour.
Nominee, you can answer those three.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Majority Leader Honorable Shungwa, thank you very much about the National Employment Authority. And it is true, they have a website that many people do not know about. I've been in government for very long. I've never even looked at that website. And you know the old adage that if you wink at somebody in the dark, you're the only one who knows you're winking. And that is exactly what has been happening. The Kenyans who are looking for work, Mwananchi who is looking for work, has not really known about this portal and what is available. So one of the first things that I'm going to undertake is to have a good marketing campaign to ensure that Kenyans know about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans do not want handouts. Kenyans want to be given opportunities. They want to know where they can get their skills. They want to know how to apply for jobs. They want to know where the opportunities are. And because there's a mistaken idea that the jobs out there that are available are only jobs for house helps. Whereas when I did a bit of research and I looked at the available jobs in the countries like Australia, Germany, Italy, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Turkey, US, Canada are looking for people, and they are ready to employ Kenyans in various areas. For example, the international community are asking for about 11,200 jobs of drivers. If you can drive, they're looking for drivers. But we have to be a ministry that is able to take the person who is looking for the work and connect them with the employer and teach them also how to get those jobs. I know what kind of documents do you need to get those jobs. They are looking for another 8,400 domestic drivers. They are looking for hotel workers. We've got about 3,000, nearly close to 3,000 people in beauty. If you've done beauty, to work in a spa, to be able to do nails. They're looking for those young people to be able to go to Canada and other countries. Also in firefighting, in all the different areas, baristas, in heavy truck drivers, construction workers. If you're a mason, if you know how to do carpentry, you know, Australia is looking for you. So we are going to make sure that people are able to know that regardless of the field you are in, nurses, doctors, people are looking for Kenyans to be able to work. So as you wait for the economy to grow, because our job is not to send people out of the country, we have to also grow jobs here. As you wait for our economy to grow, in the meantime, do not give up hope. We are going to make sure that we connect you to available opportunities and also help you gain the right skills so that you can be able to get to those jobs. Honorable Jeanette, you asked a question about moving from one to the other. The other day, I was thinking about my good late friend, Honorable John Michuki, who quickly served in the Ministry of Communication and Transportation, as it was called then, and then transited to Ministry of Interior, and then very quickly to the Ministry of Environment. And when I look at the thinking behind the president moving from one ministry, is because that I move in, and in a very chap-chap manner, I'm able to enact processes that are able to grow the system. For example, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was able to sort out an all-standing issue of deployment. You know, for a long time, people felt that they are deployed according to who knows who. I set up a system so that if you're in the service, you know that when your time comes, you don't need to know the minister, you don't need to know the PS, that automatically you fall into place to bring a sense of fairness. I was also able to work to get a lot of MOUs that had pended to be quickly worked on and to move faster so that we can get into all these agreements so that people can be able to move faster. I was able to also work closely with the president to prepare for trips that were not mainly just diplomatic in nature, but were also very economic in nature, because it's all about getting other people's money to come to our country, bringing money to our country. And I was at the forefront negotiating for companies to come and open factories here in this country. When I moved to the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, I quickly looked at where do we get our tourists from? Why are we losing tourists to other people? And by meeting all the stakeholders, I've set up a system where we are concentrating on markets like the African market and other markets that can give us the numbers that we need and the money that we need. I also, by looking at reorganization of how Kenya Tourist Board does its things, is to focus on key areas of marketing our people. So that people can come to this country. I was able to deal with the issues that I talked about, I don't want to repeat myself, about human-wildlife conflict and the arrangement of those things that were done. So I'm very, very proud of the work that we did. But I did not do this because I was sitting in the office. You know, when I got into the office, I spent few hours in the office and more hours on the ground. I started what we called utalii mashinani, because Kenya has so many things to offer. But we've only been selling the beach and the ocean. And I wanted to be able to transform and make every part of this country to be a tourist attraction site. I went to Samburu, I went to Kwale, Kilifi, Narok, Taveta, Laikipia, Makueni, Kitui, Busia. I was in Bungoma, Mombasa, Kiambu, just to mention but a few. I went across this country, and I was still going around this country to look at new tourism circuits so that tourists can keep on coming. I had a very big plan, which I hope my colleague, which I've talked to her, she can continue. And that is transforming our coastal area to be the entertainment zone for the continent of Africa, to be the Miami of Africa, to be the Riviera of Africa, so that people who are landlocked in the continent and others can come just to have a good time at our coastal area, enjoy our culture, and be able to move on. On the final question by Honorable Lesuda about the note verbal, this was done not just by myself, but an agreement after cabinet discussions of how we could cut down the bureaucracy. Because you look at, for example, the amount of money that we get as grants and loans from foreign nations, and the amount of money that we spend of those monies, we are only absorbing 25 to 30%. So here we are crying out that we don't have money for development, yet close to 70% or 65% plus of the monies from donor countries are unspent. Why? Because of bureaucracy. By the time the process goes between an ambassador to come and see a minister for this activation to go from the Ministry of finance and back, it takes forever. So the idea was, can we speed up? But it was not just a blanket where a minister, an ambassador would wake up and just walk into the office of a minister. No, no, no. You talk to the minister, but you also communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And when the minister was approached by an ambassador, they communicate to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and during their meeting, there would be an officer sent from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sit in that meeting to take notes. What it was cutting was that direction of not verbal. A letter comes from my office, it goes to the, or comes from an ambassador, goes to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the protocol division, spends a day or 2 days there as it's being sorted, goes to the relevant team, it's sent to the ministry takes 2-3 days before the minister sees it, the minister works on it, it comes back, the dates are wrong, and then now it goes back that you need new dates. It can take 2 weeks just to book an appointment of 30 minutes. But when they talk among them, you say, no, I can't make it tomorrow, can we make it next Wednesday? 2 minutes, they have agreed on a date to meet, to make sure that things are moving forward. I submit.
Chairman, there's a question is not answered on the industrial, the strikes, the health, you know, I gave that as an example, but also on what he has said on the note of verbal, the same thing, Chairman, you've been saying about communication. When that was not communicated well, that it was to cut bureaucracy, it sent scares out there, you know, people wondering whether just an officer at any department can now communicate directly with an embassy. So that's what has come out clearly here about communicating what you would like to do.
And I totally concur with you, Honorable Lesuda. It's about communication. But there's a lot of pushback because people like the comfort of doing things the same way. And people don't like to see change. So there's a bit of pushback, a lot of propaganda by people who thought now that their clout will diminish without looking at the bigger picture of trying to get our economy moving forward. But I totally agree. The final question on the perennial labor disputes. I bring experience as having served as a governor for 2 terms in Machakos, where we had issues of labor disputes. And I realized that majority of these labor disputes and the strikes occur because the problems are led to fester from a small pimple to a gangrenous leg that has to be cut off. And my technique will be setting up a system whereby there will be tracking and knowing the kind of problems there are in the industry, such that people, when the problem starts, we can intervene early. Because the Ministry of Labor has only been intervening at the end, when people are already on the streets. We need to intervene even before a strike notice is issued. We'll be studying the landscape and like radar, looking at where is the problem so that we can approach and try to have dispute resolutions done when the problem is still small. But Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, we must realize that I want to speak having served in government for about 20 years now, thanks to God. A lot of problems, for example, with the medical fraternity when they go on strike, and they went on strike when I was the governor, we were nursing, is because some of the fundamental human rights issues that need to be taken care of are not taken care of. It's usually not even the issue of big salaries. It's a welfare. It's a way of operations. It's the comfort level. It's the way they're empowered. Let's take, for example, when I go to Machakos, it was quite sad that you find that doctors would be treating somebody who has medical insurance, and that person is under their care, and yet when the doctor's child or spouse or himself or herself got ill, they didn't have medical insurance. So it is correcting some of those employment issues. And one of the things that I want to do is look at enforcement of the Employment Act to ensure that we give workers the benefits that they deserve according to the law, because when workers are work in a good environment, it increases productivity. Productivity means growth. Growth means more employment opportunities for our people. I submit.
Robert Mbui, Owen Bayer, and George Morugara, in that order.
Thank you.
One thing, Mr. Speaker, so that I don't lose it, on something that Honorable Lesuda asked on that not verbal.
Yes.
I just want to tell this committee that the nominee is not factual. It's totally inaccurate.
Challenge him.
But one is that not verbal was the most unfortunate decision that has ever been made in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To delegate their core mandate was wrong. And that thing was reversed immediately the Prime Cabinet Secretary came into office. It was wrong.
Was it the most unfortunate, not verbal?
Yes, and I respect Honorable Nelson Koech and the perspective that he has given. And I was chair of the Foreign and Diaspora and Defense Committee, and we had discussions about this issue quite a few times. And it was a government policy that was passed at the time. And it fit the bill at that particular time, and it served its end at that particular time. And the good thing is that I know that, government looks at opportunities that are given and changes that are there, and you alter them according to the times and the lessons that are learned. I submit.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about the cash transfer program for older and vulnerable persons that was started in 2007, and the purpose was to provide regular and predictable cash transfers to those older and vulnerable people identified in those deserving households. Now, unfortunately, that has not been successful because there's constant delays. Now, I want to point out 2-3 things. One is that there has been shifting goalposts over the period. At the beginning, when I was elected in 2013, there were issues of the banks that they would get their money from. Later on, it shifted to M-Pesa, I don't know, SACCOs. And every time there is a change, it of course interferes with all those people that collect this money. Secondly, there is an issue of onboarding all people that qualify, because the minute the government says that people of a certain age are supposed to get it, there is also those who are of that age that do not qualify and their names are not picked up and they also don't get the money. And thirdly, there is the issue of interference by county governments. I'll give an example of Machakos County when you were governor. In 2013, when the national government was picking names of those that would qualify to be given money, the county government also collected names at the same time. And those that were collected at county government obviously never got the money because there was no capacity. How would you handle those things given this docket?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to address this question to our nominee on labor disputes. Nominee, this country loses billions of shillings because of labor disputes and strikes and such things. But the unfortunate thing that has always happened in government is we wait until a labor dispute comes, we see it looming, and nobody takes action until people give notice. They give 3 notices, and people go on strike and disrupt labor and productivity in the country. The Ministry of Labor has a mandate to preempt strikes, to have a discussion with human capital to ensure that we don't get into situations like that. Like when KQ had its strike, it was devastating to the economy. But we had a minister in charge, and there wasn't much that was done until now it came to threats, to courts and all that. But at that particular time, the country is grounded. How do you intend to be different such that this ministry is useful in terms of ensuring that this is not a country that chases away investors because of labor disputes? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, unfair labor practices, very common in our country. The labor and employment courts are actually flooded with all these cases where we just don't do it right. You are going to be the custodian of government policy as regards employment. One of the most unfair labor practices in the country is for the government to take interns, young people on internships. 1 year after that, they are let to go. And yet those government departments soon thereafter start advertising for positions, and we also know that people go on retirement, natural attrition. would you be bold enough to advise the government that these interns should actually be the first port of call for the government in matters employment? And as we speak, they are looming strikes because of the first 5 or 6 cohorts who have been released.
Nominee, you can answer those 3.
Thank you very, very much. Let me start with Honorable Mbui on the issue of Inua Jamii. I think the challenge we've had with Inua Jamii is that, and I've done my research, is that people have tried to be creative, and it is now improving, but it's an old syndrome, and that's why we have devolution, whereby you are giving 2,000 shillings to an old grandmother, and you want that grandmother to travel from the small village in the middle of nowhere and go for 100 kilometers to the county headquarters to get the money. But this eventually went down further, even to M-Pesa and other systems. And my study is that we are still not being able to get to the ground completely, to the people who are most deserving. And one of the things that I'll do is work closely with the county governments and also with the national government system to go to the village-based system, not only for identifying the people who deserve the Inua Jamii funds, but also to collect data of the ones who exit, but also on the payment module. Why should I spend 300 shillings to travel to get my money or to the nearest M-Pesa place, because some of these old people don't have the M-Pesa monies, and then travel back, with the same money. So I'm going to find a system of getting the money to the people at their doorstep, more or less, in a progressive manner. As you know, we already have about close to 1.8 people in the system, and looking at how we can get
1.8 million or 1.8 people?
1.8 million beneficiaries, people, and we want to move it to, according to what has been discussed in the cabinet I served in, close to 2.5, and continue to onboard them. But I'm also concerned, Mr. Speaker, about the classification of people who are suffering from various disabilities, because the monies don't go to the disabled person, they go to the household. And so you find that many disabled people fall through the cracks. If you've got 1 or 2 members of a family, then that becomes one unit. And furthermore, the disabled even have at times higher challenges than the abled. And we may need to be fair in this country and see what we can do to give them slightly more money compared to what we have. Initially, everything was pegged on the US dollar. It was supposed to be $20, but with how the economy has grown now, they are getting 12 to 15 US dollars, not the original 20 that was thought of when you look at the inflation and the changes that are there. So this is an issue that is very close to me. The question about Machakos, I think there was maybe a miscommunication, because the government of Machakos that I served in as a governor never collected names for Inua Jamii or social protection. The names we were collecting was for water mapping. We were doing research to find out what are the needs in terms of water delivery in the area as a marker of poverty. But our data was for county government. The national government was collecting its own data. Moving down to the second question by Mheshimiwa Baya about disputes. I agree with you. And I'm going to set up, if vetted and this committee proposes my name for appointment, an early warning system. And I'm going to look at all the sectors and have people who are confidently can come. I keep an open door policy for those members of parliament that have even come to my office to see me. I keep an open door policy for the different sectors to talk to me. Let me know what is going on, and let our systems know so that we can get and arrest them, as you said, early. Take care of this wound before it becomes problematic and before the disruptions that are there. And also when the disruptions are there, I'm very good at bringing people together and being able to bring harmony, which is one of my biggest successes that I did when I got into the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. I found a lot of people warring and fighting each other, and was able to bring peace and calm within a very short time. I remember having discussions with Honorable Ishungwa about it, and I was able to bring peace and sanity, and I believe I can be able to do the same because of the experience that I had in Machakos. Lastly, Honorable Burungara, thank you very much I'm quite concerned. I looked at, when I went to school in the US, I used to get summer jobs working in a factory. And it was all those factories whereby you're collecting wood as it comes down the drive. And there were strict occupational health hazard conditions. You had to have the helmet, the gloves, and then after every 2 hours, you took a break. And every 2 hours, you either took a small break of 15 minutes or a half break for lunch, another 15-minute break. So there were breaks throughout the day because watu wetu sio punda kufanyishwa kazi in those very bad conditions. So the occupational health hazards and also working conditions of workers will be very key to my work if I am, if I go through this this process. And part of it is also the internship program, because it doesn't make sense that a young person goes to a bank, they work very well, and they serve in that internship, they are taught, and then when employment jobs come, they are let out. And I'm going to bring a policy to cabinet if I go through this process to ensure that if you are taken in as as an intern in a ministry and you don't have problems and you're okay and you pass a certain mark into internship, because some can be taken and they're not fitting. You pass a certain mark, that when positions of employment of entry level are taken, that you start with those ones. And we're going to talk with the Public Service Commission, because fair is fair. Fair is fair. Thank you.
Dawood, Honorable Dawood, Honorable Mase, and Honorable Amisi, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want Honorable Mutua. In his opening, he made a few, I think, mistakes, where he says the fence was 1 billion, or was it 1 million? Then he says he brought it down to 850 million, or is it 850K? That's just a comment. Regarding wildlife payments, you mentioned 1 billion was paid. Yes, I have confirmed 1 billion was paid. And His Excellency the President asked you within 60 days to pay a balance of, clear the balance of 3 billion within 60 days, and that was on April 12, 2024. Could you probably tell us, within that time, the 2 months are over in June, how far have you done? And he even asked you to simplify the way the forms are done. That's what I want to know for the wildlife. Secondly, the disabled and street children. There is the National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy of 2018 to 2022 and the Street Families Rehabilitation Fund of 2003, 46,000 street families as at 2021. What have you done, or what will you do? Sorry, you have not done, but what will you do if you go to the ministry? Please give us an idea on that. The last one is, in the UK, there is you have just mentioned that you didn't know about the National Employment Authority and what it does. In the UK, there is agency of government, job centers. They're in each and every place where people say what jobs are available, and they link people to the jobs in industry and all those places. What is your idea about it? And if you do it, would you devolve it right to the locations, sub-locations, or is it counties? Thank you.
Honorable Mase.
Thank you. Honorable Nominee, my focus is on unemployment or limited opportunities. There's a limited number of opportunities in the country compared to the number of graduates that are coming out of our institutions every year. To make the situation worse, there is a mismatch between skills and industry needs. Sadly, there is an unfair recruitment process. And the question I'm asking myself, some of those graduates, they're actually educating themselves, doing manual jobs, casual jobs. Some of those students Their parents have got to spend time on and off police cells because of brewing changa to take them to school. Others, like in my village, do pottery. That is how I went to school. And I'm imagining if I did not get a job, what would have happened? So as a nominee, if you are approved, I want to hear about a structured approach to absorbing these graduates into the job market. Because if one graduate, we have graduates who graduated 10 years ago or more. And the reason why we saw them in the streets is because of unemployment. Some of them said, I'm even dead. I'm already dead. Because how do you employ somebody who graduated last year? And then there is another person who graduated 15 years ago, is now 46 years old, 40 years old, with a first-class honors, and is in the village. And his sibling is telling him, why are you even talking about education? I graduated 15 years ago, and I'm jobless. I mean, my brother graduated 15 years ago and is jobless. And you are here telling us about education. So we really need, my friend, you need, this I think requires a multi-sectoral approach. Sit with your counterpart in public service. Sit with your counterpart in education. Probably borrow a leaf from TSC, where they say, first come, first serve. Why should this other guy, the parent has struggled as a degree, retire before getting a job? And somebody who graduated last year, because of the networks, the connections, gets a job before the other. And that takes me to the question of corruption. You must tell us how you're going to deal with the aspect of corruption so that there is equity in distribution of jobs, so that there is fairness in the manner we actually procure, and so that there is no nepotism. That now, because it is Mutua in this Ministry of Labor, it is only people from your region who will have to go to take these jobs in the US or in Germany. I think that is my concern. Once we address that as a country, then I can assure you we will not have young people in the streets. Thank you.
Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 questions, but I'll ask one. If I get an opportunity later, I'll ask the other 2.
I'll allow you to.
Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I have vetted the nominee before, and of course, as a member of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, we have interacted a lot. And I'm not going to vet you based on what you're going to do. I'm now going to look at your history. You've said that you've worked in government for 20 years. And I want to give you some of the excerpts from what you've said in public while serving in those offices. When you were the spokesperson of Kibaki regime, their press conference and pronouncement you made on Oscar Foundation, 2 hours later the officials were killed, assassinated. It gave the regime a bad name. Whether it was true or not, the pronouncement gave the regime a bad name. In the same regime, you also pronounced yourself to the visiting senator, Senator Obama, as a very small man that we should not bother about. He later became the President of the United States of America. It also gave your regime a bad name. Later on, you also said that you want to rejuvenate the entertainment industry. And you started a Cobra Squad as one of the things that you knew this one is going to revitalize the arts and the music industry. It performed poorly and later disappeared from the screen. In the same regime, you also, during the Kazi kwa Vijana initiative, you said that all the old trees in town must be cut and instead replaced with flowers to beautify Nairobi. Something that did not go on well with the environmentalists and the champions of tree planting. When you become the governor of Machakos, you started a program called Chap Chap, Maendeleo Chap Chap, bought ambulances and all that. Most of those programs flopped, and nothing much came out of it. You actually turned it into a party called Maendeleo Chap Chap instead of the Maendeleo itself. Later on, during the stint as a governor,
You once visited the State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and you confessed that
be fair to him, it was not a stint. He served 2 terms.
Yes, 2 terms.
Yes.
So around that time, you visited State House with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga in a state event, and you said the president now serving, who was then the deputy president, squeezed your hand very hardly and painfully. You even reported to the Kilimani police station. Nothing came out of that case. Recently, as a Minister for Foreign Affairs, on an X, what is now called X, it was called then Twitter, when Turkey had a devastating earthquake where thousands of lives were lost, you promised on the behalf of the Kenyan government that food and the medicine will be donated to that country. Right now, even the officials of Kenya in Turkey are embarrassed to face the government there because nothing was delivered. And it has embarrassed this country forever in terms of Turkey and the Kenya relationship. And lastly, where you just came from, as a Minister for Tourism, you said that all tourists arriving here must plant trees, and they'll even have a fee on it to buy the local seedlings. Something that we don't know whether it was passed by the cabinet, where it was a road declaration. This one puts a lot of skeleton in your closet. What do you say about it?
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You hold, I think that's quite a mouthful. Let's have those 2. We have had, it's 3, yes. Dawood, Mary, and Mrs. Churchit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me start with Honorable Dawood. Just to clarify on the figures, is that there were Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, especially the Department of Wildlife, through KWS, were advertising for tenders that are being given at an approximately 3 million shillings a kilometer, which means when you have 300 million as an allocation, you only have 100 kilometers. And by bringing it down to 850, instead of 100 kilometers, we're able to get 352 kilometers of fencing. And that saves money for 90. About the jobs, and I'm glad because you were there during that meeting when the president talked about compensation to people. We started the process, and one of the challenges that we face in this country is bureaucracy. The president gives directives, and then they are caught in the annals of bureaucracy, treasury, through the systems going on. The process had started, and I hope it will continue. We did not meet the target because of the normal bureaucracies of getting money from here to go here, even though the money is there, but it is something that will be carried out. I like the fact that you discussed the various disability and the challenges that are there, and especially in ensuring that people are given the rights they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we give you an example. I'll never forget this. During the campaign period, I accompanied His Excellency the President, then he was the Deputy President and a candidate, on an economic forum that was held at Racecourse with members of people living with disabilities. And one lady spoke about the challenges she faces as an employee because her child has autism, and the problem she faces because she can't even take time off for some of the things that need to be done to take care of that child, and the lack of support systems, and the challenges that our people living with disabilities go through. And it was quite sad because I remember when the president stood to speak, he, for about 2 minutes, could not speak. His voice was choking. And he promised that people will not, in this country, go through the challenges they go through just because your child is disabled or you're facing a form of disability. And my mandate, if approved and appointed and sworn in, is to ensure that that promise that the president gave, that I vividly remember, is enacted. And I think we will have done our job making sure that people live well. When I was the government of Machakos, I was, I think, the only governor who enacted the Disability Act by declaring that no building constructed in Machakos or operating in Machakos could operate without, places where would be comfortable for the disabled, for example, with ramps and others. And we shut down buildings. We shut down supermarkets until they build those ramps. I want to even take it further. I'll even have my own rules, like the Michuki rules, showing people occupational health hazards, disability, things that needs to be done. When somebody is hard of seeing and they go into a building with lifts, including Parliament, why do they need somebody to come and help them identify which number? If you go to London, you go to Australia, even go to South Africa, the numbers on the keypads of pushing the buttons for a lift have Braille. And so we need to standardize some of these issues so that the disabled can also live a good life. I want to reply to Madam Emasi, and I totally agree with her.
He has not answered one question, and he talked about the wildlife compensation bureaucracy. I want to put it to him, he's part of that bureaucracy, which he has not told us how much did he manage within the 60 days His Excellency gave him. And he's not talked about the job centers as well.
How many did you pay in the time you are in tourism?
In tourism, we processed and we have paid close to 1 billion shillings. The pending human wildlife compensation that is there from from the 2015-2020, we're looking at about 7 billion shillings that need to be paid. And you pay according to the exchequer that you receive and the clearances that are given through the exchequer.
Paid 1 million?
We paid 1 billion.
1 billion?
1 billion shillings, and the paying is still ongoing and the process is ongoing. And I've been able to streamline, and what we've done is that we've put together a scheme service, and we got a scheme administrator, so it's not just the government officials sitting down with paperwork, who now when there's a human wildlife conflict, we've even bought motorcycles for people to be able to visit the homes, take the documents digitally, and those are captured digitally, so that there's no paperwork that has to go to the chief and all the process that takes 6 months, so that the payment schedule is there waiting for the payment, and that's where we are. About the job linkages, is that, as I answered earlier on, Mheshimiwa Ishungwa, is to connect the people through proper communication and teaching people on how to do it. But also, let me take this opportunity to talk about that we are not just about sending jobs people to go overseas. We want to bring jobs here. And outsourcing of jobs is an opportunity. Today, in the world, when you talk about labor migration, Philippines is leading. But from my research, Philippines is no longer sending people overseas, but more people are getting jobs in Philippines, within Philippines grounds, by BPOs, And we are going to, and I'm going to push, if I'm confirmed, to get more companies to bring their outsourcing to Kenya for accounting services, for telemedicine services, for telephony services, so that people can work from here for overseas firms, but in Kenya. And that can just be as many people as the ones that we are sending people overseas to work. So it's an area that I'm quite committed. Mheshimiwa Emasi had a very good point, and that is clearly that when Kenya Kwanza was campaigning, remember the slogan by yours truly, Mheshimiwa Speaker, that mtoto wa maskini na tajiri watakaa kwa meza moja. It is not just about who knows who in our country. And that is the system that we want to put into place. And the high unemployment that we have here is also based on skill development, because you need at times to retrain yourself to the market. You've studied to be an engineer, and there's a finite number of employment opportunities for engineering. And if they're not there, they're not there. And so at times we need to show people how they can restudy and get new skills to add on to the skills that they have, and also how to be able to diversify. And so the area of skill development is very key. For example, the issue of languages. Opportunities arise with languages, and one of the things that I'm going to push is for our TVETs and our skill development, so that as you learn to be an electrician, you're also learning a foreign language, German, you know, you're learning Spanish, you're learning Italian, so that by the time you're done and there's an opportunity in those foreign countries, you go and plug and play. At least you've got basic understanding of those languages. But also, we need to train people for ways they can get jobs. For example, Canada, when we had a discussion, had specifically say that for them, for plumbers or electricians, there are basic minimums that people need to have, certain ways of doing things, so that we have our curriculum based on the market. When I was served as the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, I started changing the way utalii works. Because utalii has been churning people out with the same skills that they had from the 1970s and 80s. Vile unapanga kitambaa, vijiko, the way you cook is the 70s and 80s. The world has changed. So that now the market tells you these are the new international standards. So that when people leave utalii college, for example, or leave any TVET, they don't have to be retrained to work anywhere. So that it's plug and play. So that is very important. Now let me come to the issue of corruption. And I have always been known to be very fair in terms of work and labor. And I'm going to ensure, like what our president has told us, that you did not nominate me to be a cabinet secretary if approved of Ukambani or Machakos, where I come from, but a cabinet secretary of the entire country. Because nobody sends a postcard to be born from Luya land, or from Kisii land, or from Turkana, or from Kiambu, or from Coast. Nobody sends a postcard to God. It's where you're born. And you have a right to receive government services properly without fear and favor. And it's the same way in terms of opportunities for jobs across the entire. So I'm going to work with my colleagues, and you know, our president has been at the forefront of this, and if I'm getting an opportunity to join his cabinet, we're going to push this to ensure that there's equity in terms of people getting opportunities, especially also people suffering with disabilities, and also our young men and women who can work. Honorable Caleb, Mheshimiwa Speaker, has made quite a few allegations, and I'm going to answer them one by one. And it's unfortunate that most of them are basic propaganda, but I'm going to prove so. Number one, the Oscar Foundation issue that happened was quite unfortunate. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But it doesn't come at the end. As a Kenyan who has sent a message that you took the former president of Machakos to launch a modern Dubai-like city. He's asking me to ask you, where is it?
Thank you. The Oscar Foundation issue, we had a security meeting in the morning, and I want this to go on record, and led by the head of public service then, police commissioner and others, as a government spokesperson, and we agreed that this was a statement that was going to be issued. The president was briefed. I issued the statement because the legal practitioner and I think the DPP was preparing documents to be able to arrest and take them to court. Later on, after that statement, we heard about the murder or the shooting right outside Parliament of the people that we had also mentioned. So it was pretty unfortunate, and I had nothing to do with it. I was doing my job as agreed in a proper government system. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, you have traveled to the US, and like all houses of Parliament and Senate, when you go in as a freshman, and then you're a sophomore, and then you're a junior, and then you're a senior. So you start in the US system as a sophomore, you start at the bottom, and you work your way up, so you become now a senior senator, a senior document. So when we got the letter from the American Embassy about former President Obama coming to Kenya, the title was the Junior Senator of Illinois, which in the US is actually a positive. It means you're not a freshman, you're not a sophomore, and that you're nearly a senior, that you have graduated, you're actually high in rank. You're not a junior. You're not, you know what I mean? So you're the junior senator, and that's the American system. And I studied in the US myself, and that's a system even when you enter university. You're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. And so when we issued a statement, referring to the letter of the Americans talking about the junior senator of Illinois who visited. You look at my statement, that is how we were mentioning his title. And that is the title he had. It was nothing to do with demeaning Obama, who we believed in. It had nothing to do with the comments he said. It was basically his title. You are a majority leader, you're a speaker, you're a minority leader. That's how it's a title that he had at that particular time. Number 3, you asked about Cobra Squad. Cobra Squad was a personal initiative, very successful. I want to say that I bought my house in Nairobi with proceeds from Cobra Squad and went on to produce many other shows like Beba Beba, which I think you've seen it, and many other shows that my company still produce and do other things. And Cobra Squad was very successful, even across Africa. Even today, I still get royalties from it being shown in Zambia, Tanzania, and many other countries. During our second season, after the end of our second season, one of our main actors unfortunately died in the fire that engulfed the former Nakumat that was at Moi Avenue. And it was felt that we could not continue with the third season after that tragedy. And that is how we stopped Cobra Squad, out of respect for the death of one of our workers. So, Mheshimiwa Caleb, it was not a failure, it was a success, big success. But also we are people with a heart. About Kazi kwa Vijana and the tree planting and the organization, I took the former mayor, not mayor, town clerk, Gakuo, together with some colleagues to Dubai to look at how to beautify our country and the national parks. And I remember spending so much time planting trees in the streets of Nairobi. I even count some of the trees I personally planted right here on Harambee Avenue and over here. And we started an initiative to plant trees and beautify. Now, a decision was made that there will be an expressway, the existing expressway that is there, and that the trees on Uhuru Highway, because the expressway was going to pass on top, had to be removed to allow for the expressway, and so that we have short bushes and brushes. And that was what was going on. It had nothing to do with cutting down the environment. We were planting many more trees and reorganizing many other things. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go on record.
Something. Just a small point of order. You said you went to Dubai to see how to beautify a city. Dubai doesn't have any trees, it's a concrete jungle. So how did you learn that from Dubai?
We found that in Dubai, they have one of the best parks in the world with very big trees and amazing flowers and beauty that you can't believe it grows in a desert. And the challenge was, if it can grow in a desert, if this can grow in a desert, if you've been to Dubai, you've seen, you know, what they're able to do with the trees on the sideline, the palm trees and the forest, then you understand if you can do it in a desert, what about in a place where it rains more than the desert? And that was the lesson that was learned. Now, when it comes to my success in Machakos, I bought ambulances in Machakos that cut down the time it took from a person from being taken to hospital from the half an hour to 2 hours on a boda to 1 to 2 to 3 minutes. When you call an ambulance in Machakos during my tenure, it took 3 to 5 minutes. We had one of the fastest, if not the fastest, response rate in the continent of Africa. Very successful. And it was so successful that I was even given an award in Africa as the best governor in the continent of Africa. And the ambulances are still there in Machakos. And they are extremely successful. And the health system that I set up in Machakos, including building the first cancer ward, the cancer center, which treated people free of charge when you have cancer, to show that you don't have to have money to continue, has been quite successful. My track record in Machakos is known all over this country. And all you need to do is just visit Machakos when I was governor. And you could see the things that we did, the roads that we built, the markets that we established, the stadiums that we put together, and you'll be able to see the track record. There are naysayers, people in the opposite.
Yes, Nelson.
I don't know what's happening with Honorable Mbui and Honorable Mule. Is it something they know? Because they are laughing sheepishly.
Why are you giggling?
Or politics of Ukabani.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to make any comment, but I was member of parliament of Kadhiani, which is in Machakos, when the Honorable Mutua was governor. And I mean, this is sounding like a movie.
Mr. Speaker, you know,
Go on.
When I worked
Go on from where you left.
Yes, when I worked in Machakos, I did amazing things like build the People's Park, the ambulances, and there was a big opposition. And because I was talking and doing things that they only see in movies, they even started calling me Mutua Cinema because they only see it in movies. And the people of Machakos were so happy, regardless of their campaigning against me, that they re-elected me for a second term. Very, very successful. And I beat them hands down, actually. And so I would challenge, Mr. Speaker, the people of Machakos who benefited. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, there's a small problem happening in Machakos right now, and that is that I was approached by the officer in charge of registration when I was completing my term and said that there's going to be a problem because a lot of children being born in Machakos are now called Alfred Mutua. But I said they are not mine. And they said it's because most of them now are born in ambulances that you put into place. Because before, in Machakos now you don't find children called Nzilani because they're born by the side of the road, you know, or others, because now people have that dignity. Moving on to the question of the squeezing of my hand, Mheshimiwa Ruto later introduced me to Mheshimiwa Nyonyi from Wanyama, who I felt his grip of the hand, and I realized it was not actually squeezing of there's a person who can really squeeze the blood out of your hands. And it was put during the political times. It was a political move at the time. Now about Turkey, I'm surprised by the comments made by...
It is not called Turkey, it's Turkey. It's only written Turkey, but it's pronounced Turkey.
Thank you.
That is the name of the country.
Thank you.
I believe you meant the country of Istanbul and Ankara.
Yes.
It's called Turkey in English, Turkey in Arabic.
Yeah, that's the country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Yeah. It is only that lately they have been trying to push for that. And if you hand Kiswahili, it's called Uturuki.
Uturuki. Yes.
So Turkey, Uturuki, Turkey, depending on who is mentioning it from their end. I met and the ambassador who came, and we galvanized support for Turkey. And even we involved different government agencies for Turkey. Sorry, we've been calling it Turkey, for Turkey. So I'm surprised saying that our officers are embarrassed, yet we are able to work with them. Even our president issued his condolences and talked of the support that we are working. We've been worked very well with the ambassador from Turkey. I'll be surprised, even the ambassador will be surprised to hear of such. When I talked about all tourists planting trees, we said tourists will be given an opportunity and to urge the hotels that when
because it is a matter that was in public domain and it came directly from the minister's handle, you could maybe explain how you delivered the goods, because according to them, nothing came. They are embarrassed to see the king. There is always everybody who promised delivered except Kenya. And it has put our nation at a very embarrassing position because of your comment.
Mean the food to Turkey?
Mr. Speaker, if I remember right, we even were able to galvanize blankets and rice and other items that were sent. So I'll look into it to find out where Honorable Caleb is receiving that information from. It's a surprise to me. I'm hearing it for the first time from him, because I've not heard of any complaints, and we worked very well as a government to help our brothers and sisters who have also always stood with us. And H is that tourists to plant trees. We issued and we say that we are going to encourage tourists coming to our country and hotels. And I had a meeting with the stakeholders to be given an opportunity to plant trees, and even came up with a formula which they have actually been using, where you are asked when you come in, do you want to add 20 shillings to your bill, so that that 20 or 50 shillings is for a tree where you can plant and they can show you to plant, and that is something that now is starting to take traction as it continues.
So it was not physical planting of trees, it was fundraising for tree planting.
It was fundraising for tree planting, and for the ones who want to plant trees, we had even designated an area at Nairobi National Park where people could go and plant trees, because some of them are so keen on the environment to go and plant. And the idea was to showcase where Kenya is in terms of environmental protection. It's an opportunity for people, and many people are very happy to be given that opportunity. And I know, honorable members, you've gone to places where after you make a payment, they ask you, do you want to add 50 shillings for this? Do you want to add 70 shillings for this? So it was that opportunity to be able to serve.
Point of order.
And lastly,
was that money accounted for?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, Speaker. When you said fundraise, was it an approved cabinet decision? And if it was, how much has been raised up to now?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, not fundraise, but be able to give people an opportunity. For example, if you come to a hotel and the hotel tells you, we have seedlings for you to be able to plant a tree. And the seedling costs 50 shillings. Whether you can plant a tree or somebody plants a tree, do you want to contribute to it? You say no, that's it. You say yes, then you ask, do you want to be able to go and plant the tree, or do you want the hotel to plant the tree? So it's all about, and the government has been collecting numbers. It will be continue collecting numbers from all stakeholders who have engaged in tree planting.
It's like the little change you throw in a basket in a supermarket? Something like that?
So, yeah, but you're given an opportunity to say, yes, I want to be able to plant a tree myself. And many people opt to say, well, I don't have time to plant the trees, but can somebody else from the hotel plant the trees? And the hotels will be able to galvanize and say, as a hotel industry, we have planted these trees. And this is something we had agreed with the industry. So it was not just me speaking, it was about an agreement with the industry. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, and let it go on record here, because many dreams of our Kenyans are destroyed by selfishness of leaders. And forgive me for saying this. When we came up with a program of Machakos New City, we brought investors who signed MOUs worth 2.1 trillion shillings to bring investment not just in Machakos but across the country, using Machakos land that was available and other systems. And we started the process. Mheshimiwa Johnston Muthama and the Wiper Party went to court and got an injunction against us.
Point of order, Chairman. Point of order, Chairman. Yes, because he's just named my party.
Let him finish.
He just mentioned my party.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Let him finish what... And I want, go on,
yeah.
Nominee.
They went to court and put an injunction, and an injunction was issued by court that we cannot proceed with that program until the court rules otherwise. The court took 5 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. Despite that, we were able to continue. And when the court ruled, and remember it was Justice Odunga, because I have the court case, when he threw out that suit and said actually it had rendered the people of Machakos poorer over time, because all those investments were lost. They went to Rwanda, they went to Ghana, they went to South Africa. Today, as we sit here, some of the problems we are facing with Gen Zs is because we've not been able to grow opportunities for them to work. That was a valid dream that was stopped by leaders who are more concerned about political clout of one another rather than taking care of the people of this country. We have to be able to be selfless to know that some programs you may not support them, but they are good for the country. And we support them because they provide employment and opportunities for others. We lost, the person who has built Dubai Mall, he came and he committed $400 million.
That is the one that had a component of Formula One?
Yes. Yes. The same component. He had committed to put a sports city and hotel system and everything, and even connect the highway from Machakos all the way. He came, he met the president, he met us. I went to Dubai, we signed an MOU, and the MOU is still there with him. But when it went to court, he took his money to Rwanda, and the rest of the money he took to Angola. Who lost? The Kenyan poor. The Gen Zs who are demonstrating because of that.
What is your point of order?
My point of order, Chair, and I want Kenyans to listen keenly to this. Mr. Speaker. The nominee has accused the Wiper Party of taking him to court. Now, at the point when he came up with this proposal, he had just been elected as Governor Machakos County on a Wiper ticket. I was also elected as a member of parliament on the same party ticket. I was not involved in any issue to do with with a court case. Neither was the party, because the party decision would have been taken at the national election, the NEC Executive Council. So when he says that the Wiper Party took him to court, he's being economical with the truth. I do agree that the senator of Machakos, who was also a Wiper member, may have been involved, but not the party. I would like to see some evidence that puts the party in court against him.
Let's settle that the senator who went to court belonged to Wiper Party, but it may not have been the Wiper Party that took him to court, so that we make progress. Who are the parties to the case? You say you have the case?
Yes, it was...
who was the plaintiff?
It was Senator Mudama.
Yes.
And to Senator Mudama, and when he went to court, he said he represented the views of his party and the party machinery. So I withdraw. And so we leave it as Senator Mudama. And, but you see, Mr. Speaker, sir,
yes.
This was done because, from my perspective, I may be wrong, it was felt that if Mutua is able to achieve this greatness, then it will deny others clout. And I'm saying I may be wrong. I'm just saying that I felt that the reason that was stopped is because it was felt that I needed to be put in my place so that I do not overtake other leaders in terms of supremacy. So I just feel that it shouldn't have come to that.
Point of order.
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I hope that the nominee knows that you're actually under oath, so you risk perjuring yourself. You do realize that. Free legal advice.
Dawood.
Can the nominee confirm he was chosen on which party in 2013? Was it Wiper or any other party?
He already said he was elected on Wiper.
Okay, let's make progress. Let's make
order. Shuria?
I think, Chairman, I'll just suggest if the nominee could just stick to the issue of his, rather than just going into politics, just to save us time and also.
Yes, you have finished answering to all the counts on Amizi's charge sheet. Now let's go to Mishi. Yes, Amizi. He has answered everything, including the one that was sent in by a member of the public.
It's not a court case.
Yes.
The reason why I've put all those is because of your history. And you know, there is developmental stage. You can't just go to a country, copy something, and replicate here, and you think everything will work. So it puts the office you are holding in jeopardy, the name of the country, the name of the citizens, because of the theatrics manner or melodramatic manner you operate in your office. That's why I brought out those issues.
I'll take the next three. Mishi, Honorable Mishi, Honorable Shuria, and Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my question will be on Kenyans working as domestic workers in the Middle East, and I want to focus in Saudi Arabia. And my reference will be the gravity of the reports concerning the mistreatment of Kenyans working there, ranging from denying of food, beaten to death, taken to jail under unnecessary circumstances. Honorable Chairman, just recently, and I want to say thank you to you because you're among those people who assisted me together with the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi, to bring the body of one of my electorates, a lady who was working in Saudi Arabia, traveled with his employer to Egypt, and after 2 days, he died under unclear circumstances. It took us 1.5 months to have the body brought to Nairobi, then transferred to Mombasa. Honorable Chairman, I know there have been some reforms regarding the same issues, but I'm feeling that somehow there's no law enforcement, and I believe they are what we call international labor standards or labor laws, and we also have those who are domestic. And most of the time you are talking about this issue, We are putting some reforms, but yet nothing is being done. In the reports of that case which I've just mentioned, it has written that the death of this lady is under investigation. And this is not the first time. I had another previous case some months back. It had the same report that it is under investigation. But after that, there is no feedback, there is nothing, and it's just like that, and no justice is achieved on that. So my question is, do we have some protocol where it should be followed in case of such unfortunate happenings that the family maybe need to follow so that to ensure that they get the body at good time? For us as Muslim, you can imagine she was a Muslim and she had to stay in mortuary for almost 1.5 months for her to come back to Kenya. So I'm like, this is an area where we have to put some policies or rather some measures. And I know we have some impediment because some of the countries, maybe they are not subscribing to the United Nations and especially on universal human rights law. And that is why it became very difficult. We have been putting so many resolutions at the international level regarding this issue of human rights violation. But still these cases keep on happening each and every time. And yet we don't know. This family, they're just there, they get the body, nothing is being told to them, and sometimes even they don't get the belongings of that person. They just receive the body, and that is all. Some of them, they're denying their passport. The passports are confiscated. Some of them, they're rendered jobless. They had to go and sleep in the mosque and in the street in Saudi Arabia. So I think this is a matter which we really need to deal with. My second question...
He can only do so if he's confirmed.
Yeah, if you are confirmed, that is. And my second question is, apply to address the challenges faced by online job seekers in Kenya, utilizing the Ajira platform which the government of Kenya Kwanza has initiated. But I know it has been marred by so many challenges, from digital infrastructure, especially in the rural area, lack of digital literacy, fraudulent job seekers, job offers, whereby our youth have lost millions and nothing is being done on that. What kind of intervention will you implement to tackle these challenges and ensure equitable access to online employment opportunity to all our Kenyans and more so protect them from these fraudulent offers?
Thank you.
On a light note, because now maybe you're going to be confirmed as Waziri for Labor and Social Protection. Kenyans are thinking that you should minimize this drama, especially on your marital status, because somehow they can jeopardize your character or put you in a very negative situation. Because now we want to see that even our cabinet secretaries...
Point of order.
About opulence.
Order, Mishi.
Yes.
I think
there is no requirement for one to be married to be considered for public office in this country.
I'm saying that drama, there'll be some drama. You have talked about opulence. You talked about opulence on Murchumba Murkomen. You talked about opulence on Honorable Jogo.
This committee will not open anybody's bedroom. Shuria, stop laughing and ask your question.
I think, Chairman, it's best you protect people's bedrooms, as you said. We don't want those matters coming out here in the public. I think...
The nominee, you will not comment on that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Caleb came up with a very long list, and I just want to, maybe in future he might get another opportunity. Mheshimiwa, if approved, what key results or deliverables can Kenyans expect from you in the short, medium, and long term? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Raso, and then Mule.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, you are the governor of Machakos, and also you are government spokesman. During those two stints, we were able to follow you. You were able to publicize what you are doing, the government agenda, when you are the spokesman. But once you were vetted by this committee and you appointed a cabinet secretary, you just slowly faded away. Is it that maybe it is comfort zone to be a cabinet secretary? Or the dockets that you occupy were not really engaging? Because Article 152 clearly says what is cabinet. The president, the deputy president, the attorney general, and 14 to 21 cabinet secretaries. Those are the people who run government. And because of your background, we expected you to really support the government you are serving, particularly in advising them on the area of communication, because your PhD is on communication. So maybe you will comment on that. Honorable Speaker, I need to ask something on labor. Not preamble, because I am just asking 2 questions because of time.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alfred, my second question, we had 2 generals in the army, the late General Mlinge, General Mahmoud. During army recruitment, recruiting officers will go to an area and they will say, look out for this tribe, because they were looking out for the minorities, that minorities should not be excluded from the army. When we come to the ministry, if the House approves you, the ministry you are likely to go to, labor. Do we have systems in place to monitor, to evaluate, to look for minorities? Because I think it's not good enough to just speak on the radio, the social media, or the Gazette. And yet a lot of youngsters who are in the rural areas do not have access to many of these things. So if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do? That there is regional balance, ethnic balance, and a lot of youngsters will be able to get opportunity in Kenya and even overseas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
And no Machakos drama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee. This country, and I want you tell the civil servants in this government, there have been unrest in different cadres, doctors, nurses, lab technologists, electricians, whatever. And once there is unrest between labor dispute, there is always a negotiation and an agreement is arrived. But time and again, you will come and hear that the same union claiming that the government is not honoring the agreements. As you get into this ministry, can you tell Kenyans what will you do to make sure that every agreement between the civil servant and the government of the day are implemented to the letter, not to leave it just to unions, not to leave it to the ministry itself, not to leave it, even we saw the last one for doctors, whereby we have a ministry for labor, but the head of public service had to come in for negotiation. When we have a standalone ministry for labor, please, if you are approved by this committee, tell Kenyans today how you will do differently to make sure that we don't get this embarrassment to the employees of government.
Nominee, you can answer those from Honorable Mishi, Shurie, Raso, and Mule.
I want to agree with Honorable Mishi about the gravity of the issues. I have done my research and I've realized that our children are going to countries where we don't really have agreements with those countries about how to operate and what needs to be operated. There used to be a big problem also because I remember I sat on this seat, Mr. Speaker, and I promised that if confirmed and appointed, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, my first trip would be to Saudi Arabia, and I did that. I went to Saudi Arabia, I met Kenyans, I met people who are suffering, and we started the process of changing, and a bilateral labor agreement is to be signed between Kenya and Saudi Arabia and some of these countries, which I will push for. One of the things that I would like to do is also get lawyers, our lawyers from the Attorney General's office, to go to some of these countries and study and understand their laws. Because we need to know what we are dealing with. Because what we may think here is important may not be covered in their laws. So that we can also be able to know how to navigate those countries, because we can't go and impose our laws to them. And we see how we can work with them, especially if they are not signatories of international conventions that we are signatories to. And the protocols that need to be measured. And my apologies that, you know, you've had to go through many of these challenges where people die and they can't even get their things to be brought back home. It is also important also about online job seekers, going with the question by Honorable Ishungwa. It's all about communication, people to know how to do it. But I want to set up a proper portal that will answer many things, so that you look at available opportunities, but also to weed out all these crooked agencies. We'll publish, as a government, a portal and lists, which you can even put in the newspapers, of the approved agencies. Because people keep on asking, is this right? Hii advertising ya Canada ni ukweli, hii ni ukweli. So that now any advertisement without the name of a company, we can be dealt with, you know, according to the law, because they'll be lying to people. And if there's a name of a company, people can cross-check the government website or government documents and be able to verify that that is a recognized and proper company. And don't be surprised if we have to knock out a few companies and bring more in that are straightforward, so that they don't lie to our people. So we're looking at a one-stop shop in terms of connecting people to jobs. Mheshimiwa Shurie, I was saving this for the end, but thank you for your very good question. And that is that I want to change how workers view the workspace. I want people to be comfortable when they go to work. I want to be able to get employers to provide for the employees good working conditions. Whether you're a house help, a doctor, security guard, everybody, you should feel that you have got a system that protects you and that you work in a good environment. I also want to work with the employers so that we can see what we can do as government, remove some bureaucracy so that they can expand. I want to call upon them and see how we can be able to see create an opportunity for them to employ more people, cut down or maybe forego some little profit to employ one or two people using the principle of consumer spending, so that you get more people, spending people in the market to grow the industry. So I want to look at some of those things. The labor migration, I want to move the numbers from the ones that are there to about 5,000 a week. If we can get there to 10,000 a week eventually, people going overseas. But to do this, I want to work closely with all of you. I want to work closely with all members of parliament. I want it to be constituency-led, so that we can have quotas, and we know that this constituency where you come from, where all members of parliament come from, can provide people who we can now send overseas, so that you as leaders can take the lead in identifying and maybe helping people on the ground to be able to be recruited to go overseas and get jobs. When it comes also to BPOs, setting up centers, we don't want somebody to come all the way from Nyanza, where Mheshimiwa Junet comes from, to Nairobi to get an online job, or to get a job in a call center. We'd like to set up call centers in every constituency, so that you can be able to see how it's working. Because now with internet connectivity, you don't need to be in the big cities for you to be able to get some of these opportunities. When it comes to Employment Act, we need to overhaul the Employment Act. We have offices across that will need to look at how they perform and how they work, and I want to motivate my staff to work well. And the issues of social protection, we have to ensure that our people do not fall through the cracks. We want to be able to provide opportunities for our people, so that COVID has taught us, when there's hardship, there's something to be able to to fall back into. In the United States, in Australia and other developed countries, there's even money given to people who are unemployed, unemployment benefit. We are not there yet, but we can start putting the structures to get there by getting a lot of these laws and policies that are pending to be fast-tracked so that we can increase entertainment. Mheshimiwa Caleb talked about my interest in the film industry. And, you know, Hollywood was not built by money from donors, but by money from entertainment. And this is an area we can galvanize on, you know, get the entertainment sector to grow in our country. It can be a huge employer. The sports industry, I'll work with many of my colleagues to ensure that there's job creation, because as a Minister of Labor, we are cross-cutting in terms of ensuring that people are able to work. There's a question about equity and expanded government. And one of the things that I'd like to do is that we have to start publishing data that shows the inclusion of everybody in our government in different areas. I think that is critical, so that people may have the idea that they are not included. It's good for them to know that they're included. So that's one thing that I'd like to do, is constant publishing of data. There was a question about, Shri asked me about the question, or Raso, Mheshimiwa Raso, about comfort zone. I'm not in a comfort zone. But you see, when you're a governor, you head your own government. So you can shout as much as you want. When you're a government spokesperson, you have the authority to speak as much as you can. When you work as a cabinet secretary, you are also toned down kidogo, because you're working for a boss or bosses. But I think the lessons that we've learned is that we really need to communicate. And I want to promise the country that you'll see the Mutua who communicate much more, especially in this new docket, if confirmed and sworn in. Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mheshimiwa Mule had a very good suggestion. Thank you very much. And the civil servants' unrest and the work conditions. The Labour Ministry will be dealing as an arbitrator, even looking at the public service and holding the public service to account in terms of what they do in terms of these agreements. I saw it in Machakos. As soon as I enacted the agreement that we had agreed on, the nurses and doctors were very happy with me. They took their riots elsewhere. So don't enter into an agreement, is what I'll be telling everybody, that you know you cannot meet. You know, and it's good. And our Kenyans are reasonable, especially if you meet them early. And it is harder to sort out an issue when people are on the streets. It is easier to sort out an issue before strike notice is issued. And I'm going for that early warning system, so I can work with the industry. And some of them have already reached out to me. They're saying, if you're appointed, if you are vetted and you go through, we'd like to come and meet you, because they are festering wounds. And so I'll open my door to meeting. And so we tone down all of these issues. I submit.
Chairman. Nelson Koech. Yes, Posing.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Nominee Honorable Mutua. My question is this. If you look at the ministry, or when people look at the ministry you are going in, not your ministry, should you be approved? Ministry of Labor and Social Services. People only see the minister. There's an argument that people only see the minister during strikes. So it's almost being called what somebody told me. It's called a strikes ministry or a firefighting ministry. That's the only time people can be able to engage or see the minister for this Ministry of Labor and Social Services. Honorable Mutua, tell Kenyans who are watching you and us and this committee to be able to look at how to analyze you for suitability in accordance with Section 7 of the Act. What else is expected of this ministry that Kenyans don't know? Maybe they have not been communicated, or Kenyans can expect from you, so that they don't see Honorable Mutua today in the vetting. Should you be approved? They only see again Honorable Mutua during what? Firefighting, when there's a strike in this country, then they see, oh, there's somebody called Mutua. What else will Kenyans expect out of you, Honorable Mutua, within your ministry that is not of strike? Thank you, Speaker.
Kikaria.
Thank you, Chair. There are industries that exploit workers, mostly the casual labor, by paying them below the stated remuneration rates, denying them the union rights and health benefits, exploiting them to unsafe work, exposing them to unsafe working environment. What measures will you take to address this? And secondly, it's about the street families. Now with the new constitution, we used to have the Rehabilitation Trust Fund, but that was run under the Local Government Act, which is no longer in force. But the street families keep on growing day by day. What action will you take first to reduce these numbers, or even to address, because most of these families, not that they don't have, you find kids on the streets, but they go back home, or even now find a family, a mother with children on the streets. So what are you going to do to address this very, very needy issue that we need to take our kids back to school? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Answer those two quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that in terms of labor and social protection, I agree with Mheshimiwa Kosing that people only seen when there are riots. Now, I'm going to go around this country. I want to visit all the constituencies to talk to Kenyans and especially young people about the opportunities that are there. Kenyans are not lazy. Our young people are very active and very smart and very sharp, but they need opportunities, not handouts. And so I'll be traveling to all the counties. They'll see me. I'll be very heavily on media, telling to them about the jobs, the kind of skill development. I'll also be looking at the working conditions of factories. Do not be surprised if 1 or 2 or 3 factories are shut down because of poor working conditions that go even against the international tenants, because we have to make sure that our people are respected in the way they work. In terms of even employment and the benefits, there's the issue of the 6% increment that the president offered that is still pending, and it's, I think it will be on my desk. I'll be able to sit down with FKE. I've had a chat with Kotu, Mheshimiwa Atwoli. I've talked to the employers. We're looking, and they have told me all the problems as I was doing my research, and I'll be able to sit down, bring everybody together, and gazette in the salaries that they deserve because of the state of the economy, and be able to improve that and make sure that those are met. So I'll be very, very active, Mheshimiwa, and I think you'll be very proud of me and the work that I'll be if I'm confirmed. Mheshimiwa Gikaria, I think I've answered the same question because it is important for us. Now, in street families, I was very active when I was government spokesperson to try and work on a system of removing street families and rehabilitating them. I want to go back to some of the programs that we started at that time in the government of Mwai Kibaki. And my investigation has shown that it has become no more, no more process. I've looked at the different acts and laws that are there, and it's all about implementation. We are going to set up a target as a country and say that by this time, we need to have done A, B, C, D so that we don't have street families, and be able to rehabilitate and even take people back to the countryside where they came from so that we can reunite them with their families, so that people can continue working with their families the way we are doing in the children's sector. Instead of taking people to orphanages, we reunite them with the families. Mheshimiwa Mbui will be very happy to know that we are building, we want to develop a model rehabilitation center in Mavoko, which is very close to Kadiani. That you are building? A rehabilitation center in Mavoko. There's 20 acres there. I'll be sourcing for funds from development partners and others so that we have a place whereby these children can go before they are taken back to their families to be trained and taught, and also growth and a follow-up system so that we remove them. It is quite sad, like now it's very cold, to find people suffering in the streets, and we'll need to put up shelters that they do in other places whereby people can go and receive some food, and that's safety net for the very poor in our country. I submit.
Chairman, I have one stressing, just one, a small one, very stressing.
Yes.
All of us as a country. Kuna hili swala moja, waziri mteule, iwapo utachaguliwa katika wizara hii ya wafanyakazi, kuna swala nyeti ambalo wafanyakazi wa EPZ walijiunga katika chama cha wafanyakazi. Na hivyo sasa kufikia sasa wafanyikazi 1400 wamefutwa kazi katika viwanda viwili vya EPZ huko eneo bunge la Changamwe kwa kujiunga na chama cha wafanyikazi, na hata wizara yako ina taarifa hiyo Kwa hivyo tunaomba iwapo utaweza kuchaguliwa, uangalie swala hili litaweza kutatuliwa na kuona haki za Wakenya hawa zimefanikishwa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, the nominee, briefly, just tell us about your vision for the NSSF. I think it is an area that has not been touched.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're confirmed, how will you pursue qualifications, equivalency, so that our qualified Kenyan professionals can move across the globe and sort the menace of unemployed professionals such as doctors and others? This is a question from one of the Kenyans.
There's one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a quick one. Nominee, National Employment Authority. No wonder you didn't know whether it exists. Actually, it is somewhere in Kasarani. Just in case you are confirmed, it must be at a central place where all Kenyans will be able to access it.
Chair. Just one, Mheshimiwa Speaker, just one from a Kenyan. On the collective labor bargaining agreements, wondering why they are never implemented, and that's what makes workers keep on seeking attention of the authorities every other day, and especially the presidential pronouncements on Labor Day. There is always an increment, but it's never implemented. Like last time is 6%, is it 8%? But up to now, it's not been implemented. So what difference are you going to make in that regard?
Nice.
Chair. Someone is asking, there are quotas for people living with disability in the constituencies for a certain number of people living with disability to get the stipend. And the question is, where do we take the rest in our country? Just like the old who, when they turn 70, it should be automatic upon medical confirmation, then all people living with disability in our constituencies should be taken on board. And the last question is, kindly ask Alfred Mutua this question. Upon confirmation, you should go to those foreign countries and negotiate with tech companies to allow Kenyan citizens work for them from Kenya without using VPNs and residential proxies. There are a lot of job opportunities in the tech industry, but we can't access them due to location restriction. There are very many, from transcription, captioning, machine learning, data entry, chatting, software development, etc., instead of exporting labor.
Chair.
We must.
Thank you.
somewhere.
Yes. This is from a Kenyan who actually states that the nominee is excessively abrasive, especially to junior officers, and quotes an incident at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora where you actually threw out officers from the parking lot for no good reason whatsoever and without any consultations. These were junior officers. Is that true?
Speaker, just one from the teachers.
Yes, Mole.
This is from the teachers' fraternity in Kenya. They are asking, let them, you tell them how you will avert the incoming strike, because you have said you want to arrest the strikes before they happen. So they want to hear the mechanism which you will use when you are approved. Then they are also saying that kindly ask Dr. Mutua, he made pronouncement that resulted up on Kenyan troops going to Haiti when he visited the US. Does he regret making such deals which later landed him in trouble with the head of state to the extent he was shifted to another docket? How true that it is, I don't know, but it's from the public.
That you, Mole, you are not being fair to Mutua, the nominee. The Kenyan police going to Haiti was approved by Parliament, so it can't be his responsibility. Yes.
Yeah, it's only one short one on. There's a constituents asking about what the nominee will do if approved about those rogue labor officers who are at the ground there, who are compromised by most of these industrialists.
Yes, nominee, can you very quickly respond to those?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Lesuda's issue about quotas for people with disability. This is true. It is quite unfortunate, and I find it very, in my research, unfair that you're only giving to a certain percentage in a household and not to everyone. So one of the things I'll do is make sure that it is everyone that is covered. And we roll it out according to the finances that we have. It should go to all, not just few. The President has given directives that we increase the numbers by 500,000, and I'm going to make sure that these are captured in there. The other thing is to work also with Parliament to see, not Parliament, but Treasury, the monies that are recovered out of attrition, people die, so they can be rolled into other programs without them having to go back to Treasury and never coming again. In terms of tech, that's what I was talking about, the BPOs. And yes, I'll travel. I'll send meetings. I don't even have to go anywhere anymore because you can travel by Zoom nowadays and get those jobs here. We need the jobs here. In as much as we also want Kenyans to go overseas, we want to have those jobs in Kenya. And so we're going to remove all the bottlenecks, and I'll have a cabinet paper to remove the bottlenecks and provide opportunities for people here. Murugara, you had a question about being abrasive. That is somebody just being mischievous and trying to use this house. People love me very much. All my employees, you go to Ministry of Tourism, you go to Foreign Affairs, you go to everywhere I've worked, employees love me.
Allow them to say so.
I'm very, self-declaration.
Yes.
Because I really care. And I've always talked about the welfare of employees. One time I'm on record asking, inakuasha nini kama mwenzako anapata nyongeza ya mshahara ama anapata cheo nyingine? Inakuasha nini if your fellow worker moves forward? Why do we keep on constraining people so they cannot get promotions? Why does it, that person is a father and a mother to somebody else? So I have very good working conditions. What happened in Foreign Affairs and Mheshimiwa Speaker, you know, you've served there, is that there are vehicles all parked outside the parking lot, such that it looked like a car park instead of an office, because they have parking lots. And I got in, I said, you cannot have the image of the foreign office where you have ambassadors coming, foreign dignitaries, and the cars are covering everywhere.
Looking like a terminus.
Yeah, looking like a terminus. And so we said we move the cars away, and the ministry to provide another place for the cars to be parked. And that is what has happened. But you know, people, they don't want change. They want that comfort, and they didn't understand. Now, if you try to take the cars back there, they'll fight you. They'll tell you, no, we like it the way it is now, because it looks better. So it was a good move. That is somebody who is just mischievous and trying to take these opportunities. But I remember when I left Foreign Affairs, some officers came to see me and they were crying. They were sad I was leaving. So I don't understand about being abrasive. I'm very, very polite to everyone. About the teacher strike, Mheshimiwa Mule, I'm going to call for a meeting if I go through this process and meet with them. And I want to tell teachers in this country that I will listen to you. I respect teachers and will iron out. There are no issues, because even if you do a strike, even if you do maandamano, you will still have to sit down. Why don't we sit down early and sort these issues? And I'm very fair, and I'll ensure fairness. And in terms of the issues of qualifications and verification, we have a skill development system that I've studied and I've looked at it. I'm going to enhance it, because what happens is that you want to be a doctor in Australia, even though you're in the Commonwealth, you still have to go through rigorous testing. And so it's to enter into agreements that you can go and work in these other places without having to go through the same retesting. But that is also improving the quality of how we do things in our country. Submit.
Nominee, I've also received a few issues from Kenyans out there watching this. They ask, will you ensure that employees insure their employees, so the employers insure their employees? What are you going to do about skewed funding between Child Welfare Society and Children's Department? UHC staff who have been on contract for long with half salaries, what are you going to do that? Where some elder Kenyan has said, I think to all of us, where are the issues of older persons in this interview? If confirmed now to you, what will you do for the welfare of older people in Kenya? Another you asked? Okay, Robert asked that. Another person, I think this must be from Naivasha. There's serious labor problems in the flower sector. What will you do if confirmed? Another one says, what will the nominee do, or what does he say about the minimum wage proposal of 30,000 for security workers? Another one, and this is says contractual jobs in Kenya don't have retirement benefits. What will you do about it? And the last one, can you consider establishing a national employment oversight authority? Those are a few. Some that I've received have already been raised by members in the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I talk about employment, employers, and ensuring the employees, this is something that I'm going to look at very important, very carefully, because it goes hand in hand with things and with the question that I did not answer of NSSF. And it is important because you realize that if you work for a company and they are not able to provide you enough income to be able to get private insurance, and you're not able to get into the government insurance, then there needs to be a way of plugging it in. We have to be very careful that also we don't scare employers away in terms of the cost of doing business in our country. So it's a balancing act, so I'll be able to look at that. NSSF has a portfolio of about 400 billion, and we want to grow that to $1 billion by being creative in where we invest, even outside the country. We have seen other countries come and invest in our country. They have pension funds, so we can grow money for the pensioners. And also be able to turn around the 3 months that are now the 13 days to 24 hours, so that when you exit, you can get your pension. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, if you're not a member of parliament in this country or a senior government official, when you leave, you get nothing. You get very little. So we want to push it such that now, at least we have a system whereby you can be getting 60% of the pension you are getting, not the 3 or 5 or 10% that people are getting, so that your life continues. Si unatoka kazini alafu unachakaa, unaanza kuparara, because your life has just taken a dive, so that you're able to save. But to get that, we need to get a saving culture. Only 3.3 million people in this country have a pension scheme. We have to get that, and there's different initiatives that are there to get the other sectors into saving. And I'm going to run a campaign of encouraging people to save, being asked, well, how much have you saved? It doesn't matter. It can be 20 shillings or 50 shillings or 100 shillings. We need a saving culture, because ujana ukama moshi ukienda urudi. One day, we all grow old. And so if you grow old and you don't have a kitty you've been saving and you've been eating everything, then you'll end up in the street. And the culture nowadays is not like the other one. You know, the Gen Zs are growing up and moving on in their lives. They'll not be there to take care of us when you grow old. So I'm going to get into a communication program for Kenyans to know, when you eat something, if you have 3 mangoes, please put one aside and eat 2 for another day, to get that culture. I've heard about the staff of UHC. I'm aware because we piloted that also in Machakos. I'll also be looking into that. The older persons, one of the things that I like to do is look at how we can give benefits to older people. In many countries, you find there are benefits. For example, in the United States, where after you pass a certain age, you get a card. That card allows you to even get into some public transportation for free. That even allow you at that particular age to get a discount, so that when you go shopping at a shopping mall, or you go shopping at a center or somewhere, or you go buy something, or if you're seeking a government service, you show your card and you get a 10-20% discount, because you're at an age where you're not earning an income. You're actually using your pension. So I'd like to introduce that, so that our old people have a card that you can use to get a discount. That will cushion you in terms of social protection. I've heard about the flower issues in Naivasha, and
the
also
bulk of these old people, nominee, are in the rural areas.
In the rural areas.
Where will they get discounts in villages in Turkana?
Well, it's also when they seek government
You'll pilot
services.
probably
Yes.
from senders, but also pay attention
to the rural areas. Yes, we'll find ways, and I think the main thrust here is the intention, and the intention is that our older generation need to have a way of cushioning them. They served us, they are our parents. They have taken good care of us. Let's cushion them in the old age and create a system in our country that takes care of them even as they go about with the Inua Jamii, that is good, but also whether we can even go further and see how we're working with other organizations, see what we can do. There was a question about the child welfare and Children's Society and their fundraising. We will be bringing, if I get confirmed and appointed, cabinet papers to see whether we can create special funds so we can have internally regenerated funds for able to use for children welfare, and also fast track some of the laws. For example, Kenya has been identified as a country that is heavily involved in child trafficking. We are a conduit of child traffickers. We are a destination of child traffickers. We are a source of child trafficking. And it is also because we have failed, and I'll be bringing through cabinet, I think it's already there, through the, if I'm appointed, through the Mheshimiwa Ishungwa, the passage of us to get into the Hague Convention for the protection of child, trafficking. Because if countries like Somalia can sign child trafficking in the Hague, and Tanzania and Uganda and others, and we have failed to do so, it makes us look like we really support trafficking of children across the world. On the minimum wage, I will look into it. I'll sit down and see, because it depends on what the market can afford. But also we need to, I remember as I finalize, Ford, when Henry Ford, when he built the Ford company, he said he would pay his employees enough money that they can afford to buy the cars that they build. We need to be a culture where we can pay people enough money to enable them to be able to live decent lives according to what the market can also afford. So it's a discussion with the employers, because we don't also want to destroy the good enabling environment for work, but it is important. On contractual benefits and job referral, I've taken note, and it's something that I will look at. I submit.
Thank you, nominee. The last two issues I want to put to you. On the issue, as a follow-up to Honorable Mishi's issue about Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
What you probably will need to do is check out on a country like Philippines. It is the largest exporter of non-professional workers in the world. Anywhere you go in big hotels, you'll find Filipino workers, happy, decent. Find out what mechanisms and legal regime they operate between Philippines and the countries they work. Anywhere you go, perhaps if you go to the moon, you'll find a Filipino worker. The last one, you've talked about NSSF. You can borrow a leaf from our neighbor Tanzania. What Tanzanians do, all the big money held by NSSF, they have engaged with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and instead of government buying property as missions, it's NSSF that buys those properties and owns them. So the government then pays NSSF rent at source. You reduce yourself from the problems of foreign exchange, and instead of paying foreign exchange to another country, you're paying in local currency at the rates of those countries to your own NSSF. So even the rate of return on the investment is excellent. You may consider engaging NSSF to do that. I'll end there, and after we finish, you will see our secretariat. They have some mismatch with your documents so that you can put them in order for the record. I want to ask you a few last questions. Do you have any, have you ever been mentioned adversely in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No,
Forget about your Machakos shenanigans?
No, I have never.
Yes. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, I do not.
What is your net worth?
Net worth is 462 million shillings.
Made of?
Made of assets that I have, like homes, land, where I do some bit of farming, and a few businesses that I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Alfred. make sure before you leave, you sort out your documentation with the Secretariat. So we can release you to go back to your other duties.
And thank
yes,
you.
Pardon? Say? Yes. Oh, how? Sorry. Yes. You appeared before us in 2022. How much were you worth then? I think that's a serious omission.
I was worth 420 million shillings.
And today?
And, 462.
Yes.
It's been about 9 to 10% normal growth in terms of land value and growth in the industries.
Thank you. You may be escorted by our sergeant. Have a good day and a blessed Sunday. Pardon? Honorable members, you'll have a 10-minute break to allow the clerks to put the documentation for the next nominee. It's hot for all of us. Put on your jacket. It is hot for all of us. Honorable members, the meeting is called to order. Sergeants. Good afternoon, nominee.
Good afternoon.
For the record, you are Honorable Wycliffe Ambetsa of Paranya, EGH.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman, or yes, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
Chairman.
This is a committee of Parliament.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Speaker,
answer
sir.
it with the decorum of Parliament.
Okay.
Yes. And when you eventually will be asked questions, you answer all of them through the chairman or the speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Avoid any personal exchange with any member or causing around, even if they are your friends. All of these honorable members are people you have worked or interacted with.
Yes.
I sat with you in cabinet, I sat with you in parliament, but this is the committee of appointments to deal with issues of persons nominated by the president, for the committee to assess suitability of nominees to hold offices to which you are nominated, as Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives, Micro and Small Medium Enterprise Development. The committee has been sitting for the last, this is the fourth day, and you are our third attendant nominee this afternoon. I am the chairman of this committee as Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly. I will invite members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
David Kosing.
Gikaria David.
Emma Semeri.
Abdul Rahim Daoud.
Jumurugara.
Owen Baya.
Robert Mbui.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso.
Abdi Shuria.
Mishi Mboko.
Rehab Mukami.
Caleb Amis Saboti.
Good. Honorable nominee, for purposes of these proceedings, members will be referring to you as nominee. That is the title that you hold so far. We will start by inviting you to take an oath. Depending on your faith, we have the Holy Bible, the Holy Guitar for Indian faith, and the Holy Quran. Which one will you swear with?
I'm a Christian.
So the Holy Bible. There's some Christians who even affirm
Holy Bible.
the Holy Bible. So be upstanding. Take the Holy Bible in your right hand and recite the oath before you.
I, Wycliffe Ambetsa of Paranya, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. The next thing you'll do give your documents to the sergeant to pass on to the clerk to cross-check between your originals and the documentation in our possession. Now we will start by giving you an opportunity to put on record your name, your educational background, your work experience, and any key competences that you think will make you suitable for appointment to the position to which you have been nominated as Cabinet Secretary. You have under 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to express myself. My name is Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, born in Butere, Kakamega County, Butere constituency. My education, I went to a secondary school, primary school in the local area called Mabole. Then secondary school, Butere Boys. Then the high school, then Kisii High School. I went to the University of Nairobi, did BCom, accounting option, and at the same university, University of Nairobi, I did a master's degree, MBA in finance option. I've also been undertaking a PhD in economics at the University of Dar es Salaam, of which I'm nearly completing. I have worked with Ernst and Young, that's where I worked longest, for 15 years. I joined as an audit trainee, then I left as a senior audit manager. I joined Kenya Aerotic, a private company, doing ground handling, aviation ground handling at the airport, where I joined as financial controller and later became finance director. After that, Mr. Chairman, I joined politics in the year 2002, where I was elected as a member of parliament for Butere constituency, 2002 to 2007. I was also re-elected 2007 to 2013. During my second term, I was also appointed Minister of State for Planning and National Development, Vision 2030, under the then President Mwai Kibaki. During that time, before I became minister, 2005, I was also a member. I was elected by the Parliament, National Parliament, to be part of the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa. In that Parliament, I served as the first chair of Finance Committee during my time, 2005 to 2007. When I was a member of the National Assembly here, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I also served on the committee of PIC and of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2013, I was elected the first governor of Kakamega County, of which I served diligently for 2 terms, from 2013 to 2022. When I was governor, Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I also served as I was elected as the chair of the Council of Governors. The year 2019 to 2021, I served for 2 terms of 1 year each. Mr. Speaker, while I was serving as the governor for Kakamega, I also became the chairman of the Lake Region Economic Bloc. Lake Region Economic Bloc comprises 14 counties, the former province of Western and Nyanza, and in addition from the Rift Valley, we had Bomet, Nandi, and Trans Nzoia, making a total of 14. I was the inaugural chair of the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which I served until the time I left, when I retired as the governor after my mandatory 2 terms. While I was a minister, I launched the Vision 2030 in the year 2008, and I'm happy that I was the first to establish the current Vision 20 Secretariat. And that time I appointed the first CEO of the Vision 20 Secretariat. As you know, Vision 2030 is a development blueprint for this country and is still in force until 2030. I'm happy that while I was in that ministry, I established a very strong monitoring and evaluation section within the Ministry of Planning. And finally, Mr. Chairman, while in the ministry, I also led the first peer review mechanism to be audited, the country to be audited by the other presidents of Africa. And that review was very successful. Their recommendation actually came to pass. That's what I can say about my experience.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Honorable Oparanya, in order for the committee to gauge your suitability, I'll ask you one question about your key achievements as governor, and then ask you to give us your vision of this Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises, and particularly on your experience at Kakamega County. As you know, the Constitution mandates the county governments to oversee trade development and cooperatives, and it's a key factor of devolution. So we would like to know what measures did you take to support that when you were in Kakamega County, and your vision for the new ministry if confirmed. But start with your key achievements as governor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Unfortunately, cooperatives are not well developed in Kakamega County. We had few coffee cooperative and I think dairy cooperatives, and then we had fish cooperative. And the coffee cooperative was not doing well. In fact, it had collapsed. And when I came in as a governor, I found only one staff who was working, who was then working under the Ministry of Agriculture. Only one staff who was in charge of cooperative. So obviously, cooperative being a very important vehicle for economic development, I had to beef up that particular unit. I assigned 2 people to that, to the staff, and made him director of cooperatives at that time. And then from there, I made a provision in the budget, allocation, in order to revive cooperatives in the county. And that time, I made a provision of 20 million so that I could support the 3 cooperatives that were there. And after a short time, because I found cooperatives were very important, I made that particular unit to be separate under a chief officer so that we had a proper focus to it. And as I left, there was actually a chief officer who was in charge of cooperatives. But my people had not embraced cooperatives. We could support them, then because of poor management, resources could be misused. So that's the problem that I encountered when in Kakamega County.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, as part of the vetting process, we do write to EACC, and when the clerk wrote to EACC on your suitability, amongst others, who had been nominated to serve as cabinet secretaries, EACC had a reservation on your nomination as a cabinet secretary, and they said they had conducted investigations on allegations of corruption, against you when you served as a governor of Kakamega County, on also conflicts of interest, abuse of office, and money laundering. And they did recommend to the DPP that you be prosecuted for those offenses. They also aver that you went ahead and obtained conservatory orders from a Kakamega Constitution and Human Rights Court in petition E019 of 2023, and that matter is still pending in court. But they were able to get conservatory preservation orders against your assets, specifically some 28 million shillings, I believe, which was in some bank account. And CS nominee, now you are here before us. I would want you to shed more light on these allegations of corruption, abuse of office, conflicts of interest, and money laundering, because you will agree those are very serious and grave allegations against your person for the time you served as Governor Kakamega County. And now you're being given a bigger job, not in a county, but in the nation. A job that will entail you overseeing not just the cooperative sector, but also the micro, small, medium enterprises development in the country. And this is a position that calls for you to be of impeccable integrity. It's a job that will require you to give Kenyans confidence that they can trust you with their cooperatives' money. I heard you say in Kakamega the cooperative movement is not very strong, but you know the cooperative movement in this country is among the richest and most developed in sub-Saharan Africa. Therefore, this is a sector that requires a man of impeccable integrity and someone that Kenyans and cooperators in this country can trust that their money is safe with them. Will cooperators' money be safe in your hands?
Thank you very much. The corporate money will be very safe in my hands, Mr. Chungwa.
You answer this, nominee, but next time you wait for me to motion, because sometimes we'll take about 3 questions in a row.
Oh, okay.
But you answer this before we go to the others.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the facts are not true. Nobody, and I want to say in front of the cameras, nobody has come to me to write a statement. I don't know, this prosecution is one-sided. I've never been given a chance to say my story. In August 2023, you remember what was happening. I was very active in demonstrations that time, August 2023. When I was in those demonstrations, I was called by someone to be told, because I was in demonstration, the ESCC were looking for me. And I asked that person, what has the ESCC to do with the demonstrations? I have served diligently for 10 years. I've been a minister for 5 years. We have had audit reports. This audit report, there is no report that pointed on me as being a corrupt person. And if you remember, when I was Minister for Planning, the ministry was voted the best performing ministry. You can look at your records. When I was governor, everywhere they are saying where devolution is working is Kakamega County. If I'm lying, check your records. I worked for 10 years, nobody came to my office about any corrupt case until August 2023, when we were doing maandamano. And when they came to my house, it was even not about corruption. The first question they asked, what business do you do with Raila Amolo Odinga? I don't do any business with Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is just my party leader. That is the only relationship I have with him. Secondly, I was asked, do you keep guns in this house? Obviously, why would I be keeping guns in my house? The third question I was asked, that where do you get money that you fund demonstrations? So what has those questions to do with corruption? So as I sit here, Honorable Chairman, nobody has come to take any statement from me. So I don't know what I'm being accused for, because I'm also just seeing it in the papers as you are seeing. So that is where I am, Mr. Chairman. But even before then, my lawyer got possession of the documents when they went to court to freeze my money. And the money was not in their account. The money was with CPF, where I was buying a property. So when CPF were called by EACC to write a statement, they are the ones who alerted me that they were following the money that I had paid CPF, which had nothing to do with the Kakamega account. This was money from my account and money from someone who was buying my house that I was selling. So that's how it was. And nobody has come out until when now the person who was buying my house withdrew and wanted me to refund his money. I didn't have the money to refund because it had been frozen.
Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Interrupt, Governor. Just to be clear, two things. First, who are these who came to the house? EACC or ordinary police?
You wouldn't know them because they never introduced themselves. There were about 20. So some were in police uniform, some were in civilian uniform.
They never introduced themselves as EACC officers?
They said they are EACC officers, but I can't remember their names. There was one that introduced himself. The rest never introduced themselves.
Then the money you are referring to is this money that is has conservatory orders?
Yeah, the money was not in my account. It was with CPF where I was buying
CPF,
the house.
This is a county provident fund?
Yes.
You are buying a house from CPF?
Yes.
So you had transferred the money to CPF?
CPF.
And the conservatory orders were put on the CPF account or on your account?
Yes, no, to the CPF account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeanette, Minority Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my questions begin from this. Mr. Nominee, these investigations that EACC is talking about, are you saying here on camera on open day that you have never written any statement?
I'm saying here in the camera that I have never been called to write a statement up to this moment. So I don't know even what I'm being accused for, because if I knew, I would have explained. But I just read it in the papers like the way you read it.
So this file that we are seeing that has gone all the way to the DPP doesn't have any of your statement?
Can you go and check that file? I have never written a statement.
It will be easier to just answer the question.
Yeah.
Because even if you tell him to go, he will not. Just answer the question as it's asked.
I have no statement in that file as I sit here, unless I will have it tomorrow.
So, these conservatory orders that you applied for in Kakamega, what made you apply for it?
I applied for it because my family was harassed.
Yes.
And because the way these people were asking me questions about the guns, about my relationship with my party leader, I got scared. And the way they harassed my children, they took their phones.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going to happen next time. So I decided, why can't I go to court to protect me? And that's why I went there. And according to the Constitution, I'm not supposed to be searched the house. It is there in the Constitution. So I was using my rights.
You can be searched, but with a court order.
Yeah.
Yes. If they come with a court order, they can search. If they don't have a court order, it's another story.
Okay. Thank you.
I rest my case there because I'm really surprised that you're saying you have never recorded any statement.
I have never recorded a statement.
That is information that I really wanted to know.
Yeah.
Secondly, now my other question is, now you are going to the position of Cabinet Secretary of Cooperatives.
If confirmed.
If confirmed by this committee.
Yes.
And your profession, as you have said, is accounting, which is much in relation with that work. There is the SME, micro and small medium enterprises, which is the backbone of this economy. That is the group that drives this economy. What do you think, what measures will you put in place to make sure that these SMEs survive the current economic situation that is going on in this country of high interest rates and other things? Secondly, the famous, and unfortunately me and you are on the same line, before elections and after elections, until now we are found together in this place. How will you handle Hustler Fund? It's in that ministry. What do you think you will do? And you know the way we opposed it very well, me and you, on the streets.
Chair, maybe before he answers that, in relation to the question Jeanette asked, the investigations by EACC, you say you have never recorded a statement, okay? Are you aware if any of your former colleagues or staff at the county government of Kakamega have recorded any statements with EACC? And lastly, has the Office of the ODPP, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, ever contacted you in relation to this matter or prosecuted you?
I only know if any member of Kakamega County recorded a statement, because I'm no longer a governor. So I only know the movement of staff from Kakamega to here and back. So that one, I will not commit myself that I know. However, I know one of my colleagues who was called to record a statement.
Chairman, on the same, just briefly on the EACC, have you ever been to EACC offices, the headquarters here?
Yes.
In October?
Yes.
Did you, what did you go to do there?
I had gone to collect my phones because they had taken my phones of my children. My children were crying, they want their phones. So I followed them to go and collect the phones. And when I went there, they kept me waiting. They were saying they were scanning the phones. And later, after some 2-3 hours, they returned me the phone. That's what took me there.
So while there, you did not write any statement?
I didn't write any statement.
Did you get your phones back?
I got my phones back, except the computer.
And the ODPP has never contacted you that you're supposed to be charged for any offense or you're supposed to be taken to court?
He has never contacted me. The first time that I was contacted was early this month, around 8th, 9th there, when my lawyer told me that he had received a letter from the DPP that I have no case to answer, according to him.
Let's have, yes.
Yeah, you talked
the Hustler Fund
and
your previous pronouncements against it. Now that you are going to be the line minister, I think that's what you have been asked.
I know I was among the people who are opposed about the Hustler Fund. And I had not known the facts about the Hustler Fund until now. I've been briefed about the Hustler Fund. I think this fund, if well managed, is a fund that will take our people from poverty. The only problem through my briefing, the only problem is that this fund was launched in a hurry without proper legal structures in place. And in the process, the Treasury allocated 13 billion Kenya shillings. From those 13 billion, because of borrowing again and again, that figure has gone, the turnover has gone to 55 billion.
From 13?
From 13. And out of that 55 billion, 21 million people have been involved in the repeating borrowing. In the process, they have been able to recover 43 billion, sorry.
It's a revolving fund.
It's a revolving fund. So in the process, there is 12 billion, which has not been recovered. But they have a strong, there is a very strong infrastructure, digital infrastructure, that they are able to determine where the 12 billion is, who has the 12 billion. The only problem is that there is no legal framework to recover that particular amount. You know, FULISA is when you take FULISA, when you load your phone, then the money is recovered automatically. But the digital infrastructure they have does not do that. It waits until the 2 weeks.
If you find favor and you are confirmed, I have not been asking questions, but just a follow-up until the end. If you are confirmed to take up this docket, what will you do then to have a better system to manage this fund and avoid leakages and losses?
First thing I should admit here that the intention was very good, because this fund was supposed to address market failures at the lowest level, lowest pyramid. That person, even leave Mama Mboga, leave Boda Boda, the person below, even those people, the person who could not even afford 500 shillings. So it was supposed to address that. You borrow the money, and then you repay. When you repay, you get a credit score. So after that, then if you have borrowed like 500, you have refunded. You can now borrow 1,000 and you refund. In that process, your score improves. So you can continue borrowing until those who are borrowing properly, now they can borrow up to 1 million shillings. So the intention was good, but unfortunately, there was no legal framework. So if you approved my nomination, the first thing I would do is to make sure that there is a proper legal framework. There is a board has just been put in, but there is no even staff. So to ensure that there is staff that will manage this particular fund properly, because this fund, the goodness is that when you borrow, 30% of the money you borrow goes to savings. So it encourages savings. And at the moment, even the savings now have reached about 3.1 billion. And savings are very critical. It has also the element of retirement benefit. They have even now put there a benefit of health care. So if well managed, Mr. Chairman, this is a very useful fund.
I will take a cohort of 3. Naisula, I believe the first one was a point of order.
Oh, yes, it was.
Yeah?
It's because it was in the public knowledge that he went to EACC in October. So let
I'll
me
give
ask the
you
question. Yeah.
Naisula, Koech, and Kosing in that order. In fact, let's go up to Kikaria.
Okay. So,
So
Honorable
you take
Paranya.
note, then you'll answer them in a sequence.
Honorable Paranya, just speaking from you, what you've talked about the Hustlers Fund, as it is now, or as it was, we used to have the Women Enterprise Fund, the Youth Fund, Uwezo. And I'm actually very keen on the Women Enterprise Fund. when we move the women, and you know there are rural women who don't even know how to use these gadgets. There are some who don't even have smartphones. But the kind of business that they're doing, huko mashinani, they really need this fund. And as an MP, because we oversight these funds and we are also patrons, we've been giving them a lot of loans. But now you're moving them to a digital space. You've not done, not you, but I mean, we have not done enough sensitization. It is really limiting. I'd like to pick your mind on that. And then there is very little is known about the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. It's called MSEA, which is domiciled in the ministry headquarters. They have a ready clientele of more than 7 million the small, medium and small enterprises. What measures can you put in place to ensure that the authority is well resourced so that it becomes more vibrant and more visible? They might be doing a lot, but rarely will their work be profiled. And lastly, what plans do you have, if approved and confirmed by the National Assembly, to reach the unreached in terms of cooperatives? You know, some people think that cooperatives is a monster somewhere. And many Kenyans, especially in the rural and interior parts of this country, have no idea about cooperatives and what it does. I have a text message from a Kenyan who says, I don't want to ask later something from Kenyans, who says that when you were COG chair in 2019, nurses went on strike for 2 weeks and their salaries and statutory deductions and loans were never paid to date. They're asking, they didn't see leadership then when you were chair COG. They're asking whether you find yourself suitable to come again back into leadership.
Coach.
Nominee, mine is straightforward. How will you address the issue of punitive practices by digital lenders towards MSMEs? Considering,
Come again.
How will you address the issue of punitive practices by digital lenders towards MSMEs, considering that while these lenders provide accessible collateral-free loans, they often charge exorbitant interest rates and lead to debt distress. Number two, on a lighter note, Honorable Speaker, is to commend the nominee for his good taste. Recently, it's been a media sensation, and I applaud his good taste on nice things.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You don't have to answer that. Deal with his first question. The next member, Posing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Goy should have elaborated what are good things or nice things. Honorable Chair, Speaker, to the nominee, these cooperatives is a very good idea. Of course, it started a long time ago. But these cooperatives are only centered around metropolis or towns or Nairobi, and maybe to few products like milk, little bit milk, but mainly coffee, you know. And the bulk of the population, Honorable Speaker, is in the rural. 70%, 80% of this country is rural. So, Honorable Baranya, should you get the favor of Parliament, how will these cooperatives, reach our people now where the population is? And number two, and lastly, Hustler Fund. Don't you think, Honorable Baranya, through the Speaker, is good time to evaluate the distribution of this Hustler Fund, whether they can be linked to M-Pesa services or bank services, so that then when people borrow, it is easier to follow and be able to recover. Thank you, Chair.
Gikaria. Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, the constituency industrial development centers. These were key elements that were going to boost productivity and employment. A better business environment and enhanced enterprise skills. Given the budget constraints that have hindered their implementation, what measures will you take to ensure that the ICDCs effectively create employment opportunities and support the SMSEs in the constituencies? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nominee, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Speaker of the National Assembly. You ask about the Women Enterprise Fund, that it has now been utilized. What I would say is that at the moment, I will not know what they have done on that fund until now I move in to see. But since you have now raised this question, it's one of the issues that I have to look into. But as you know, the world is now going digital. So the only thing that you can do to these women as a member of parliament, I think, is to sensitize them, let them have the smartphones, and there are organizations that can support in that area. I know because I have done that in my own county with the CHVs. They have been supported with the smartphones, and they are able to transact. But I have said I will have to check. Now, the MCs.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Yeah.
Coming?
Yeah, to the nominee.
Yeah.
You know, the Women Enterprise Fund, that money we used to give to Mama Bogas. And those women, they don't know how to use those smartphones you are talking about. And like Nyeri County, Karatina, the women had taken up to 1 million shillings. Now, when they were told again...
Each or collectively?
Collectively. Each group, because they normally take that money as per, in a group of women. Now, when you say that, now again we tell those women to go back and then now start doing those applications through the mobile phone, I don't think that is going to work. And that is why even we were trying to approach His Excellency, because we were feeling those women who had already had a business of 1 million, and here you are being told now to go back and apply for 50,000, I don't think that is doable. Thank you.
Lastly, a comment on that, Chairman. And in my view, I think what we are saying is that, yes, we need to move with technology, but can it be gradual? And can it be well thought out in implementing the policies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear you. And not everything is cast in stone. You have raised this issue, and if I go to the ministry, I'm going to take it up seriously. You don't need the president to be involved in such an issue. I think I can deal with it appropriately, because the president has more pressing issues than talking about women phones. Talking about women phones.
Honorable Speaker, let him apologize. Women are the pillars of this country.
No, I've said.
He's answering an isolated question. He's not talking order. He's not talking about women generally.
I have answered
specific to your question.
The president should not be talking about phones.
To protect the nominee.
Yeah.
He had not finished what he was saying. He just said women, and because I'm close to him, he said women and their phones.
Yeah, yes. I was
Rahab,
Chairman.
Don't be oversensitive.
Chairman, I wanted to tell Rahab that we should leave the president to more pressing issues that affect the country. These issues of women with the phones, this one I can deal with them if you give me a chance. Yeah, why are you nominating me if I cannot deal with such issues? I can deal with it effectively.
To the next.
Yeah.
Yes, Junet.
Yeah, I agree with him, but is the nominee insinuating that the gender docket also can be added to here, or what?
That is with a light touch. Go on, answer the other questions.
Now, the SMEs authority, there is an authority act. And as I have said earlier, these SMEs were scattered in various ministries. You could find some intervention in the Ministry of Youth, some intervention in the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization, some intervention in the Ministry of Water, etc. This is the first time that that the president has thought it wise to put them into one ministry. And because now they are in one ministry, the authority is now going to effectively to deal with them. And these are self-financing institutions. They finance themselves. Mr. Speaker, what the ministry does is to provide, to make sure that they are formalized, they are properly registered. The ministry helps them to register or to formalize themselves from informal to formal. And then to ensure that they get licenses, to train them so that there is financial literacy, they know how to handle finances, but we do not allocate money for them because they are supposed to get money from financial institutions or from the funds that are created, WESO Fund, Women Fund, or the Hustler Fund. In terms of cooperatives, cooperatives is one of the oldest institutions in this country. Cooperatives in this country started in 1908. It started in Lumbwa there, and it was a dairy cooperative which came up to be the present KCC. So cooperatives are also self-financing. They raise money by themselves. What we do, what the ministry does, is to make sure that cooperatives operate transparently, they are accountable to the members, so the ministry oversees them to make sure that those mandates they are formed for are being achieved. That's what it does. We also help them to access cheap funds, either from these other funds that are there, like the Hustler Fund. We help them also provide audit services, but they have had a problem, management problem, and that's why most of them have collapsed. At the moment, we have 30,000 registered cooperatives, but only out of that 30,000, only 10,000 are active. And at the moment, Mr. Chairman, to show that this particular sector is very important for this country, they have those 30,000 that are there registered, they have an asset base of 1.7 billion Kenya shillings, which is nearly a half of the Kenyan budget. And from there, from that amount, they have been able to lend out to members 1.1 billion. And from that money, they have been able to save 1 billion, which is 30% of the total things in this country. So this movement of cooperatives is very important, and I will encourage members of parliament who are here that this is the time, if you give me a chance to serve in this ministry, I must involve you so that we are able to register more people in the cooperative, because this is the only way that will save this country. And that's why now cooperatives have become a pillar for micro and small enterprises. The cooperative is the base, and the SMEs are the pillar, because the SMEs are able to borrow from cooperatives for their either if they are person for their personal development or for the development of the SME in question. Issues of punitive lenders as raised by Honorable Koech, this is known, it is there, and this is one of the factors that have made most of the cooperative collapse, because they access very expensive loans. They are not able to service those loans. Majority of them have collapsed because of the loans and because of course, mismanagement. And that's why the ministry is taking precautions to ensure that these cooperatives now come together and form a central liquidity facility where they all put their money, and if they want to borrow, then they will go and borrow in that central liquidity.
Isn't that why the cooperative bank was set up?
Yes. No, cooperative bank operates as a commercial bank at the moment. Why cooperative bank is owned by the cooperative movement, 65% of the shares, but it operates under the Banking Act. It operates under the Banking Act. So it is not treated as a cooperative as such. So it is out of that. But Chairman, because it is owned by the cooperative, it supports cooperative movements on many other issues. Now, Honorable Singh raised the issue of cooperatives are only in towns. I can assure you that cooperatives are everywhere. Now, you have to, actually cooperative, even the mamambokas come together, the table banking, that is part of actually cooperation. That is what graduates to be a big cooperative. But that kind of collaboration, whether in whichever village, and you will find this cooperation is everywhere, even in small villages. But what I think you are saying, you are thinking of a formal big cooperative. I can assure you that if you give me, you are able to vet me and you give me this chance, I will come to your constituency, West Pokot South, isn't it? And that's where I was born. And I will help you form cooperatives in that particular region. I will sensitize the people there so that they are able to form cooperative. You have talked of Hustler Fund. Honourable members, I don't want to talk much about Hustler Fund. I've clearly committed myself that as I go to the ministry, I will look at the various issues, because a fund like that losing 12 billion in a short period, and this public money is an issue that as citizens of this country, we should get worried of. The idea is good, but the problem was the way that it was implemented. So the last question that I was asked is about constituency industrial development centers. At the moment, I think there was an attempt to have all these industrial centers in every constituency. At the moment, there are about 200 of them that are completed. These centers were meant to accommodate these small businesses, small and medium businesses, so that shared facilities are put in those centers. And people are, the Chuakalis are able to come there and use these common facilities. Because buying sometimes equipment for use, individual, SME, is expensive. And that's why those industrial centers were built, that equipment could be put there, and the SMEs around would come there and share those particular equipment, which was a very good idea. And this started a long time ago, Mr. Chairman, when I was still member of parliament for Butere constituency, and unfortunately, even up to now, some of them has not been operationalized. And if this was used, obviously, this will create a lot of employment. If the government is able to give equipment and the people can come there and share this particular equipment. That was the essence of constituency industrial development centers.
The COG question.
The COG that people worked for 3 months Was that in my county or that was countrywide? Because what I know, I cannot say what was happening in other counties because health is devolved. The nurses work for a particular county. Within my own county, the nurses that time, they went on strike. And I met the union members. I asked them why they were going on strike. They said they were going on strike because they were sympathizing with their colleagues who are suffering somewhere in Kirinyaga. But I told them, heaven's sake, you are working for Kakamega County. Why do you sympathize with someone in Kirinyaga? So what I did, I went to court, and court told them to resume work because the excuse was not relevant for Kakamega County. So they never resumed work for 3 months. So I decided that I would not pay them because they were told to resume work and they never worked. So why would I have paid them? And they had not paid. They had not worked. So that's why up to now, by the time I was leaving the office, I had not paid them.
Point of order, Chair. It's about the constituency industrial. What you said, that is the status as it is. My question was, how is he going to, what effort is he going to make to revive them to meet that purpose that they were meant to serve? Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, this was just a shared service. These constituent industrial centers are under the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. So that is the lead ministry. They are the owners. So we were just going in to get the share, to use them at the site. But for implementation, for allocation of resources, that is the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. So I cannot clearly answer that question.
Amisi, Mukami, Mishi, and Shuria will take those 4 in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state that the nominee before us is well known to me as my former deputy party leader, very close friend coming from my region, and I have a very long relationship with him, but that one will not conflict my fair decision in this committee against his candidature. Just like Honorable Junet, we find ourselves in a situation whereby, in fact, for a while I thought we were in Azimio PG because we are always together, but now he's on the opposite side. We've been against this hustlers fund, the people who have believed, and you know what we have believed in for a long time. Well, some of us have a history of going through a lot. We have saved, some of our lives have been saved by media, personalities on the street. So we believed so inherently in values and some principles that pertains governance of our country, resource, and also the offices that we occupy. From where I sit, we are in a capitalist nation where the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, controls the factors of production, and the low class, the proletariat, they're the workers, who now we are referring to as the hustlers. This is a system that has existed world over, historically. And the way you have solved the issues of the proletariat is not the way the hustler fund is want to solve it. Because we are solving the issue of proletariat by developing what is called social assistance to those who are unable to live the rest of the class. So that the bourgeoisie controls the economy, but the social class that is below, that is struggling, is done social assistance.
Amisi, you are making a speech. Ask a question.
It's a very pertinent area because it affects the majority of the Kenyans. So I want people to understand it, yeah? So I will think that the hustler fund can be transmitted into a social assistant rather than be used to in terms of micro and small enterprise. Because when you come together as cooperatives, you are trying to come to the same level as bourgeoisies. You are combining forces. So is this some of the areas you think that when you get to the office, you're able to change? In some cases, you may not agree with the boss. And when you don't agree with the boss in that aspect of the things that we believed in as on our side as Azimio, that this needs to change. If you change and think the system do not want to change, how will you survive in such a circumstances? Thank you.
Rahab.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the nominee, my concern is the coffee sheriff fund. The government has allocated about 6.7 billion to support the coffee farmers. Through the New Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, this initiative has encountered challenges such as low uptake farmers and limited funding releases. What strategies will you implement to enhance the effectiveness of this fund and ensure it is successful rollout to help the coffee farmers? Because majority don't understand, they don't even know how to go about it. The other question is about the new KCC. The new KCC is collapsing because of the poor management. And the government has been pumping a lot of money in Dadola, Nyandarua, Eldoret, Nyeri Kiganjo, but still the company is not able to sustain itself. Still, the other small dairy farmers, they are able to pay their farmers in time, but KCC, they normally take about 120 days for the farmers to get their money. What are you going to do? Thank you.
Ms. Shimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, the nominee used to be my deputy party leader in the ODM, but today I'm here in the appointment committee and I'm being governed by the procedure and rules. My question will be on the succession plan in terms of cooperative movement. I know this has been marred by several challenges, be it governance, management, and so many other issues. I don't know what will be your plan to ensure at least succession plan can be smoothly, noting that you are sharing function between two levels of government, that is the county and the national government. My second question, Chairman, there have been some fraudulent financial organization coming up, like the pyramid, in different ways. And Kenyans are lured, they give a lot of money to deposit, thinking that they're going, they call so many words. Either they say you put a seed, then you'll harvest, I don't know what, in so many ways. What do you think you can propose in terms of legal framework or other mechanism which you're going to put in place so that you safeguard Kenyans from losing a lot of money from such fraudulent activities? The last one, it is the issue of Cusco, which is the umbrella body for the SACCOs. I know there have also been so many challenges and corruption cases, ranging from theft and other anomalies. What are you going to do if you are approved to ensure that this umbrella body, which carries all the SACCOs, can be doing its activities under a legal framework? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a question that I had posed to the former Minister for SMEs, and I think he left office before he could undertake it. Mheshimiwa Oparanya, the SME Financial Support Services, its framework is not favorable to the Muslim population due to the interest component. If approved, would you consider reforms to mainstream the significant population that feel abandoned? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can answer those 4.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kaleba Misi has raised this issue of Hustler Fund, social assistance. As a government, the government definitely is a government for the people. The government that does not take care of its people is not a government, because this government is there voted by the people, and the government, when it comes in office, it has to take care of its people. So social assistance is very critical. But Mr. Chair, social assistance is not within the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises. It's under the Ministry of Labor. So I think someone from Labor will be able to answer this question more effective than myself.
Actually, he answered when he appeared.
Yeah, it's there. But us...
But you can deal with his issue of now your poll moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
But us, as a ministry, we have taken these micro and small and medium enterprises as our core function. And we are undertaking all that we can to make sure that this particular, because this is where we can create employment in this country. Because this particular sector employs about 15 million people. The Kenyan government, the governments, counties, and the national government put together, they are able to only employ 1 million people. And there can never be an increase, more increase in that. So where our opportunity lies, it is in these micro and small enterprises. And that's why it has become a pillar under the national government. And I think, to me, the president made a very deliberate decision to make sure that SMEs becomes one of the pillars for the economic transformation of this country. So what we do is to create enabling environment. That is our responsibility. We do not fund them. We just train them, tell them, you must be formal, you must be registered, because sometimes they want government tenders, and they cannot do so when they are not properly registered, when they are not properly licensed, they have offices. So we help them, and then we sensitize them that if you get money through other avenues that we have created various funds, this is how you should manage these funds. What we call, we train them on financial literacy. The issue raised by Rahab on the coffee cherry fund, this has been an issue for many, many years in the coffee industry. The problem we have had, and the coffee industry is no different from the sugar industry, which is in my place there, that this government concerned, and if they are cooperatives, the sugar industry, the companies are mainly parastatals, or government has shares there. Because of mismanagement, they take this money and they do not pay the money back. So they become debts. The government has continually written off these debts. But for how long will the government keep on writing off this debt? You know, now there is scarce resources in this country. You can see what happened to the finance bill. There's no more money. I think the system that we have in the recovery of this money, because this is the money that is advanced to the farmers when they sell their coffee, as they wait the money to be paid back through the agents. So sometimes the agents get this money, but they do not remit the money where it is supposed to remit. So it's also a management problem. So we must fix this management problem first to make sure that if these funds are advanced to the farmer, how do they come back? They advance the farmer, the agent gets the money, the agent sometimes gives the money halfway. So we must change that system. And we have been talking about cherry fund year in, year out. And I remember the other day the president said that there will be a write-off. But how long will this happen? We must go in and solve this problem. Rahab, I can assure you through KPCU, because this is the major culprit, that we will look into this issue. It's the same way with the new KCC. KCC was a very vibrant institution, a vibrant dairy cooperative. But now it is collapsing. It collapsed first time. They changed the name from KCC to new KCC. Government has pumped in money. The other day they were given 600 million. It is again collapsing. Now maybe we'll change another name, new KCC. So this is a problem that we are having in cooperatives, and one of the issues is management. Management is a problem in cooperatives, but I would expect KCC, being a big company, it will have a proper structure that will be able to detect early enough any mismanagement in their financial system. They have not been paying farmers, but when I was nominated, I've actually been sending feelers, and I can tell you that farmers now have been paid up to June of this month. They only are owed dues in the month of July. The succession plan in cooperatives as raised by Honorable Mishimbogo is critical. As a ministry, we must come out with a criteria of how the officials of cooperatives should, one, be elected, those who are on the committee, and even the appointment. Someone is elected to be a chairman, and is a chairman for 30 years, until he goes to the grave. And actually, if he stands for election, he wins. It is like the labor movement. When you are there until you go to the grave. So as a government, we must find out what is the problem. And I was thinking very seriously that why can't we create limits? If me, I've served as a governor for 10 years, that was my limit. And as you can see, I'm still very strong. I will be still the governor of Kakamega County this moment. And in fact, I would have gone in and opposed. But because now there was a term limit, I think this term limit should also extend to...
We advised your colleague in sports that the same thing obtains there.
Yeah.
People hold offices in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, yeah.
So tell us, if you find favor, what are you going to do to manage, introduce, and have succession plans in these cooperatives?
Yeah, Chairman, Chairman, thank you very much. You see, like banks, even sometimes, if you are managing director, you are also allowed to be a managing director for a particular period. You cannot be there forever. And that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, that one of the things, if given a chance, I'm thinking is to create a term limit for even board members, and even if you are CEO. So if it's 3 years contract, you renew once and then you disappear. If you are on the board, you also serve a board for a particular period. Even if you are very good, we say that goodness of yours, take it also elsewhere, so that those people can enjoy that. So that's what I'm going to do. She also talked about shared functions between national and county government. I can tell you that according to the Constitution, cooperatives function is a function of the county governments. But it has created a challenge because there are cooperatives that operate beyond boundaries of constituencies. How do you deal with them? Because the counties can have their own legislation to regulate cooperatives in their area. And they have a right to do so. But what about if cooperatives operate beyond? Like in Western, we have the IG, Invest and Grow. You go in every county in that region, they have offices. How do you deal with them? If Kakamega has a different cooperative legislation, Vihiga has a different one, so how will which law will it subscribe to? So we are saying that those cooperatives that operate beyond their own boundaries should then be controlled by the national government. And that, even that's what we did in roads when I was the governor for Kakamega. We agreed roads that go beyond county boundaries should belong to the national government. And that's what I feel. There is already discussions between county government and the Ministry of Cooperative on how this issue is going to be dealt. As soon as it's dealt with, I will be able to advise you, Honorable Mishimboko. The issue of pyramids, they say that you plant money and you get money. Obviously, Kenyans are conned. And what they do, they give you, they say plant 100, plant 1,000, you come, you get 2,000. So they lure you. As you put in, when you put 20,000, then they disappear. That's why we are coming up with these funds and sensitize people that before you borrow any money from someone, or someone says he has a pyramid sort of thing, please check with the officers there that is such an institution registered. That's why the government is there to protect its own people by making sure that people are not conned. So go to institutions that you are sure these institutions have offices. The pyramid fellows usually don't have offices. They have offices where you can go and complain, and that they are registered. I don't think, as a government, we can come up with a legal framework to legalize things like pyramid schemes. We will be making a mistake, we will be making a serious mistake, and our people will continue to be conned. Cusco, like KCC, is also new. There was Cusco, the original one, which is under receivership. And now there is new Cusco, which is struggling. So if we decide to put it under receivership also, we will have another new Cusco. We cannot continue like this, because Cusco is an umbrella body of all cooperatives. All cooperatives have put there all the money. But as I talk to you, Honorable Speaker, Cusco has lost about 10 billion of public money because of corrupt practices. And as a government, we must come in strongly that those people who embezzled funds from Cusco are dealt with. because these people are known. The board was suspended, and we cannot just sit back because people have lost employment. We must follow up and see that this money is recovered, and this is the work that EACC can help us instead of following a squirrel in the name of Wycliffe Oparanya. This is the elephant in the house where 10 billion has been lost, and they can't go for this because they want publicity that now this is the big fish. But where the money has gone, the small fish are there. And there has also been a struggle where the board of Cusco wanted to be registered as a private company so that they also escape. Now they come out of government control. We are saying this cannot happen until this money, which has been stolen from the people, is accounted for. That is what happened with KFA. You remember KFA was a giant company in Nakuru when it was under cooperative movement. It went under private company. As a private company, it was now changed from cooperative to private company. Now it has become a very small.
It became KGGCU.
Yeah. So this is the escape.
Disappeared.
They use this as an escape, actually, to embezzle money. But now Cusco, new Cusco, we are going to make sure, this is, when I'm given a chance, this is my first assignment, to see that I focus, because this is a very important organization. But as a ministry, we are proposing that because people have lost their money, we want to introduce also deposit protection fund, like the way it is in banks, or deposit guarantee fund, so that when institutions actually collapse, and it is confirmed that they collapse properly, then members of that particular institution have at least something to fall to.
How does an institution collapse properly?
Yeah?
How does an institution collapse properly?
Because maybe it has taken an overdraft, and because of other issues that come up, because also an institution can, because of changing environment, you know, the institutions that if a business environment changes, they do not change quickly. So they are caught up because they are stuck to the old ways of doing things, and it collapses. That's what I'm saying, that it has collapsed, but in the right way, because the management looked innocent. There were changes in the environment, but they never changed. But we are now going to come up with a proper framework to see that the members' money is not lost in cooperatives. And then the last one, this is an issue that even one or two people who met me in the street asked me about the same question. And I'm happy that the Member of Parliament have asked this. And when I was getting, I was being briefed about Hustler Fund. I said that we must also have a product that will be in line with the Sharia laws. There must be a product. We want every Kenyan to feel that this country is theirs. So don't worry, we shall come up with the products that will favor the Muslim community. If I don't do it, please, I've committed myself in front of you that that is now my assignment.
Yes, now let's have Honorable Raso, Mule, Robert, and Owen, in that order.
Thank you very much.
One question each.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, I think I'll just raise one question. Honorable Paranya, you are the Minister for Planning in the Kibaki administration, and you basically authored Vision 2030. which actually today is a blueprint and is the roadmap for development for Kenya. I don't think there's another more serious document that has come about. Governing is a social contract. And when you talk about MSCs, micro, medium, small enterprise, and cooperative is part of our people. It is that development which you in Kakamega, or that governor in Marsabit, or that governor in Wasungishu looks at, because it is about the people. Now, if we put the two together, Vision 2030, and the job, if Parliament approves your nomination, what do we see the link between the two? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to pose a question to the nominee with the great experience he has in the government since Kibaki time, and as my colleague said, the author of Vision 2030. Do you think it will be viable to continue having separate funds to help the youth, the women in Kenya, whereby they are domiciled in different ministries and management? For example, we have Wewezo Fund, domicile at youth, Women Fund at gender, Youth Fund at youth ministry, then ASLA at cooperative. Is it, from your experience, is it viable? And if it's not viable, will you be suggesting to the to the government of the day and the executive whether we can pool these all these funds to one basket, whereby proper management, proper resource, and proper distribution of these funds to Kenyans to help the economy grow? I just want to hear your thoughts on that, because we must do things differently.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, cooperative societies are riddled in debt all over. I'll give you an example of when I was elected in Kadhiani. The coffee factories there, the coffee cooperative societies were all in debt and all kept coming to us to try and help them to raise money. I would like you to maybe explain to us how they get into debt, so deeply in debt, and how you as government can be able to help them. But Mr. Speaker, you know, interesting times listening to my leader from Azimio defend the Hustler Fund, which we were very seriously opposing. And I'm also learning a lot. But you have confessed some things here, and I sympathize with you when you talk about how EACC has actually, and you did this on oath, that EACC was actually acting as a political tool, fighting you because of exercising your democratic right in picketing under Article 37. Now, if we are approved, then you will be sitting in cabinet, and you know there's that thing we call collective responsibility. So you'll be part of government. Maybe you can tell us, how will you use that office to ensure that this persecution does not continue again in this country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Speaker. I would like to direct this question to the nominee. You know, there was during President Kibaki's time, there was this famous saying, "What gets measured gets done," and it spoke into the realm of performance management. And I think you were there, the Honorable Speaker was there, and this country's growth during that time was measured on, was actually pedestaled on performance management, which was translated into performance contracts. And we realized that we could actually measure the growth of the country day by day, because every institution in this country, every ministry had the responsibility to measure performance and therefore deliver on certain deliverables. it was also pegged on Vision 2030, which you've been credited to be the author and also the person who ensured that Vision 2030 was implemented. In the last 10 years, we never saw the previous regimes talk about performance management and how to manage performance going forward. As you come into cabinet with this, if approved by this committee, of course, with this knowledge, with this vision, with this experience, how are you going to bring back the good old things that were really helping in the growth of this country? Noting that President Kibaki's time, Kenya really had great performance, and your knowledge on it, your experience, now that we are bringing you in, the new people that are there, how are you going to help cabinet approve performance management, which I think is the best tool to measure performance? How are you going to help this country in that realm? I thank you.
Nominee, deal with those four.
I started with Mula, or
no, we did Oras.
The social contract cooperative link between the two. Can you repeat that question? I think I missed something out of it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What I said is that when you talk about SMEs and you talk about cooperatives, it is about our people. Although we can run away, it is what you call the bottom-up, because that is the economy at Mashinani there. Vision 2030, which you authored and which you presented to Kenyans, is the roadmap to development that we are using until today. So I'm saying if you link the two, as the immediate former governor of Kakamega, how are you able to link the two to see that are we making progress in Vision 2030?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think now I have understood, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the Vision 2030 is a long-term blueprint for development of this country. And it came up during the times of the former president, the late Mike Kibaki. And this document is a very good document if you have an opportunity of reading it again. But unfortunately, the other governments, when they came in, they tried to come in with their own things. Some of the issues being undertaken now are out of line. But that's not bad, because we had said in the vision clearly that the environment, the business environment, the economy environment changes. So you are also supposed to come up with those changes to address changes in the planning, to address those particular changes that have happened. And that's why I'm saying that when we came up with Vision 2030, cooperative services were put under financial services in the Vision 2030. If you go to the page of financial services, cooperatives are there. By that time they were planning, cooperatives were not given emphasis, unfortunately. They were put there, and if you read them, you read that it's just a paragraph, which was unfortunate. Forgetting that cooperatives are the engine of development for this country. So the link between the two is that cooperatives were recognized, but unfortunately they were not given emphasis. We are now saying that this time, for us to grow the SMEs, we must grow cooperatives. That is critical. And the fact that SMEs have been taken as a pillar, one of the 5 pillars that the transformation of the economy of this country has to be undertaken through SMEs. The question of Honorable Mule, that there are various funds, Uwezo Fund, Women Fund, Youth Fund, Hustler Fund. Fortunately, Honorable Mule, these funds have been put under one ministry now, under SMEs, except for Youth Fund, which was there briefly, and it was taken to the Ministry of Youth. And I think that was a mistake. These funds were meant for different purposes. But they were also established to address various concerns at that time. That time, our good women were making noise that they need a fund. So whoever was in power at that time responded by creating a women fund. The same for youth. And the Uwezo Fund is the very basic one. In fact, Uwezo Fund can easily be amalgamated with the Hustler Fund. But the only difference is that the Uwezo Fund is at the constituency level. So now, if you started now amalgamating it, the Hustler Fund, which is sort of on a digital platform at the national level, then it becomes a problem. But for easy management and proper focus, I will agree with you that these funds be brought together. And let us have departments within those units. And those departments are given a budget. This is 200 million. Make sure that they go to the women. This is a particular, this is 1 billion. Let it go to the youth. This is a particular, this amount is for people living with disabilities. Let it go to that. That will also reduce the cost of running these funds. So we have one board, one management. That is the best way. But sometimes to do this is a political decision to be made. And that is maybe a decision that you can leave it to the president to make. Because when the youth fund was put under SMEs, quickly, I think the Minister of Youth complained, and then because of the political play that time, it was moved out of it. The question raised by Robert, MP for Katiani, the issue of debt write-off in the cooperative. As I've told you, cooperatives are self-financing. They are umbrella cooperatives that government puts in money. Few cooperatives like dairy. Dairy is a very important sector in the economy, where the government puts in money to make sure farmers get to be paid. It's like also the sugar industry. They want to make sure that farmers are paid because sugar is consumed a lot. Milk is consumed a lot in this country. So the government must have interventions. And that's why the government is ready to write off debts because of that, that particular special priority of that particular commodity to the people of Kenya. But I've said clearly that how long will this go on with the austeric measures that are there? Shall we keep on the government writing off debts? What I'm saying here that, and what I'm committing myself, is that we must confront this problem and say, why do we have problems in cooperatives? And the major reason we have problems in cooperatives is actually management, nothing else. So if we can sort out management issues, then this problem will not be there. This issue of EACC, it is unfortunate that such institutions are used. It's unfortunate, and I remember the president committing himself that such an institution will never be used. He might not be the one, but it might be people around him. He might not know. But it is unfortunate because in the process they lose focus. The elephant is in the house. They are going for a squirrel. That is very unfortunate. The issue of performance contract. I'm happy that, Mr. Chairman, I started performance contracting when I was Minister for Planning, and it worked very well. It was one of the Vision 2030 tech that we have performance contracting. And we wanted this performance contracting to all government institutions, to central government ministries, to parastatal, to agencies, to sagas, so that what you do can be measured. There are targets. Are you able to meet targets? People now sit in the office. Institutions are making losses, but they still continue to be in office. I'm hopeful that as I come to the office, if you approve it, I'll talk to my colleague, Mbadi, who has now taken over the Minister of National Treasury.
He has not.
Who will?
He has not taken over any office.
If you have approved it, if you approve it, if you approve with somebody to take over the National Treasury and economic planning, because that is where this performance contracting is supposed to be housed, then this is one of the issues that I will take it up, because that was very good. It motivated people to work very hard. When it was being announced at KCC there, some ministers will hide their face because they know their ministries have not done well. So people worked hard. So it is important because we get salaries from the public. So we should be accountable to the public, Mr. Chairman.
The last court, George Murugara, Sir George, Daoud, and Mary.
Thank you very much,
One
Mr.
question
Speaker.
each.
One question, then the public one I'll ask, I will not ask again. That will be the end of it. Let me ask my own questions to the nominee, because this issue of ESCC is a little bit sensitive, but it's also important that we get the corrective facts, especially as regards the allegations. Number one, ESCC every day starts saying that they sent your file to DPP for prosecution. But you've informed this committee that you did not record a statement, which means you are actually not heard. In your position, would have ESCC recommended a prosecution before hearing you? That is very important. Number two, you went to court. You got a conservatory order. The question we ask is the conservatory order still in force? And if it is, are the proceedings which you took to court still live, or they have been terminated? And if they've been terminated or they've come to an end, what has been the end result? Now, this other one on behalf of Kenyans. It's a fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you see it, but your side of the political divide told Kenyans, go and take the Hustler Fund and do not pay. They went, borrowed the money, they have not paid up to a tune of 12 million. Now the shoe is on the other foot. This money needs to be recovered through the revolving system. You are in charge. Will you now turn around and tell the same people that they have to repay the money because the money must be repaid?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Oparanya, you have talked a lot about the cooperative societies, so I won't take you back, but you have said it is a management issue. I want to put it to you, it's not a management issue. The issue is, if you do get appointed, is the Commissioner of Cooperatives, together with his officers on the ground, who abate corruption. Because my people have lost 2 buildings in Meru because of no elections are done for the cooperative societies. But it's a problem within the cooperative officials. You have talked about Uwezo Fund and all that. There was a bill, I think about 4 or 5 years back in Parliament regarding Uwezo, all the funds. It was called Biashara Fund. Maybe you may need to follow it up, how far it went, because I think there was a cabinet paper to move all the funds into one fund, Biashara Fund. By the way, Uwezo Fund in my constituency is doing the best in the country. From 16 million, I have disbursed 61 million. The last one I want to put it to you is the SASRA policy, where the depositor, the savings are supposed to be, they are being told to deposit 10% a minimum, whereas it is very difficult for people to deposit that 10% for minimum. And there are some SACCOs, in particular, I would say, who have not been paid for the last 2 or 3 years, and they are in the media. KTN and Standard, it's been on media as well. They have not even remitted. They have been deducted for the last 2 years. The deductions have been deducted, but have never been remitted to the SACCO. So what are you going to do if you do get approved?
Mary?
Nominee, my question is on MSME. Facilitating access to credit and support is core to the government empowerment agenda. And you know, you must empower the citizens for them to be able to pay taxes, live better lives, and also be productive generally. Now, MSMEs still struggle to obtain affordable credit because of the high interest rates and stringent lending mechanisms. Now, and I say this because we interact with Kenyans every day. And if I quote Honorable Speaker, our constituents ask us, nisaidie, ni boost biashara. Times are hard, ile pesa nilikuwa nayo nimelipa school fees. There is market, but I need to boost my business. We have potential business women and men. Those who want to do startups or just boost what they are doing. But they don't have the money, they come to us. And that's why you've noticed most members of parliament have been organizing harambes just before the ban, so that we put together our business people and we do a fundraising for them to get money to boost their enterprises. So the question I want to ask the nominee, what measures will you implement to improve access to credit for MSMEs, especially for women and youth? We have all these interventions, the Hustler Fund, the Women Enterprise, Uwezo. But it seems, again, this zeroes down to communication. Many Kenyans still do not know the existence of these interventions and how they can access these funds. Just related to that, what mechanisms will you implement to improve? No, I've said that one. What mechanisms will you put in place to bridge the financial gap, promoting responsible investment practices, and ensure financial sustainability? That is especially on loan recoveries. Thank you.
Answer those 3. We're coming towards the end.
Yeah, George, thank you very much for that question. I want to confirm that I have never been heard. And I'm on record here. I've been a member of parliament. I know what is to be on record. And if you have someone there, you can confirm. Did you ever take a statement from a man called Wycliffe Ambassador of Paranya? I quote the orders clearly. I said the conservative orders, I quote them. I told you, I told the committee here that my family were being harassed. I was being called that your life is in danger. As a human being, you have to go to for protection. I could not go to report to the police station because the police were against me. I would not know. If I saw the police attacking you, how do you go to the same police to record a statement? So I decided another independent body can maybe listen to me for protection. And that's why I go into court, that I'm being harassed. Please, can these people be stopped? And I get compensation for this, and you determine if the case has not been determined. And I'm ready here to say in front of the cameras and in front of you, Mr. Chairman, that if I'm found guilty that I stole money from Kakamega County, I'm ready to resign if you give me this position. The issue of hustler fund.
Okay. I think if in fact they forwarded a file recommending your prosecution, if ESCC did that, recommending your prosecution to the DPP without your own personal statement, it's highly illegal and highly irregular.
Thank you.
In fact, you should lodge a formal complaint against ESCC for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, these institutions are there for some purpose. And if you met me in private, I will let you know. It's not for nothing. Now, the issue of hustler fund, I clearly said that I was talking from an ignorant point of view. I've now come in, and I've seen the intention of this fund was good. But the only problem was the implementation. So I was out there, I could not get the records.
Yes. No, I want to inform the nominee that it is for a fact, and it is in public domain, that the Hustler Fund has failed. What are you going to do about it?
I have said clearly that the intention was good, Mr. Chairman. But the fact that it was implemented in a hurry without proper structures.
You
and
already
what I'm
said
going
that,
to do
yes.
is that I will make sure that if you give me the chance, I will make sure that proper structures are put in place, that money that is given to the people, out there to our people, it is recovered. It's a revolving fund so that other Kenyans are able to enjoy the money. Honorable Dawood, you have mentioned that the issue is the Commission of Cooperatives. Commission of Cooperatives, is, you see, is one person. I don't want to defend. I don't want to defend him here, but so many cooperatives have collapsed. Maybe yours is exceptional, if the Commission of Cooperative was involved directly. But from my study...
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. It is not him alone. He's got officers. It cascades all the way to the county and the constituencies. The people under him, together with him, there is a problem.
I understood him, nominee, to say that apart from the governance issues that you have said, corruption and so on, the office of the Commission of Cooperatives has not helped. It has been part of the problem. So he was asking, if you find favor, what will you do to make that office work?
Obviously, I will streamline the office, but as I've said here, I don't want to have a blame game at the moment. Give me a chance to go in there and look at this particular issue so that I can address it and note down in your diary that after a month or so, if you give me the chance, let us discuss about it. Then I will be able maybe to give you the right answer. The issue of WESO fund, youth fund, women fund being put together as Biashara fund. I told you, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes this issue is political. When you want to put youth fund, women fund together, and the women are complaining, no, we want just our fund separate. The youth are complaining we have youth fund separate. But this will require sensitization. If we can agree with members of parliament, and starting with you who are here, that we sensitize our people to agree this fund to be one fund and create units within the structure so that each particular vulnerable group is given their share, I think to me it will work very effectively. And that's the direction that we should go.
Thank you, nominee. We're coming to an end. I have just a few issues the public have asked me to put to you. Some you have answered, so don't belabor if you have. You are on record as advising borrowers from the Hustlers Fund not to repay. Is that still your position? Some
answered.
Some chairmen of cooperatives who have been in office, one person says he knows some chairmen of cooperatives who have been in office for over 20 years. What will you do? You already answered that.
I've already done that.
How will you help SACCOs recover the billions defrauded from them by fraudulent managers of Cusco? Then another one says, you are on record as saying, nurses watagoma siku chache, wapate njaa, warudi kazi. Lakini doctors have adequate money, they can sustain strikes. And the citizen says, with that kind of mentality, how will you deal with SMEs comprising small-scale traders? I think
most of them have answered, except the nurses, doctors.
Yes.
And the nurses, doctors, Mr. Chairman, when I made that remark, you were there. You were there, and actually it was out of context because of the facts then. It was just a comparison that doctors have a chance, even if they go on strike, to go and work in private hospital and get their money. So if they are striking, they can sustain a strike for a long time, while nurses don't have that chance. That's why I was saying that nurses, they cannot sustain a strike because they have no alternative, while doctors have alternative. That's how it was, and you can protect me because you are there when I was talking.
I can assure the Kenyan who asked the question that I was there.
Yes, yeah.
Lastly, Honorable...
Mr. Speaker, before you go there.
Yes.
Nominee, I doubt whether you'll be able to answer, but it's information from the public. They are saying, please ask the nominee about Metropolitan National Circle that is collapsing with millions of shillings for hard-working teachers in Kenya. They have never communicated on when the corporates will be refunded their money, and they have started closing down. Please, if you get into the office, save the teachers.
Dawood, what is it?
No, he has not answered about the deductions being done, but not being remitted to SACCOs. Is he going to do anything
by employers?
Yes.
Yes.
The issue of Metropolitan, I wouldn't know the right facts, so maybe Honorable Muli, I will look into that and maybe come back to you, because I don't know it even, but let me take it up.
Deductions without remittances?
The issue of deduction without remittance, Honorable Chairman, in fact, this is a serious issue. At the moment, about 2.1 billion has been deducted from members and not remitted. And the most culprit is the county governments, that they deduct and they do not remit. This is a serious issue, and I think it can only be sorted out when we are in, where we will involve county government and of course national government. In fact, the cooperatives were pushing that their money should be deducted at the treasury from those affected counties. But in law, that is not acceptable because the law does not allow that. So these are things that we can just sit down and see how best to do it.
Nominee, as we come to an end, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before you conclude, you know the suitability of all these nominees. Part of it is largely hinged on integrity, in line with Chapter 6. And CS nominee, you have just said on record there that should you be found guilty, you asserted you would be ready to resign.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Now, I want to ask you to flip that. That says if found guilty, if charged by DPP, taken to court and found guilty.
Yes.
In your view, should it be the perception that is there, or should it be on the basis of being under investigations, or should that process be at the point where you are found guilty following due process in a court of law? At what point, ideally, would you resign?
Obviously, Honorable Chunga, I'm talking about a due process. There must be a due process. If there is another issue, it should be, a file should be there, it should be taken to PPP, because that is the one.
So even if EACC had recorded statements from you, from other people, but you are yet to be prosecuted, it is your position then that you are presumed innocent until proven guilty?
Yes, that's how the law is.
Yeah.
Unless you want to violate the law.
Chair.
Mr. Chunga, you know, I respect you very much. So I don't know if you want to violate the law.
No, all
due process.
All questions are innocent, so don't infer anything.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Because in other jurisdictions, like in the US and in many other Western democracies, people, even on the assumption or the impression that they are under investigations, there are people who choose to resign. So I just wanted that clarity, that you want us and the country of Kenya and yourself to follow due process as stipulated in our laws.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
That's what I said.
Chair, you see the beauty of this committee, the chairman is a lawyer, the vice chair is a lawyer, so we're well covered in terms of law, in terms of knowing the law. You see, Mr. Chair, whatever that's happening, whether it is AUCC, DCI, they remain allegation until they are proven in a court of law. This country has gone through that process long time. One time we elected a president and deputy who were charged even in ICC. So these things are just rumors in town here until they are proven in court.
Nominee, as we finish,
yeah.
I don't have questions to you, but I want to encourage you. Order. I want to encourage you that in the event you find favor and get this position, the bedrock of our economy for the ordinary people lies in cooperatives. And you yourself have said they suffer from serious governance issues. They suffer from serious mismanagement, frauds, thefts, name it. Every single village in this country has a story to tell about losses through cooperatives. It's a nightmare. We hope and believe that in case you take this office, you'll do something different. Because since independence, we have had ministers in charge of cooperatives. And these piles and piles of theft and fraud have been going on. So we hope that you may find favor. If you do things differently.
Thank you.
Lastly, I want also to confirm to the public because of what has been going on in the media, that this committee instructed the clerk of the National Assembly to write to the DPP and confirm whether there were proceedings of a criminal nature as had been publicized going on against you. I want to tell the public that the DPP wrote back to the clerk of the National Assembly and said there are no investigations or proceedings of a criminal nature going on against you. You are hereby released to go. Oh, sorry. I have to ask you a few other things. In the rundown to this, we wrote to you and you responded to the memoranda that were filed against you, which were, I'll tell you how many there were. There were 29 in number. I'm being shown something, but you have answered it already about MSMEs.
Yeah.
Lastly, I'll ask you these mundane questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, I held a position, Honorable Chairman, but I resigned on Friday last week. And I think there is a letter in my file to that effect.
What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
About 600 million.
600 million made out of?
Mainly is buildings and houses that I reside in.
We'll leave it there. We wish you well. And you are hereby released to go back to your other duties.
Thank you very much.
You will collect your original documents. We have checked and found them in order. Sergeant, you can pass on the documents to the nominee and escort him out of this chamber.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable members, we'll break for lunch. I don't know if it's late lunch or early dinner. And resume at 4:40. 4:40.
districts, now counties, moved to Kiambu in Githunguri and Thika, moving on to Machakos, and finally in Nairobi, where after a period spanning about slightly over 15 years, I resigned to go to venture into politics. At my first attempt in 1997, I did not succeed, but soon thereafter, the vacancy fell, the seat fell vacant through death, and I was elected as Member of Parliament for Siakago constituency, as it then was known, after which I joined Parliament, and in 2002, December, I successfully defended my seat and returned back to Parliament, where I served as opposition chief whip then, because the party on which I had been elected and been trounced very badly in the 2002 general elections, and we became the opposition. While in Bunge at that time, I was also elected by my colleagues to chair the Public Investments Committee, where some of the people who served me, I can see are to the left of Mr. Speaker, Chairman, and a few other officers. Mr. Chairman, in 2007, I lost the parliamentary seat, and I was out of Parliament for 5 years, during which period I was deeply engaged in the constitutional review programs that were there. And I was finally elected as to chair the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. After that, Mr. Chairman, in 2013, after the general elections, I was elected the Speaker of the National Assembly, a position I held for 2 terms. In the elections of 2022, Mr. Chairman, I did not run for any office, but I joined through a coalition partnership agreement with the teams that formed Kenya Kwanza, initially being the United Democratic Alliance Party, Ford Kenya, and ANC as leader of the Democratic Party. Subsequently, His Excellency the President appointed me through a nomination that was approved by this House, by this committee, recommended for approval by this committee to the House, subsequent to which His Excellency the President appointed me as the Attorney General, the 8th Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. I served in that position for a period of 20 months and 15 days, up to the 11th of July 2022, when I tendered my resignation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, any question?
No questions. No questions from senior. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, there is a government internship program under the Ministry of Public Service, and many of us have messages from Kenyans, especially young Kenyans who have gone through the internship program, asking what is the plan of onboarding them as permanent staff in government, or linking them with other state agencies, for permanent and pensionable jobs. And we'd want to hear what plans you have, should you be confirmed into that docket, to make sure that that internship program not only helps the youth to gain experience, but also helps them to get linked to actual permanent and pensionable jobs.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Leader Majority, for that question. Indeed, I want to confirm to this committee and to Kenyans that I have also received well over close to 300 such messages from those interns, the young Kenyans who have gone through that program, which was initiated, I believe, with the very best of intentions. But unfortunately, I think the implementation has faced some challenges because young Kenyans have been taken through the program, posted into ministries, but after 1 year, they find themselves back on the streets. Indeed, it is a very challenging thing. Mr. Chairman, my personal view about this program of internship, before I come to say what I think should be done, is that it should be changed to not just a public service commission internship program. It should actually be a Kenya national internship program, where both government and the private sector become active players. I believe it would have been much better if the program had involved the private sector, because the skills that these young Kenyans have are varied. They're not necessarily trained to go and work in the public service. Because sometimes you may find a university graduate that has been trained in agriculture, for instance, being taken to the Ministry of ICT. They will just be there for those 12 months and the stipends that they are given. After 12 months, those kids have really gained very little in terms of the field that they were trained in by way of experience. So, Mr. Chairman, my view is that this program should be worked, reworked, re-engineered, so that the people, the young Kenyans that are taken into it, are taken including the private sector, where indeed the private sector would be encouraged. Either government of Kenya, because Parliament gave the resources to the Public Service Commission to employ those or to engage those interns. But if we expanded it, it means that either the government of Kenya would have young Kenyan interns being taken to various places in industry, both in the public sector and in the private sector, where their skills would be much more relevant and be much more useful. And thereafter, either it can be agreed that government will pay for continue paying their stipends, or in the alternative, those private sector players to whom the interns would be attached would be given some incentives, and indeed, perhaps if we did that, we could find that we could actually attract more Kenyan youth in the internship program than the current numbers that we take today. Moving forward, Mr. Chairman, I think it is not right to assume that governments can employ every Kenyan that has gone through school. But on the other hand, government has a responsibility. We all have a responsibility in leadership to ensure that we grow the economy of this country so as to be able to attract as many of our young, talented Kenyans into the job market. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, this is a program that I intend to, if I find favor, as Mr. Chairman, you have, I've heard you say from time to time, you have find favor with this committee and the House and get confirmed into this position through appointment. It is something that we will need to sit with the Public Service Commission because, as you would appreciate, the role of the ministry is to facilitate. And, here, Mr. Chairman, it's good for me to point out that public service spans across every arm. So that, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even the policeman on the road is the public service. The doctors and the health personnel are also doing public service. So it's a ministry that I find quite interesting. It permeates every sector of the public service. But more specifically, to respond to the issue raised by the Leader of Majority, which has also been raised with me, as I said at the beginning, it is to sit with the Public Service Commission and see how best to address the plight of the various cohorts, because very few, Mr. Chairman, have been absorbed in the public service. And these are our children. We all must feel for them. We see how best to have them placed in well-paying jobs and remove them from the streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank Yes, Mary.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, Kenyans, with respect to the same issue of internship, Kenyans want to know the fact that the outgoing CS did suspend ongoing and any new recruitment. If you are approved, what you're going to do about that? He had proposed a formation of a tripartite committee to look into all those issues. And they are also saying the public servants, they're aging. The public service is an aged lot. And so in the interest of succession planning, what are you going to do if at all you are suspending recruitment? And finally, they're also saying they're raising the concerns on corruption and nepotism, where jobs at the public service are also going to the highest bidder or to whom you know. So if you are approved, what are you going to do about it? So kindly speak to those issues and you'll be, so that we do not bring up the issue again. Thank you.
Chairman, this is just a supplementary question. I hope I don't lose my slot later, because I'm very interested in this. We're going to third reading of a bill I have sponsored on the public service internship. And I agree with you what you have said. We actually consulted a lot on the private sector, but we realized it needs further engagement on issues to do with private sector because incentives and all that. But now, the direct question that the young people are asking, and they have told me, without that amendment in your bill, in the third reading, but then you can stay with your bill. They're saying there has to be provision of them gaining full employment after the internship. Because they're saying otherwise, if that is not there, the government and other entities are just enjoying cheap labor. And then they go back, as you have said, after 1 year. And so it is good to be honest, because I know later you'll be told it's budgetary issues. You can commit here and then later you say there's no money. So the young people just want an honest answer, whether they will be employed after their internship. And the last thing just on that, Chairman, is that the last question, I agree with you also on one thing. Public Service Commission, and we engaged during the public participation. Internship is not a preserve of the Public Service Commission. The Parliamentary Service Commission also takes interns, the Judicial Service Commission, other commissions in TAC, which actually has a good practice where they have a merit list. So instead of advertising again for new people to get full employment, why don't we have a database of the ones who've done internship, and they be given priority when it is time for employment, and they create space for others to get internship?
Mr. Chairman, can I? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to the issues raised by the member for Teso South, the Honorable Mary Amase, where she raised the issue of a circular. And let me first of all say that I haven't come across any such circular. It was a pronouncement which I think has not been secularized. The issue that I'm aware of is that, of course, which every one of us is aware, is the issue of the austerity measures being implemented currently, which have necessitated some temporary or sort of a moratorium on recruitment. It is not that it has been stopped. So it's not, I don't think whether it's right for us to say that there's been a circular. There hasn't been any, because I've gone through, it's an issue that I was addressing when I met with the senior staff of the ministry. Mr. Chairman, the issue of aging staff is true, and this also speaks to the question of succession planning. And I think it is right to point to say that something somewhere has gone wrong within the HR department, the human resource area. Because it is true, Mr. Chairman, you find, I don't know members, you find that some very, very senior people in the public service, the people that deputize, and they are almost exiting the service, but the people deputizing them are so lowly placed. I think that is a mistake that must be corrected immediately. And it's a matter of us having to engage properly with the Public Service Commission, because people are all over. But some certain things which I believe maybe we will have occasion to discuss later, the issue of training, on-job training, seems to have taken some back seats. And that is where the problem of aging staff, people wanting to remain without people sufficiently well prepared and trained to take over their positions. I think it is a mistake. It needs to be addressed as soon as possible. The Honorable Mary Massey, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the issue of corruption in recruitment. Mr. Chairman, this is, I think, a thorn in all areas of, most of the publics in the entire gamut of public service recruitments, because there's a lot of opaqueness. Positions are advertised. When people are long listed, you see names, then they are shortlisted, then you don't know what the process is that happen thereafter. And connected to this, Mr. Chairman, is if you read Article 232 of the Constitution on the mandate and functions of the Public Service Commission, among others, is to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. And the other value and principle is the diversity of Kenya, diversity among regions and communities. It is a value that is embedded in that Article 232. But, Mr. Chairman, you and I will know, sometimes it's very difficult, and we have seen reports that have been published that really show skewed, very, very skewed situations about how many people, how many civil servants are in which area. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not blowing my trumpet, but I want to tell the country and this committee that while I worked here, we had occasion to, first of all, before making placements, to indicate, first of all, to get to know how many people already are in service and from which counties, so as to ensure that those counties that do not have representation here, even through affirmative action, get the chance to work at this premier institution, national premier institution called Parliament. Mr. Chairman, in addressing this issue, these are some of the practices that I would want to suggest to the Public Service Commission to employ, because every part of Kenya deserves a chance to serve in the public service. Mr. Chairman, I have sympathy with what the Honorable Lesunda, through you, has been told by the young people as she was processing her bill. Mr. Chairman, we must say this without feeling shy about it. It may not be possible for the public service, indeed not just may, it cannot be possible for the public service to employ every Kenyan that goes through the training. But it is the duty of government to ensure that we have policies and programs that make it possible for the economy to absorb those whom we train in our various institutions of higher learning and others. So it's an altruism, and I think I want to agree with the honourable member that I don't want to be visited by, to be haunted by nightmares. If I give a commitment here that we will absorb, the chairman, we may not be able to, but we have to look for ways of ensuring that those that have been taken through the process finally find some placement one way or other. There are various options available.
Thank you.
Before he moves out of that, Honorable Speaker, would you then, if you may not assure them of placement, but at least priority when opportunities arise, especially now that there has been a pronouncement that those who are above 60 years of age will not have their contracts being renewed or extended?
Actually, I noted the issue of priority, that yes, and I think we must take a lead from what the president said the other day when he was at a passport parade for the NYS recruits, when he suggested to the Kenya Defense Forces and the National Police and other security agencies that please, when you're recruiting, because the people that go through the NYS, first of all, get a 6 months paramilitary training. So it makes perfect sense that if possible, do about 80% of those. And they come from every corner of the Republic. So even in respect to these interns, I think we should give priority when it comes to absorption to those that have gone through the program. Thank you.
Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, through the nominee, there are one or two issues is for clearing the air, and one is a question. The ones of clearing the air is you served as Attorney General for the last, let's say, 2 years now, a few months remaining. The issues that came that people were not taking your advice, whether they were legal or they were non-legal, I don't know, but your advice, which I assume they were legal. Could you touch on that matter? And then the other issue is when you were working at the Attorney General.
Which people? He was not advising people, he was advising the government.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So be specific with your question.
No, I'm saying there was accusation, there were statements out there saying that your advice was not being taken. There was a statement out there in the public domain that your advice was not being taken. So the advice could be taken by the government people in whichever capacity they are serving. Then secondly, the issue of when you are running the office of the Attorney General, there were issues, I found that one in Parliament, between your office and the Public Service Commission in terms of recruitment of that office. And now you are going to be working with them in terms of policy, you will be in charge. How will you take care of that? Then my last question is, the president, when this uprising happened the other day, one of the statements he issued was that people who have reached the age of 60 years must leave the civil service. But there are people who are 60 now and still working. They have contracts that are running. Now, and that is the way we can bring up the youth into the system when you create space for them. So what do you think you will do if you get favor with this committee and you are appointed? Will you create that space for the youth so that these people who have clocked the age of 80, they should leave, that they leave the civil service? Because they have 60 and not 80. No, I didn't say 80, 60. No, you people, I know why you're saying 80, but I said 60.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker, and the nominee, Speaker Emeritus. One is, should you get favor, now that the word is popular, should you get favor from committee and approved by Parliament? Please, what practical thing will you do? Will you audit or something like that in terms of community balances in terms of employment in public service? Because that item although the Constitution prescribes Honorable Speaker Emeritus, but it's being abused. Nobody follows completely. And therefore, it's very skewed. Employment of government and public service is very skewed. So what will you do, an audit or something like that? And how will we know that actually you did that? Number two is have an overlook or a compound look at the counties' public service. I think, Honorable Chair, if there are people who are, I will say, they are suffering psychologically, are almost the entire employees of counties. Entire counties in this country, 47. Why? Because when a governor leaves, another governor comes, there's a lot of sacking. Everybody's going home. You don't know what's going on. And therefore, that imbalances or lack of security or lack of known or policy makes actually compromise public service and services at the counties. So please, should you get favor and approved, I know you have the demeanor, you have you are a leader of this country. Please make sure that you have an overlook of counties. Counties are suffering. I thank you, Chair.
Ikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Disciplinary cases for civil servants. Ordinarily, there is an allegation out there that they take too long for the appeals. If an action has been taken by a ministry, so when they make an appeal comes to the Public Service Commission, then it takes unnecessarily too long. And my second question is about your resignation. When you are invited to make your introduction, I heard you say that you resigned.
Yes.
Are we expecting another resignation after you're approved? Thank you, Chairman.
We can take Amisi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Just not the nominee.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have one question, Speaker. This National Youth Service that falls under your docket is really dear to me because of the youth aspect and the youth population bulge that most countries are grappling with, Kenya not exempted. And if you look at the history of the National Youth Council, started National Youth Service at the independence. In fact, the late director of Stare was at the center of the foundation of this institution where Stare was schooled. And the discipline we get at Stare is the same discipline that was supposed to be replicated in those services. And the paramilitary training just came in later. But you know, the essence of it was to make youth participate in the national building. They get skills at a very small stipend, and they build national. But you see, the way we've structured National Youth Service, it's become a privilege for the who is who, that letters are flying around. Leaders, you know, taking letters across the constituency, the most privileged are getting more letters than the others. But it's supposed to be a program that consumes all our youth into a training pool. In fact, it was borrowed to, this is an issue that has faced many countries in history. US, when they had this issue of youth population bulge, they what we call the Peace Corps, where young people were being sent across the world to be, incorporated in different ways of culture, heritage, and, they learn a lot, they come back and they build their nation. This is the problem we have with the youth. We do not know how to do with this chunk of young people for the benefit of the country. How are you going to structure NYS in a way that it does not become a privilege rather than an expanded program that takes all the young people across? And don't talk about the budget, because all the problem has always been we don't have enough money. But there's a lot of wastage. That place has become a cash cow. People walk in, do tenders, and they get rich, but the youth are suffering outside there. What is this you are going to do differently in that institution, once and for all? Because we've had these talks about NYS for quite some time. What is this unique thing?
Nominee, if approved for appointment, which 3 specific reforms would you give priority?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I have one question to our nominee, and I'm looking at the constitutional mandates for gender representation. And I just see that women remain underrepresented in public service. Because if you've looked to most of the sectors in our government, they've been led by men. What specific reforms will you advocate to ensure compliance with this mandate and increase women representation? I think as a country, we have some laws, but the problem is implementation or rather enforcement. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Can you deal with those?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. Well, let me begin with the issues raised by the Honorable Jeanette, Mr. Chairman. And just say one, I think sometimes our media, and we have to give it to them, are quite innovative. Sometimes how they innovate sometimes can cause you a lot of jitters. If you read the story, if you saw the headline and you read the whole story, you could not relate the two. Because in the middle of the story, inside this, I think on page 2 or page 3 of that newspaper, they went ahead to say that 99.5% of all advisories given by the Office of the Attorney General have been taken and implemented. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases members, I could give an exit report on the performance of that office for the 20 months and 15 days that I was in charge. So that story was not correct. That advisories were not being taken because the office gives advisories in respect to very, very many issues, international law. In fact, the office gives legal advisory opinions even to the county governments. And I cannot even remember which one was never implemented. If there was anything that may have perhaps not been implemented, could have been maybe the things that we advise ministries, because as perhaps the members will know, the Office of the Attorney General is signatory to every cabinet memo that is generated by every ministry. And on occasions, we've had to return very many memos to the various ministries, and I've had to issue a circular to all ministries telling them, because they always insist that the Aegis always gives them state council to sit in the ministries. So we asked them, what are those state councils doing? Because they will bring requests which are so raw. So maybe those are the only ones that they can, maybe somebody could say, those may not have been taken, because there are some ministries, some cabinet secretaries who would always argue that they think the Office of the Attorney General is the mortuary where their proposals die. But they die, they never used to die there. We would always return the half dead and the corpses to them to go and bury in their respective ministries. So maybe only to that extent. Otherwise, I must say, I've had a very, very exciting period at the State Law Office. The Honorable Jeanette, through you, Mr. Chairman, did raise the question of the relationship between the Public Service Commission and myself when I was the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the relationship I had and the proposals that I put through, and I must, Mr. Chairman, through you, thank the National Assembly for, and through the chairman of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee for agreeing with my proposals, Mr. Chairman, that there was need for the office to be given the autonomy it required to recruit its own personnel. The reason being, Mr. Chairman, on occasion, they would recruit people and send them to the State Law Office. Sometimes when you look at them, they ask them, did you know the areas where we have need? Is it in the area of public trusteeship? Is it in the area of societies? Is it in the area of companies? Is it in the government transactions? Is it international law? These ones you have brought to us. So what are their key competencies? They will never be able to answer that question. They will tell you that all they needed is to recruit lawyers, and they dump them to you. So the position I took there was not a personal, it wasn't personal. It was just for posterity and to build the institution of the state law office, to make sure that it is fit for purpose. So, and also, and you remember, when we launched the 24th annual supplement in April this year, His Excellency the President himself, off the cuff, did speak to the point, the fact that he had assented to that bill to give autonomy to the office of the Attorney General to be able to recruit its staff. And he was speaking about that in the context of the fact that we were launching the 24th annual supplement after the 23rd one had been launched in 1995. So, and you know, His Excellency the President did see the merit in the proposals that I had made. And since, again, Mr. Chairman, the House did agree with me, and I really must remain eternally grateful to the House. The matter ended there. It was nothing personal. It was not to give me a job. It was to ensure that that office becomes what it is supposed to be, the biggest and the best law firm for the public in Kenya. And I hope that, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that I've seen the nominee is a person, again, who began a working career at the state law office and has been the secretary to the advisory board at the ODPP, which is the same thing that you as a House gave me, the advisory board. That's what we were looking for. So I believe that my relationship with the Public Service Commission should not be strained on account of what I did. In fact, if I find favor, again, with you and the House, and I'm confirmed in this position, I would want to continue assisting the state law office to develop, because even then I was actually using officers from the Ministry of Public Service to help us to develop the human resources department of the state law office. So I hope that anybody who may have been, aggrieved by the decision to give that office that capacity should not have any difficulties working with me. In any event, we are conjoined at the hip, and we must work together. And differences of opinion must never make for enmity. The leader majority did raise the issue of, is it the people age 80 or? Yeah. Yes. I have done some quick assessment of that position, and I'm told currently in the mainstream public service, they may be less than 10. But of course, whether they are 10 or 1, if the directive is at 60, you go home and you are an employee, so be it. We just must live by the law. And I think this, I would want to tie this with the question, Mr. Chairman, raised by the Honorable Mishi, the member for Likoni, on this issue of gender. Mr. Chairman, I did allude to what is provided for in Article 232. Among other things in that article is the question of the special place for the youth, women, and people living with disabilities in the recruitment, even as we address the issue of other forms of diversity in our country. I think it has come to a point, Mr. Chairman, when we must now bite the bullet and implement what is in our laws. We can't have a constitution to which we just pay lip service. I think it's not, unfortunately for me, Mr. Chairman, I like taking, once I take a position, I like being held to account on the basis of the position that I take, because we cannot, we just have to implement the Constitution. You in Parliament are doing your very best to try and live by that Constitution. So everybody else in the public service should also be held accountable. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that the House will help me when I bring reports about who is not living by the constitutional imperatives, so that you can hold them to account in the way that Parliament the world over does. So, Honorable Chairman, in response to that issue raised by the Honorable Mishimboko, it is just to say that I intend to live by what is in the Constitution. This question again, Mr. Chairman, it ties alongside with that raised by the member for Pokot South. Mr. Chairman, he used to have a name. He was called Pokot 1. He raised the issue of diversity again. And I think I like his proposal, Mr. Chairman, that we need to carry regular audits in this matter, because we must bring confidence, the trust of the people to government. And one of the ways to go about this is by telling it as it is. If we find that there has been skewed recruitment, let us just be open about it, so that everybody from whichever corner of the Republic should feel that they belong to the government. There should never be a case where people in one corner of the Republic feel that there's a place called Kenya, and they think it is called Nairobi. Nairobi is Kenya, because I don't think that they belong. I agree with the Honorable member for Pokot South. Again, this must cascade to the county service board, the county public service boards. I do know that when you go to a county, again, there are other dynamics. But the responsibility that has been assigned to the Ministry of Public Service is to come up with policies that advise county governments with respect to matters of public service. But of course, the implementation and enforcement is left to other agencies, other bodies like Parliament and other institutions. Say, for instance, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is a constitutional body. Then Gender and Equality Commission, and the Commission on Administrative Justice. We also have, of course, the Public Service Commission is in the Constitution also mandated to assist county government through the County Service Board to come up with policies, public service standards that should be implemented at the county level. So that would be my response to that. Mr. Chairman, there was, through you, there was the question raised by the Honorable Wekaria, the member for Nakuru Town East, if I still remember his constituency, about disciplinary cases taking far too long to resolve. And this is a matter, fortunately, Mr. Chairman, I can speak to this one for quite at great length, because I have had occasion to deal with disciplinary cases within the Public Service Commission. It is the procedure that is used that is too long, Mr. Chairman. I do recall when I was a magistrate, I got involved in dealing with some of those cases because the process starts at the ministry level, because as you know, under clause 5 of that Article 232, the PSC is empowered to delegate any of its functions to other bodies or to some of its members, and some to any public officer or other authorities. One of the functions that they have delegated through letters they write to people called authorized officers. It is that issue of the HR function. And I think, Mr. Chairman, my own experience is that it has not been carried out properly. And it speaks volumes. When cases, disciplinary cases, take so long, and possibly the staff who are the subject of those disciplinary proceedings are put on half salary, or they are not allowed to participate in several other service functions that they were engaged to do. So it's a matter that I think we need to streamline the procedures so that matters can be resolved. And at this point in time, when we are all talking about leveraging on technology, I think these are matters that should be resolved much faster. On the question of resignation, if I got the Honorable Carrier properly, he said that he saw that I had resigned. That's what is in the Kenya Gazette. It is true indeed that I resigned, and there were reasons. Because as you would expect, at the national executive level, and I know the country was alive to the fact that there had been some disquiet. And the only honorable thing at that point in time to do was to take a position through a route that is provided for in law, to allow His Excellency the President opportunity to reorganize his government as he desired. So that allow a situation whereby you tie the president with the fact that certain things have not happened, or this or the other, as provided for in law. I took the option of assisting the president to make the decision to do the alignment. Honorable Chairman, there are two other areas. Well, the issue raised by the Honorable Caleb Amisi about the NYS, and he did give examples about the American Peace Corps. I think those are very positive remarks and comments. But I want to add that yes, Honorable Caleb Amisi did mention the issue of discipline, Mr. Chairman, and it is not without foundation, because the 6 months paramilitary training obviously equips the trainees with certain patriotic norms that ordinarily will not be found in an environment that is not such as the one we find ourselves in the NYS training camps. But I did say that, Honorable Amisi, that there is the 6 months paramilitary training, and there is the 1 year national service. From this national service, the graduates are assisted almost invariably, where it is possible, to either become self-reliant or self-employed, if you wish. And those others that depend on what courses one takes, because when they go for the national service, they take some certain job-related courses. It could be in the hospitality industry, it could be in construction, and such like trades. And those that also wish to continue with further training are encouraged to join currently the TVET programs within the Ministry of Education, where they would go and to get either diplomas or certification at the TVET level to equip them further for the job market. I want to agree with the member that indeed there have been incidences where corruption has been mentioned. I think this is a matter of concern to all of us. We've seen some of them. I don't want to go into some details, some of which I'm sure most members may have seen, as when people start moving around with appointment letters or recruitment letters, it becomes, it is something that speaks to the integrity of a process. And I think it's one of the areas
point
that...
of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Just to clarify to the nominee, because I don't think you got my question clearly. I don't need to go to the nitty-gritties of the operations of NYS. It's common knowledge, we know it. My question was that this good program that has undergone a lot of mutations, that's why there is now the paramilitary being introduced. But initially, at some stage, it used to actually be a compulsory stage for those who are even advancing to universities and institutions of higher learning. It was a compulsory stage, meaning the initial perception of this was to incorporate all youth towards a compulsory stage before you advance to the other programs. So how can we expand it so that it stops being a privilege for the few, that letters are now being floated, it becomes gold for you to get NYS letter? How can you expand that program more or less the way it was? That's the question.
Well, that's a governance issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. It just speaks to lack of order, and lack of discipline, because it shouldn't happen that way. But we do know that it has happened, and it does happen. But of course, the corruption that you mentioned about, other than this one of recruitment, this can be addressed, because we just have to be, everybody to play their part. There are those of us who will be charged, and in this case, Parliament with oversight. And I must say that recently I watched some debate at which the House properly expressed itself with regard to some of these processes that have been happening. And I think that is the route to go, so that everybody knows that even as you undertake certain or any of the processes that you are enjoined to undertake, there are others who are watching, and there are others who hold you to account for your actions. But with regard to the other corruption that the honourable member mentioned, I want to say that when that problem came up, and I think all of us would recall, starting around 2017, that's when reforms were initiated within the NYS. And that's how, by 2018, we came up with the National Youth Service Act of that year, which, among other things, introduced a council as an oversight body. And I think as Parliament, through the various committees, you are at liberty to call, to summon the council, and because they play an oversight role. But it is the National Assembly that has got general oversight over all national state organs and state officers. So indeed, I think on this, we play together. Whenever there is an issue that is being raised in this field, I would want us to be summoned by the relevant committee of the House, so that everybody be held to account. The Honourable Member for Nyeri, Chair, didn't raise the issue of the priority reforms that I would want to undertake. And what comes to mind immediately is the institutionalization of the performance management program, so that even as we do performance management, we hold people accountable for what they have undertaken or contracted to deliver within specified periods. And also, in my view, I would want to prioritize a reward mechanism, reward scheme, not necessarily monetary. And I've seen this, Madam Chair, in the judiciary. Almost every quarter, you find who is the best performing judge in terms of how many cases they are able to clear, because of the huge backlog that were found in the judiciary. how is it that we cannot do the same in the public, in the rest of the public service? Let us reward and recognize performance so that even promotion, even the areas we are talking about the succession planning, it also has some basis. You see people who exert themselves, apply themselves so diligently. I think it's only fair that there must be a way of recognizing that kind of performance, so that, and that improves delivery of service to the Kenyan people. The other one that has been,
if you allow me, Speaker, just to speak into the issue of performance management. I'm a big supporter of performance management because I know what it can do. And during the Kibaki time, you could actually, I used to work in a university as a registrar, and we put, during that time, universities were assigned into performance management. And you could actually see the university grow, how many papers it has published, how many papers each professor has published, A&A, how it has been ranked in. You could actually see the growth because of performance management. As you take up this position, if approved by this committee, and this is part of public service, we'll be very happy if we initiated performance management through performance contract or any other form of performance management tool to actually be able to evaluate workers, their output, how much government is putting in and what is the output, so that we can see real growth, and this contributes significantly to GDP. Thank you.
Did you finish answering? Did you finish?
Just that area of performance management, and I'm happy that the honourable member for Kilifi North has actually just got it, nailed it, because of course the public universities are they're still part of the public service, and we've had some in recent times. We've had of complaints from students complaining that they sat examinations and they have not received their results. You wonder, in that university, there's a lecturer who is involved in delaying those results. There is a head of department, there is a dean, and there is a vice chancellor. Surely, when these kind of complaints come, if we were implementing, if we had properly institutionalized, and I agree with the honourable member that this is something that this is the route to go, but we are paying lip service to it. We are not actualizing what it's supposed to mean, because it is also service delivery. Those students are part of they are children of this country. When you hear students complaining that they sat examinations and for 6 months down the road they have not gotten their results, and what, surely those students must have gone to raise those complaints with the lecturers, with the heads of departments, with the deans. I mean, surely it means something somewhere. There is a breakdown in the way we implement these performance contracts. And the delivery is not correct. Another area, again, to respond is how we communicate government programs. There has been all manner of communication from all quarters. Sometimes you see some of the communication, if you happen to be awake by midnight, you find there's still communication through some certain medium. And, it's just, we just need to institutionalize it and make it work properly. This is another area of priority, Mr. Chairman, that I would think we need to implement alongside the reward, merit-based reward system, either on a quarterly basis or on a monthly basis, as the case may be. We must recognize industry and merit in the delivery of public services. I think that may be all.
I'm told you've done all that cohort. Sharia, anything?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I have a question from a constituent. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Justin B. Turi, the question goes, despite the clear guidelines outlined in the scheme of service, there has been a noticeable trend of officers remaining in the same job group for extended periods. This stagnation not only demotivates employees, but also hampers overall efficiency and progression within the public service. How do you plan to address and rectify this issue to ensure compliance with the scheme of service and promote a more dynamic and motivated workforce? Thank you.
Chairman, I have one simple question. I have one, just one which is pressing. It is on the abolition of permanent and pensionable terms in the public service. Do you support or not? What are the advantages and disadvantages?
What? Terms.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine really is not a question. I just want to comment. Speaker Emeritus, I think you are lucky that you have worked in government, the judiciary, in legislature, now in the executive. You have a good feel of what a government is, what the people are. I think what Honorable Kosin there said, the idea of regional balance, the idea of ethnic groups included in civil service, the idea of merit. I just want to emphasize that. I think as you go around, it is important to look at not just the entry level, even at the middle and the top. You look at the speaker, the deputy speaker, and the clerk. That is the sort of Kenya we want to see. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, small one, Speaker.
Because you are mentioned, it becomes a point of order.
Under your guidance, Speaker.
Okay.
Under your guidance, and thank you for indulgence. You know, and I want to encourage the nominee, Honorable Speaker, that they should start from, in this audit which he mentioned.
If confirmed.
If confirmed.
Yes.
He should start from National Treasury. Because National Treasury is where the national cake is divided. And if they skewed things there, then the national cake is skewed. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I had not asked a question.
Those who have not asked questions.
I hadn't asked. That time it was a supplementary, but because I was going to get an opportunity, I just want to add a rider to, because that is what I was going to say on what Honorable Russell has said. To the nominee, if you get an opportunity, please. Kenyans want to feel to be part of Kenya. And the only way is through inclusivity, fairness, and what is just. And it is enshrined in our Constitution. And you have said you will follow the Constitution. Kenyans do not want to see an advert of a senior position which is being filled, and they almost know it is for who, it is even tailor-made for who, and for which community. If a certain person exits public service and he or she is from a certain community, it is almost certain they have to be replaced by someone from the same community. Let us have fairness and encourage merit. That is all I wanted to say.
A good comment. Mule, you pass?
Just a comment, and to the nominee, Mr. Speaker Muturi. Do you think we, as a government, we have a mechanism to monitor the efficiency, apart from the performance contracting of civil servant, to monitor efficiency and to increase transparency in government departments using electronic systems?
Good. Nominee take Naisula's comment positively, so it's not a question, so was Russell's. Sir George?
Let me just ask this on behalf of a member of the public so that I'm not accused of not having done it. Kenyan youth under the PSC internship program under cohort 6. Kindly, with regards to budgeting, do ask the nominee for PSC, citing an example in State Department of TVETs that they are hiring 1,300 trainers under PNP terms, yet they have not included not even the currently active interns in all the TVETs countrywide, from Mombasa to Turkana, who are only 126 of them, vetted, trained, qualified, which begs the question, to whom do these vacancies and jobs belong? Even the already qualified interns currently working in those TVETs do not qualify to be considered ETC. That's a kind of sentiments we are getting from this, because no wonder they are saying the nasty things they're saying about occupying us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Justin Muturi, in February, I passed my bill, which is waiting. It has already been debated. It is the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill 2022. It's passed through the National Assembly, passed through the Senate with some amendments, and we are going to look at, the committee will look at it. What it's mentioning, what Honorable Naisula has talked about, fairness in county, which county do you come from, and residents and all that. And when I did that, many universities, not just county assemblies, what Honorable Posing is talking, many universities, 70% of the staff are from the communities where it is based. But that is just for information for you. For county assemblies and county government workers, we've got, for the national government, public service has got 17 job groups. But for the county governments, there are 21 job groups. So there is, it's not at par. So would you consider to abolish, I don't know if it is possible, to abolish the county public service boards and have it all upgrade them to what is at the national level? Because the salary increments are not there.
Under what law do you do that?
That's why I said if it is
you
in the law.
can actually do it by amending the County Governments Act. You, not him.
That one I will get.
Yes.
The other thing, would you check if because they don't have a service scheme for the county government workers? Is it possible, or that one even has to be done through Parliament? I don't know.
So, nominee. Mr. Chairman, if I was to respond to the last one by the Honorable Dawood, again, it's a function. That particular area with the counties is a function given to the Public Service Commission under Article 234, one of their functions. They're supposed to come up with standards, operating standards, which and you know, if we put them in law, national legislation will take precedence over what else they have done at the counties. So it's quite. I'm happy that you've actually processed your bill and you're putting those principles. Mr. Chairman, I was going to agree with the Honorable Dawood about these many job groups at the counties, because
very many.
Sometimes I came across an officer, some old man who was employed in my county, and he was said to be an environment officer. And to the best of my knowledge, when they mentioned environment, I was a bit surprised, because I didn't think he would be very well suited in that regard. But then later it was explained to me that he was engaged by the governor to advise on the political environment. So, so there are many job groups, and so it's one of those things. I think working in collaboration with the Public Service Commission, I think, because we have a duty, we serve the same people. We have a duty also to advise the counties that certain things just don't make sense. And the resources that are devolved every year are not just for purposes of recurrent expenditure. And I like the current trend that both Parliament and the national government have taken, that please dedicate not less than 30% of those resources to address issues of development. I think it's a good thing. The chairman, going to the question raised by the member for Balambala, the Honorable Shurie, about the stagnation of people in one job group. It is one of those things that must be seen as, one can say that maybe somebody has slept on the job, because why are you stagnating somebody? And this is the reason why I am saying there's need for us to introduce some monthly or quarterly reward system. And if we do that, something like that, we will see who it is that is stagnating. But I think the Public Service Commission, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, have to, if you confirm me and the House approves, I would have to work with the Public Service Commission, and I have no problem about that, because I believe that what we will be proposing are ideas that would help in the service delivery to the people of Kenya. It is not a Muturi or Honorable Ishongwa's idea. It is for the benefit of the people of Kenya, so that when good ideas must give way to better ones, and better ones must give way to the best. So the schemes of service, I want to confirm, do exist still, but I think they are being implemented in very skewed ways, or they are not even being implemented in some cases, and therefore you find people stagnating in one place. And I think it is very, very demotivating, very demoralizing. You may find that some of the people stagnating are extremely hardworking, industrious people, but maybe because of some certain idiosyncrasies between the supervisors and others in the chain of command, they have been made to stagnate. I think these are some of the things that we need to begin addressing. If I find favor with you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee and the House, these are things that I promise I would want to undertake to visit. Mr. Chairman, through you, the Honorable Member for Likoni did raise the issue of permanent and pensionable vis-a-vis contractual terms or engagement. Mr. Chairman, the public service in any jurisdiction, as I know, is indeed really the soul of the nation. And I think I say this because you look at certain jurisdictions, Italy stays for sometimes up to 6 months without a government. But because the civil service is in place, it's well structured, these things we are talking about, people stagnating, people being favored because they come from this region or the other, those things are not there. That's why the civil service in a country like Italy, indeed, Mr. Chairman, even Britain, sometimes they change prime ministers 1 month, 2 months.
Time they changed 3 in 6 months.
Yes, but those countries are held together. The delivery of service is done because there is an efficient and effective mechanism by the public service of those countries. Same can be said about countries like Israel. Therefore, there is merit also in the question in having people on permanent and pensionable basis, while at the same time, there exists merit at certain levels. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I would find it very, very punishing to engage a tea girl on contract terms or sweepers. You would be changing them so many times. I think some of them are clerical officers, but at certain levels, senior levels, there is merit also in having people on contract terms. In any event, members of parliament are at a very high level in society, and they are on contract. They are on 5-year contracts. So why should it not be that at certain levels, we also engage some of those people on contracts? I mean, for me, I think we can have a fused system where we appreciate that at a certain level, P&P has its own place. And then at certain other levels, contractual engagement of public servants would have some benefits. That will be my reaction to that issue. Thank you, Honorable Russell, Honorable Kosing, through you, Mr. Chairman. There's were comments to encourage, and I take it in my strength. I think, well, it has been said that we must begin by addressing the National Treasury. And I think the Honorable Member has a point, Mr. Chairman, because you know, we have read stories about what is called budgeted corruption. By the time documents are delivered to the House, so much has been done, so much has been planned for. Sometimes when you try to read through those documents, and you are told maintenance of plant and equipment maintenance, you ask which equipments are these, you know? Sometimes you don't know which is which. And the same would go to how we recruit people also. Mr. Chairman, I want to give this committee some real example where 11 drivers were recruited and posted to the state law office. Only 4 of them had an idea how to, to drive. And they were on salary. So I said, oh, what, did you make a mistake? I thought this could only do sweeping or some other menial jobs in the office. But no, they are employed as drivers. Mr. Chairman, I have some examples which make me feel very passionate about actually, if the House approves me, want to go to this docket, because there are too many things, too many glaring things that need to be addressed. Well, the Honorable Member for Matungulu did raise the issue of the monitoring mechanism available in the implementation of various programs in the public service, particularly even performance management. This is one area that requires very close attention because, as I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, because Public Service Commission, in excess of the powers given to it in 234 clause 5 to delegate. Once they delegate, and you know, Public Service Commission is only one small commission here in Nairobi. It is not in Turkana, it is not in Embu, it's not in Bungoma, it's not in Narok. It's just here in Nairobi. So once they have delegated, I think the follow-up mechanism on what happens to those people whom they delegate their functions has been lacking. And I think, Mr. Chairman, if, as you said, I find favor with yourselves, I would still want to work with Parliament. If I find favor, I would still want to work with Parliament because I think it is in Parliament where things can move. Some of these things which have failed in the public service, if we work collaboratively, we will be able to give better service to the people of this republic. Sorry, the last one, Mr. Chairman, is from the indomitable member for Tharaka, the Honorable Gigi Murugara, about this cohort, the cohort 6. There isn't much that I would want to add, save what I said when the Leader of Majority raised this issue, and we have had some quite big conversation, because it can only be looked at holistically. What I can promise is I would want to engage with the Public Service Commission on this issue, because we must find some solution to what we do with these children. They are young men and women of this country, full of energy, full of ideas, well-trained, but we have given them some little hope that, well, and that's the expectation of every Kenyan. You take them as interns, and Mr. Chairman, you and I and several other members I can see here would actually agree with me when I say that this program needs to be rethought. You need to think about it afresh. Because, Mr. Chairman, young lawyers, when they leave the law school and they go for internship, they are not just they don't just go to the judiciary or come to parliament or come to the state law office alone. They go to firms of senior lawyers and even in the private sector. They do their internships there. But you know, this one, the way we crafted it, the way we coined it, we just put it for the public service. And that's the reason I believe why it is giving us this problem. And forever, we must continue thinking about how best to address this, this challenge of these interns. Never forgetting, Mr. Chairman, that the proposal this year was that I think we take about 20,000. I don't know if we go that route without, first of all, re-engineering this program, we are just going to create more anger in many more Kenyans. And no wonder, Mr. Chairman, then the next thing, they will be saying they want to angukan with everything. There's something I'm talking about anguka. They could easily say anguka nayo. They could.
This time they will anguka na wewe. If you approved.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just think that we really need to think through this process collaboratively and involving many more stakeholders than just people at the Public Service Commission. As I've said, it is a small commission of nine commissioners. What the kind of staff they have, they are not outside Nairobi. So surely, I think they don't even have they have not had the capacity to go around the country to see what other areas of our economy we could think of people interning in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody has had a go.
You have not asked my question.
You did.
It was just a supplementary.
It's a question nonetheless.
Supplementary on intervention. Just one, it's a comment. Actually, it's not a question from the public. Nominee, there is a Kenyan who is saying that the period between advertising for the jobs, interview, and onboarding by Public Service Commission is too long. That if you are successful, look into it. Another one is saying to quickly ease the pressure on unemployment, that 30,000 Kenyans expected to retire, public servants. If you could quickly replace them once they retire. And the last one says, what plans do you have for thousands of support staff in Kenya secondary schools who are earning as low as 5,000? Is it possible for you to absorb them in Public Service Commission? And as I conclude, probably in your first cabinet meeting, could you table a paper proposing for kazi kwa vijana? You can look for this money from some development partner or whoever, and let's ease the pressure on unemployment. Thank you.
Yes, Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know,
she said there were comments. So
she talked about, but Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Member for Teso South has raised a very important issue about those people working in schools. It just shows that if the question is directed at me, then that Kenyan actually appreciates public service is not just here in Nairobi. So if I find favor again, Mr. Chairman, then the Kenyans know that they will find me even in those schools, because those head teachers, those they called principals,
are your agents?
They are my agents, because they are also employing Kenyans
in public.
In public. So, and of course, Mr. Chairman, as I write down on this, if you walk through into any government office, including police stations, you find very well written service charters. But you know, they are just there in on the wall. You'll go, you find somebody, even in hospitals, public hospitals, very nice service charters, vision, mission. It's just like as you drive past Nyayo House. This is a corruption-free zone. I said, oh, this signboard is misplaced.
Even at your house.
And then others, you see, no smoking zone. Then you have to find the people who are there. So I think, Mr. Chairman, public service cuts across so many sectors, and I'm happy the member for Tesco South has raised this issue about people working in schools. Indeed, all those people are managers. They are people who are supposed to help us, because even when they mess in those schools, it is the government, and not usually it is the national government that takes the flak. So, and you go to a police station, a citizen is reporting an issue. The way they are addressed, they start cussing why they made the decision to go into the police station. Surely, is it not possible that in the 21st century we can offer public service with a smile? Please, the person who has come to a police station, surely, he is not a mad person. They know the power that that you have. They know you have guns. They have come for help, for service. Mr. Chairman, I would just want to say that if, again, I find favor, yes, watch this space.
Good. You know, if in that messaging, for a long time, almost 10 years, at the Ministry of Health, there was a big sign there. This is, cigarette smoking is not permitted on these premises. And there's a Kenyan who used to go and stand next to it and smoke bangi, because it's not a cigarette. You know, tell them also to do their messaging properly, you know. Now, we've come to a near end. I have a few issues from the public. Some of them we have already dealt with. But since the public is watching, we have a duty to pass on to you. Why is the PSC employing UHC staff on contract terms and paying them only half of their salary, even though their pay slip shows a low salary for the work they do? This question was also put to Alfred Mutua, isn't it? This goes against the constitutional principle of equal pay for equal work. Will they compensate for the underemployment? Please ask Honorable Muturi the fate of 46,000 JSS interns. They were employed as interns last year and haven't yet been confirmed. Most of these are also parents and graduated as early as 2012, and therefore the stipend of 17,000 cannot sustain them. Some interns have ended up being depressed. Please give a way forward for them. There are some public servants who stagnated for more than 10 years. How are you going to help them if appointed? I think you asked this. Please ask Honorable Muturi for his views on the current state of mental health among public servants and the plans he has in place to address. I think that you should speak to. What plans does he have, if appointed, to ensure that the staff morale across public servants is improved? While serving as chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Commission had attempted to usurp the role of the SRC by purporting to adjust the salary of members of Parliament. Does he still hold the same view? Does he think SRC oversteps into the mandate of other constitutional commissions such as PSC, TSC? Let him explain the nexus between his role as CS for Public Service and SRC. And the many others about retirement age, stagnation. There are almost 20, 30, but you have already touched on them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I start with the one of the universal, is it UHC?
Yes, universal health coverage.
Yes,
okay.
Staff being employed by the PSC. Well, Mr. Chairman, as I've already demonstrated, it's really the function of the PSC. It is their function to employ. But of course, we being policy advisors, we will be in a position. We will be, if we find favor, in a position to have a sit down with the PSC to find out why there are those disparities. As they say, some people are getting being employed better than, or being paid better than others, yet they did the same job. Mr. Chairman, on this issue of the JSS, even as much as it's not a matter that I have addressed my mind to, but as I say what I've been reading, given the fact that it's a matter that belongs to the Ministry of Education, it's an issue that, because of the role that the ministry plays, if I find favor, I would want to have a sitting with the Ministry of Education, the TSC. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I think it is important to put a mechanism in which, like you said, some are saying they graduated as early as 2012. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism that of showing when you are recruiting, surely you trained somebody as a teacher, they graduated more than 10 years ago, and you're employing another one who just graduated last year. They have not even, and that is happening, Mr. Chairman. I want to confirm. I know it does happen. I think we need to have a transparent mechanism of ensuring that there is the fairness that we have been talking about, and that is what is required of us. Mr. Chairman, that was all to speak to the issue of stagnation. I had already spoken about it, that we need to revisit the issue of the service schemes, the schemes of service, sorry. Mr. Chairman, there is already a cabinet paper which I found under preparation to address the issue of wellness and you know, the whole area of wellness in the place of work for public servants. And you know, if again I find favor, I intend to push it through. Mr. Chairman, I think it is maybe the Kenyan who asked this question that PAC attempted to increase or adjust the salaries of members of parliament during my tenure as a chairman of PSC. This is without foundation. Parliament never did that, and I know, Mr. Chairman, is because many Kenyans confuse several issues. When members raise the issue of mileage claims, people out there say, oh, they are increasing their salaries. When members raise the issue of sitting allowance, some people out there will say members are increasing their salary. We are so clear that the mandate to regularly review and set the salaries and remuneration of state officers is a function exclusively under Article 230 reserved to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. So it's not possible that we ever did anything like that. I'm sure maybe that is a bit of misinformation. The same would apply the issue about the CS for Public Service Commission vis-a-vis the SRC. We know the clear, delineation between what the SRC is supposed to do with regard to advising on the salaries and remuneration of people serving in the public service who are not state officers. So again, there can be no area of overlap or confusion between the CS for Public Service and the SRC. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The very last, the issue of civil servants with fake documents or fake certificates. If you find favor, what are you planning to do to eradicate fraud in public employment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a matter that I think I've seen already some reports that indicate that there were a number of public servants who are found to have secured employment fraudulently using forged documents, academic or otherwise. Mr. Chairman, I think this is criminal. I think to send a clear message to those who are involved or may have been involved, the best thing is to have them arrested and prosecuted, because we must send a clear message that crime does not pay to everybody. So everybody seeking employment in the public service using fraudulent documents should be prepared that when they are found, they will face the full force of the law.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask you the last three mundane questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
I resigned way back 2022, Mr. Chairman.
What is your net worth?
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chairman. My current net worth is just slightly over 800 million. When I appeared before you in 2022,
yes,
my net worth at that time was about 761 million.
Mm-hmm.
So we have had a slight adjustment of about 5.6%, 5.68% to 801.
That is
761 to 801.
To 801.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, 761 to 801 is a growth of 40 million.
Yes.
I have seen Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, who is a lawyer like yourself, ask that for all these years, you are only able to have a net worth of 761, then in less than 2 years, 40 million. What would you say to Ahmed Nasir? Because I know the answer myself, but maybe you can say something to him as a lawyer.
No, because I haven't been practicing, I cannot even answer it in that regard. But of course, we began in very, very junior levels in the public service.
Do you know how much you were earning? 2,400.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
That was our take home.
Yes.
We were appointed on the same day
We
as
were appointed on the same day with the chairman. And
yes.
As magistrates. And, you know, that's what we used to take home. So when somebody looks at the length of time that we've worked, part of it, and I did indicate that I put in a cool slightly over 15 years when we were earning those kind of meager salaries. So, yes. Well, for me, I think, Mr. Chairman, it's just to show that I've been a very modest civil servant or public servant.
Chair, maybe
Yes.
what I wanted my former speaker to tell the Senior Counsel Ben Nasir, that even with your 2,200 salary then, a property you bought in Kanyuambora then at maybe 12,000 is today worth close to 60 million shillings. There's time value for money and values keep changing.
Even this is just adjustment. Most of it is just adjustment in valuation of some small property that I have in the village, and some little bit of farming activities that I do.
Okay, Speaker Emeritus and nominee, we are done with you. We've checked your documents and found them to be in order, corresponding with what we have. We'll ask the sergeant to pass them on to you, and unless you are, I think also the memoranda sent out to you, you adequately responded to all of them. So unless you are otherwise lawfully held, you are discharged to go to your other duties. And face the mountain and pray to find favor.
Honorable Speaker, you know when you speak
The Chairman, I just wanted to give, this is gratuitous. I just wanted to give, for the benefit of staff, something I call an exit scorecard of my 20 months and 15 days at the State Law Office.
Give it to us. And hold on, Majority Leader was saying
I was saying on a light note, I can confirm the Honorable J.B. Muturi does not pray facing the mountain. He's a very good Anglican. He does not go to the mountain. There are other people who are known for the mountain, not
Yes.
J.B.
We pray to only one God.
Morogara has a different knowledge. Your private life is not in audit, you may leave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this engagement, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, should I find favor, I'll still be ready to come back to the House and account for what I'll be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Members, the clerk needs 10 minutes to change files. So you
Sawa. Nimeweka pikeki yangu. Ulirudisha huku, ulirudisha hapa nikaingiza. Nani?
Unajua stoki nje.
Ile kuna joto.
Sergeant, bring the nominee. Good evening. Welcome to this committee. For the record, you are Miss Stella Soy Chepkoech Langat.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Good. Welcome to this committee on appointments, charged with the responsibility of engaging persons nominated by His Excellency the President to hold public office, including cabinet secretaries, and we have a communication. You are nominated for cabinet secretary for gender, culture, arts, and heritage. And if you find favor with this committee after engagement, then it will recommend your suitability, because our duty is to find whether you are suitable or unsuitable for the job for which you are nominated. The committee consists of members that you can see here. And before we engage, we'll ask you to take an oath. You are going to give your statement on oath. You may choose to take an oath on the Bible or the Holy Quran or the Holy Book of Hindus. Which one do you choose?
The Bible.
Bible. So be upstanding, take the Bible with your right hand and recite the oath before you. Can you move to closer to the mic so that you can be heard on record?
I, Stella Chepkoech Soy Langat, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under this consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
You may take your seat and sign to the oath. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairman of this committee. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Boss. My left is Sarah Kyoko, our Deputy Clerk, and I'll invite members to introduce themselves for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nishungwa.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
David Kosing, Pokot South.
Emase, introduction.
Emase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, North Imenti Meru.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka.
Owen Bayer, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mokami, Nyeri County.
Caleb Saboti.
Stella, for purposes of the conduct of this hearing, we'll be referring to you as nominee. All right? We will start off by inviting you to introduce yourself, but before that, pass on your original documents in your possession to the clerk to cross-check with the documents we have on you. So start by introducing yourself by name, educational background, work experience, any key competencies that make you feel you are suitable for the appointment to which you have been nominated by His Excellency the President.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and honorable members of the vetting committee. Allow me to express my gratitude to His Excellency the President for nominating me to this position of the Cabinet Secretary, Gender, Arts, Culture, and Heritage. Indeed, Honorable Chair, this nomination...
Refer to me as Chairman or Speaker. I'm not a chair.
I am sorry, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to express my appreciation, Honorable Speaker, to His Excellency the President for this opportunity to serve as a Cabinet Secretary. And indeed, this nomination is a great honor to the women of Kericho and the women of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will proceed straight on to introduce myself. My name is Stella Chepkoech, soy Langat. I was born and brought up in the Greater Kericho County in a family of 9 siblings, and I'm a third born in the family. I went to school in Meswanda Primary School. I went to secondary school at the Tengecha High School for my O levels. I went to Kipsigis Girls for my A levels, the last group of A levels, and I proceeded to the Nairobi University, where I did.
The University of Nairobi.
University of Nairobi, yes. The
Not,
university chair.
Yes.
Chairman. I am a holder of a master's degree in public administration, and I've attended several other capacity building trainings from the Kenya School of Government and other institutions. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chairman.
Can call me chairman or speaker?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker is Isha, Chairman.
Go ahead. Yes. Go on.
I have also had various capacity building trainings in areas of mediation, in areas of conflict management, in areas of peace building, and I've served in the public service for a period of 29 years, serving in the central government in various ministries, starting from the State Department of Public Service. I've served in the Labor Department, and Honorable Chair, I was privileged to be part of the team that was setting up the State Department of Gender when it was being in the process of transition. That was in the 2004 at the Department of Social Services, Sports and Culture. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I hope I will not be penalized for calling you the wrong name. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, no, go on.
Let me stick to the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir.
Go on, go on. Nobody will penalize you. Go on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. I'll try and as much as possible not to repeat it again. So, Honorable Speaker, I've built a career in the public administration, working in several ministries, and I have captured, I've been able to go through building capacity. My capacity has been built as a career administrator, and I have served different ministries. I have also served in the public administration, field administration, covering 3 regions, that is the Rift Valley. I have served in the Eastern region. I have served in Nyanza and South Rift Valley. Mr. Speaker, I have also been involved in institutional building. I was privileged while working in the Office of the Attorney General to be part of a team who was setting up the Witness Protection Agency, which was actually a very unique institution. It is one of its kind in East and Central Africa. And I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that gave me an opportunity also to interact with issues of gender-based violence and the need to protect witnesses for purposes of ensuring that there is success in the prosecution and also to strengthen the administrative justice system. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my journey of duty, I've been part of the team who was setting up the county governments. I was privileged to be the first interim county secretary for the Narok County government. I also participated in strengthening the structure and function of the county government in Bomet County. And I have also participated in issues of ensuring that cults are protected from repugnant cultural practices while serving in the county government of Bomet, while setting up the Bomet East sub-county. And those experiences, Honorable Speaker, have assisted me in building resilience and also interacting with the environments where gender-based violence is rampant and where interventions are required to strengthen the fight against gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think my experience in field administration has assisted me in terms of building resilience, building courage, and also building hard work and sacrifice, which are actually the pertinent ingredients for leadership in this particular field that I am nominated to serve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Excellent. Nominee, now we'll invite members to ask you some questions, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Ms. Langat, I would like to ask you just one question, which has been something that has been a subject of debate among the women of Kenya, and this is on the implementation of the two-thirds gender principle, which has been very elusive, despite several attempts to pass the law in the country, in the parliament has not succeeded. And I know that your predecessor also had it on her desk. How do you think you will approach the ongoing challenges in implementing the two-thirds gender principle to make it a reality for the women of Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable member. The items on two-third gender rule are actually envisaged by our Constitution under Article 27, where the Constitution considered that for successful mainstreaming of gender in leadership, in electoral positions and appointee positions, there is need for the government to come up with legislation to facilitate and to operationalize what is provided under the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, the particular item that we are discussing on the two-third gender rule is a big challenge, and the State Department, in which I have nominated, have come up with initiatives. And as we are sitting in this room, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am aware that there are initiatives under the Gender Inequality Commissions and proposals to initiate issues on amendment of the Constitution to address the caps which have not been addressed under the legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am aware also that the issues of two-third gender rule is a big challenge, especially in leadership under the National Assembly and appointee positions, because we are lacking the legislative platform where operationalizing the two-third gender rule is supposed to be guided through. Under the county government, we are advantaged because of the provision of the County Government Act, which gives very, very strict guidelines on how to mainstream issues of two-third gender rule under the county government. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe the members seated in this room will be persuaded to assist the department where I'm supposed to go and serve, if approved by this committee, so that we engage in terms of coming up with relevant legislations that will assist all of us to mainstream two-third gender rule, not only in the elective positions, but also in appointive positions, like where I have been as a career public administrator. Thank you, Chair.
Just something, Honorable Chair, I was hoping that you would tell me something more radical, like that you'll advise the President to dissolve Parliament, since there is already a live advisory opinion from Justice Maraga, the former Chief Justice, on the President's desk for failure to do this. So maybe you need to crack the whip. Thank you.
Can I add something, Chair?
Are you sure you want to dissolve the people vetting you?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That's a joke. You don't have to respond to it.
I just want to mention something, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you will allow me. What the Honorable Member has mentioned about the dissolving the Assembly, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is already existing goodwill from the top leadership in the executive. And this is actually demonstrated by the number of women who have been nominated to participate in this current cabinet. So I think the goodwill is there. What we just need is to go deeper and engage with the honorable members in the National Assembly to give the President support in actualizing the two-third gender rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, you'll pass. Koech.
Mine is on FGM and early marriage, Madam Nominee. And given the persistent nature of social cultural norms that perpetuate harmful practices, such as FGM, forced marriage, and child marriage, what specific strategies and policies do you propose to challenge and dismantle these discriminatory practices? Additionally, how do you plan to engage with community leaders and stakeholders to foster cultural change, ensure protection and empowerment of women and girls, and support them in overcoming barriers to economic participation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the member for asking that very pertinent question. The issue of FGM and early marriages, in my experience and interaction in field administration, Honorable Chair, these are issues which are emanating from the levels of poverty in our communities. Most of the communities that I've interacted with, Honorable Chair, FGM, yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir. Most of the communities where FGM and early marriages are rampant are communities where the poverty index is very high, and girls are actually considered as an investment. So, Honorable Speaker, to address the issue of FGM and early marriages, we need to address poverty in our communities by empowering men and women, and more especially the men, because for a successful girl to progress and grow to be a person to be dependent on by a society, it takes a man. I'm a daughter, Mr. Speaker, of a mechanic, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, without the support of a father, a male figure in a family, women cannot do much in terms of empowerment and protection of girls. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, is addressing the issue of facilitating the girls to ensure that there is access to education by ensuring that each community have a school which the girls can be able to access, and also supporting the girls by giving them the required items like sanitary towels so that they are able to transit from puberty to higher levels in education. Honorable Speaker, also we need to strengthen the women who are actually, they are the women who are actually earning a living from being the perpetuators of FGM by giving them alternative means of income through economic empowerment. And one area where we can help these women is to allow them and to access funds through the normal arrangements that we have right now under the Kenya Kwanza administration. We have Hustler Fund. We also have Women Women Enterprise Fund. So we can empower these communities so that they get alternative sources and forget about our girls, because the only way to protect girls are to protect perpetrators who are using the girls for economic gains. And finally, Honorable Speaker, is to create awareness among the societies, the communities where FGM is rampant. And I'm counting on the members in this room. As I listen to the introductions, I could assign every community where girls are experiencing the FGM so that we have concerted efforts and help these girls together through the bursaries that the members sitting in this room are administering, so that we bring down the rates of early marriages and FGM in our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. We'll take
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I have a follow-up question regarding the two-third gender rule, and I want to ask the nominee, are you aware there was a report in the Parliament and the multi-sectoral working groups on two-third gender rule, and the report is already in the Parliament? Are you aware about that? Because I didn't hear you mentioning that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am aware of the task force that was working on, I believe the Honorable Chair is talking about the NATCO report. Is that the one, Honorable Chair? Maybe that, if that is the one, I'm aware. And I thought it was an item which was still under discussion. And maybe the leader of business in the National Assembly will be able to share the same. And I believe now it is still an item still under consideration. And since the honorable member who has mentioned it is part of a team in the National Assembly, I would also persuade her and other women, other honorable women leaders in this House to also support the same, because I believe if we succeed in that proposal, it might be a game changer for the life of the girl and women in this country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Passing, you'll pass. Kikaria.
Just for introduction, my name is Kikaria. Pass.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman.
Yes, Naisula.
Thank you. To the nominee, I have a very simple question. Gender is mostly misconstrued to be about women and girls, while I also think it is about boys and men. And we're seeing a lot of challenges, which especially our young men and boys are going through. I want to know, if approved by this committee and the National Assembly, what measures will you put in place to ensure that our boys and young men are also taken care of? And finally, your views on femicide and rape, which has become rampant.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Honorable member who has just asked the question. Those are actually very pertinent issues in our society now. The issue of the boy child and the men is actually one of the emerging gender issues in our communities. As we sit together in this room this afternoon, everybody is aware, every member seated here could be knowing of a case of a boy, either in your neighborhood, either a friend, a child of a friend, or a child of a sister who has gotten involved in issues of drug and substance abuse, cases of mental health, cases of broken marriage relationships. And when you look deep into the issues, Honorable Chair, the issue of the poor child is actually in a crisis situation. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, if you go down the streets in this town, in this city, the number of boys who form part of the street families, you realize that the number of boys in the street family is actually on the increase. When you go to the mental health centers, you find the number of boys also is very high. Cases of femicide that we all witnessed in the recent past, it is our boys who are involved. So I think, Honorable Speaker, as a government, we need to come up with deliberate efforts targeting the boy child, starting from issues of drug and substance abuse, by starting to take most of them which are affected to rehab centers, and move a step higher to give them a reorientation and even train them in areas of their interest. We can take them to TVETs, where they can train in areas of where they have technical interests, so that these boys can also be empowered and be made to be useful and to have a gainful engagement, and also to encourage them to start families. Because right now, Honorable Speaker, the empowered girl that we have in our homes today, they have no husbands. Because the boys who are supposed to marry them, they are in drugs, they are involved in femicide because maybe they were disappointed by one woman.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I just want to caution on statements, especially where you're talking about, they need to be married and all these statements. Be very careful on the words you use. Some of young people do not necessarily want to marry at all. Number two, there's a statement that you've used, and someone has sent me a furious message saying that she needs to be careful because you say without support of a father figure, women can do little to succeed. She's saying she's a daughter of a single mother.
Actually, since it was my question, Chairman,
yes.
I under your guidance, what you have been saying is that we are not looking for lamentation. I asked for measures and what we are going to do in case you are approved.
Yes, Robert?
Yeah, I also want to caution because she just said that on the matters of femicides, our boys that are involved. And without evidence, you can't really accuse anyone.
That is also true, nominee. Nominee, you are before this committee to demonstrate that if you find favor and His Excellency appoints you, what is your vision? You know, the questions you are being asked is not about general knowledge. It's about if you become the cabinet secretary in this docket, what are you going to do about the plight of the boy child? What are you going to do about femicide? What are you going to do about all the things you have been asked, FGM and so on? So people, members of the public and this team are looking to you to demonstrate your vision for the country and what you can do to improve the space to which the president has nominated you to be. So avoid generalities and histrionics.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and sorry for the deviation. I want to just add something, Honorable Speaker, that most of the areas that honorable members are asked, they are areas also of research, which I might not have information, I might not have the data, but I could be having general knowledge. And since, Honorable Chair, I'm not an expert, I withdraw my sentiments, and I beg the honorable members to give me an opportunity to continue with the presentation.
We'll go to Owen.
Just a quick one, Honorable, so I can also give guidance. I think, we would like to see what are the policies, what are the policy gaps in the gender sector? What are the legislative gaps in the gender sector? And the other areas that you've been nominated to. You're not just in gender, you're also in culture and something else. Culture, arts, and heritage. Yes. The heritage part is quite important for this nation, but I haven't heard you actually say anything about heritage and what are the issues that we need. Probably I need to ask you, what are the issues in heritage? How are we going? Gede Ruins has been given a title now as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. How is that important to this country? And there are many areas where we have these UNESCO Heritage Sites, but the people there are very poor. They have not had any impact on this world classification in terms of heritage. What is it that you're going to do in culture? You know, in terms of performance arts, in terms of young people, content creation, and all that. If you give us that, we'll be able to see, yeah, you really can help this country in the cabinet. Thank you.
Good. George, no? Mary, you'll pass? I pass. You'll pass. Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As a nation, we have toyed with the idea of a national dress for a very, very long time. But we are still stuck in formal wear that is foreign, even during our national events or social engagements. In fact, you can see that when we are doing all this work, we've all been in suits and ties. And even our parliament, we have to be in suits and ties. What do you have to say about that on issues of dress? The Kenyan dress.
Chair, with the gender ministry, that I cannot pass, I have to say something. And my question, one will be on the gender-based violence. And I'm looking on how are you going to do some intervention, because the cases are rising each and every day, especially in the rural setup. And one of the reasons is because there's still some tradition. When these cases happen, the family feels that if we go report, we're exposing our daughters. and become a challenge to that daughter to receive some justice. On the same breath, we have seen what is happening in our police stations when these cases are reported. The evidence on some cases have been confiscated, and maybe sometimes the evidence are not there, are not even taken to the courts, and it becomes a very big challenge for these daughters of ours to get some justice. I want just to get from our nominee, what kind of intervention or rather mitigation are you really going to do? Because we have good laws, sexual offense bill, we have the victim protection bill, and so many others. But still, each and every day, we are seeing these cases. And it's shocking that you can even see a father raping a daughter, a brother raping a sister. It is really very, very sad, Honorable Chairman. My second question, it is about the issue of our culture and heritage. And I see we have a challenge, especially in preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. Knowing that as a country in Kenya, we are rich in cultural heritage. I'm looking on how are we protecting our right. For instance, the patent right on our kiondo, for instance, from the Kamba land. That kiondo from the Kamba land, that ushanga from the Ma community, and those regalia from the Pokot and the Turkana. These are all culture. This country is high time that we need to know, how are we showcasing our culture? Do we have a cultural day? Maybe so that all our communities can just come together. We have like a celebration and we showcase where we came from as Africans, as Kenyans, and where we are. Because this is one way even to promote tourism. Because I mean, people will just come on that cultural day and just come to see what Kenya has. So I want to say that we need to tap those available opportunities in terms of culture, art, and national heritage. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I had not prepared to ask, but Speaker, no, just a moment. I wish you listen to me, Speaker. I said I not have a question, but I just had an opportunity to peruse a CV, and I noticed something very unprecedented with the civil, the officer in public office. The nominee, you've not gotten...
On which page?
From page 13, basically on her experience and the positions she has held, all the way to 21, actually all the way to 23. Not arranged in chronological manner, but from 23, she has served in so many positions across so many ministries, county governments, parastatals. There is no any promotion in one single ministry. So it begs the question, why are you not promoted from where you are? You are always going to another organization, another office, another either county government. Sometimes you are exchanging. Yeah, so I just wanted to know why.
No, I think you're reading it wrong. Yes, because if you look at it from page 20, if you start with page 23, which is the farther as far back, she was a personnel officer. Then she rose to a district officer 3. Then she rose to assistant secretary. Then she rose to assistant secretary again in the finance division. Yes. And then
I think Caleb never worked in the public service, so he doesn't understand it.
No. I think you didn't get my question. At least if you work in the Ministry of Interior, for example, you will rise up. If it's Division 1, you go to Division 2. My question is that all these organizations, there's no any single workplace you've risen up. You're always going to the next.
If Assistant Secretary 1, and then at the Ministry of Defense, she was a senior assistant secretary and personal assistant to the permanent secretary. That's a rise.
You could let her
secretary is a rise. No, I think you're being disparaging of women.
Then let the nominee respond. It's just a simple question.
Chairman, point of order. Chairman, just to add on what Caleb has just said, I've also observed that she has been working on a very short period of time. Short period. If you just look, maybe we need to understand why, for instance, Minister of Labor 2005 to June 2008. And there's one, no, there's one which was very short.
Be fair to the nominee in public service order.
Yeah, we just need to understand maybe that trend. We just need to understand.
In public service, Honorable Mishi,
we need to understand.
I'm not defending the nominee, she will answer, but in public service, no servant chooses where to work. You can be rotated around anywhere. I was a magistrate for only 8 months, and I worked in 5 stations. I don't know what you would say about that. Nominee, you've had the questions, including Caleb Amis's question, that you seem to have been marking time in your positions of appointment, and you suffered regular transfers and change of places of work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to start from the last question so that I clear the air. Honorable Speaker, maybe also to shed some light on the operation of a public service, where I've served for 29 years, Honorable Speaker. In the public service, there is what we call rotation of staff. And in the career, as a career administrator, you can only work in one station for not more than 3 years. I believe that one is clear, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, go on.
And that is a career that you don't just move from one level to another. There are requirements to move from one job grade to another, especially in administration. There are required training, capacity building for you to be allowed to move from one grade to another. So, Honorable Speaker, I started working as an assistant secretary, which is equivalent to DO3 in field administration. I rose to the level of Assistant Secretary 2. I moved again to 1. I moved again to Senior Assistant Secretary. I moved again to Under Secretary. I moved again, if you can follow my CV, to Senior Deputy Secretary, where I served for a very long time. And the equivalent position in the field is Deputy County Commissioner 2. So,
which in the old system would be a DC?
DC, which is Senior DC. So, Honorable Speaker, the working of a public service is complex, and I appreciate the questions from the members. And like in the first phase that you can see in my CV, I've worked in 3 different state departments.
Move to another question.
Yes. So I believe I've...
Address the question by Owen, then the question by Mishi, and the question by Robert.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to answer the questions from the question of the UNESCO historical sites, which was asked by one of the honorable members. And I want to report that the Republic of Kenya was privileged to be part of the countries whose one site was approved by the UNESCO in the 2024. That is the Kedi ruins as historical sites under preservation and maintenance by the UNESCO, under the UNESCO protocol. So I wanted to just add also on issues of performing artists. Performing artists in the Republic of Kenya are actually assisted through the Kenya Cultural Center, where we have the National Theatre with a comprehensive setup of other facilities which are assisting our performing artists to be able to exploit their talents and develop them and be able to have a gainful, they are able to participate in the economic field where they are able to exhibit, they are able to perform locally and internationally. Our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, recognizes culture as a foundation of our nation and also as an area where it needs to be preserved and promoted by the nation. And our Constitution recognizes and promotes and recommends that the state should promote issues of cultural heritage, covering issues of our literature, our performing artists, our music, communication, and indigenous, traditional indigenous technologies. It also recognizes that our country is rich in science and indigenous knowledge that needs to be preserved in terms of food preservation, medicine that our communities are able to use, and they are able to earn a living from those cultural practices. Honorable Speaker, there was a question also on the national dress. I want to report that the issue of the national dress is a very key item in building Kenya and promoting our local industries and also promoting our culture. The issue of national dress, Honorable Speaker, is one of the items that were presented in the meeting under the State Department during an Naivasha meeting, which was held last year. And there was a report, and there is a task force that has been constituted to be able to come up with a national dress through a consultative process where we can be able to have a national dress that can be acceptable by all the communities of this republic. And because the challenge that we have had in this past, Mr. Honorable Speaker, is having a national dress in a very diverse community, with very diverse communities like the ones we have in our republic, is a big challenge. So unless we have concerted efforts, it will not be possible to have a national dress that belongs to one community. I think that is what I submit for that particular question, Honorable Speaker.
Go to Honorable Mishi. Mishi, was it on gender-based violence?
Yes, on gender-based violence.
Yes,
Honorable
go ahead.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On gender-based violence and the interventions that I would be able to bring on board if approved by this committee. Honorable Speaker, gender-based violence in our republic is still a very big challenge, and currently we are doing around 36 and 47% cases are reported in our republic arising from issues of gender-based violence. Honorable Speaker, to be able to stabilize and create an environment, an equitable environment free from discrimination and violence, it is our priority, Honorable Speaker, to empower the communities by creating awareness in our villages to all men and women, through our village elders, through the Council of Elders by shaping the perceptions. Because most of the areas that we are having issues of gender-based violence are areas where we have issues like female genital mutilation, early marriages, dropouts of school.
Chair, maybe on a point of order, maybe the nominee did not really get what the Mishi was asking. There are so many cases even of femicide. You must have seen the case in Kware here in Embakasi, where the target were basically young women and largely younger women. You've seen the one in Ruiru, you saw the one in Roysambu, the cases in around the Airbnb space where young girls are being enticed to come into apartments and they end up getting hurt, some getting killed. Would want to hear what are your thoughts on what, as a minister in charge of gender and also culture, what you would do to inculcate values in our young children and our young girls and young women on how they need to carry themselves in society. How do you avoid such things? That's what we would want to hear, your vision of how you would want to carry out that kind of work to make sure that nobody is taking advantage of young women in this country to go and harm or kill them.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate the member for making interventions. And I want to say this, Honourable Chair. The recent cases of femicides is an area that really needs research and documentation because it is happening at different areas and it is perpetuated by different persons. So issues of mental health is one area that research needs to be done. Issues of empowerment, issues of counseling of young people, and issues of family challenges that could be witnessed by, that could be happening or being experienced by members of our community. So, Honourable Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to, given an opportunity, I would wish to strengthen the investigative arm of the police, where we are having gender desk cases being reported, so that cases of femicide or cases of gender-based violence can be dealt with, and also strengthen the role of the Witness Protection Agency, because this is a very gray area where we could even be having people who know what could have happened, but since there is no strong protection system for witnesses, it can also be a challenge to get investigation and get to the root of the matter in cases of femicide.
You should also respond to the question from Robert Mbui was on the arts and the creative space, and his question was very simple. If you get favor and you become the cabinet secretary, what will you do to support, promote, and protect our artists? Isn't that your question, Robert? Or who asked that? Oh, that was Owen Bayer. You haven't answered that, to the best of my understanding. There is also a question from Mishimboga about patenting our heritage products like Ushanga, like Kiondo, and so on. If you find favor again, what will you do to protect our local innovations that reflect our culture? Mishi, that was your question as well?
Yes, that was my question.
Yes.
And maybe, Speaker, you'll give me time. Just maybe
Let her answer those first,
It is on the same perspective, the one which I asked about when the cases have been taken to the police, because that is the first station. You report the cases of GBV.
She said she'll strengthen police investigations.
No, I just want to say something very crucial,
yes,
which has just happened recently. I cannot see properly, but just recently our CG Kome had opened two courts at Siaya and Kisumu, and specifically for gender-based violence. And he also instructed that we need to have specialized police officers who are going to be fast-tracking some cases of GBV. So I just wanted to put that information.
There is already a police policy that if a young girl who has been brutalized goes to the police station, her report and statement is recorded by a female police officer and not a male police officer. But
gender desks.
Go on and answer those questions. I'm not the nominee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for repeating the question again. And in every police station, under the gender mainstreaming program, we have gender desks where all cases of gender-based violence are reported. And they are picked up from there by the prosecutors. And if there are any witnesses that needs to be protected for purposes of successful prosecution of cases, they are referred to the Witness Protection Agency for protection to ensure that there is successful prosecution of the perpetrators of the crime. So the biggest challenge that we have had in the past is most of the gender desks are manned by women. So when we have cases of men, it becomes a challenge. So if I succeed to become the cabinet secretary for the same department, I will endeavor to ensure that the gender is mainstream in this desk so that we don't have only women. We also have men.
Have no issues. There are enough male police in police stations to deal with the cases. So those ones are not a big problem, nominee. You can go to the next on support, promotion, and protection of artists.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On protection of the performing artist, we have the Kenya Copyright Board, whose role is to protect and facilitate issues of the copyright and protecting our artists from pirates, and also to ensure that they get what they are entitled through payment of royalties. On issues of promotion, Honorable Speaker, under the Kenya Cultural Center, we have an arrangement where all performing artists are facilitated through mentorship programs, through provision of the required equipments under the National Theatre, where they can be able to practice, and also they can be exposed to markets locally and internationally. There was also another question on issues of communities where we have performing artists and the need to commercialize their activities, if I got it right. So, Honorable Speaker, this is an item that really need additional strengthening so that in every county we have a cultural center where all the communities can be able to bring up their artifacts and can be able to share and can be able to exhibit to visitors, whether they are local visitors or visitors who are coming from foreign countries, and they can be able to earn a living and also preserve the artifacts and also preserve the cultural and historical sites. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A matter of interest, nominee, how many, apart from Gedi ruins, how many other World Heritage Sites do we have in Kenya?
Currently, we have 8 sites. The eighth one was just registered this year. That is, the Kedi ruins was the additional we had from the 7 that we had in the past.
Which are those?
We have the Fort Jesus, we have the Kaya Forest, we have the lakes in the 4 lakes in the Great Rift Valley. We also have a site in Kisumu called at Touch Ohinga. Touch Ohinga site.
Okay, thank you. Members? Razo?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll just ask one quick question. Madam Soy, my question is on museums. You know, museums is about our history, our culture, our heritage. But over the years, there have been very little investment or movement towards preserving the museums. If you are favored with this appointment, what are you going to do about the museums? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can you respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. About the museums and the monuments, this is the main focus of the Kenya Kwanza administration, and it is actually scheduled that all the artifacts that were taken away from this country are going to be brought back to the National Museum. And plans are already underway to strengthen the role of the museums in championing the repatriation of our stolen artifacts. And Honorable Speaker, the museum and the Kenya National Museum is a priority agency under the State Department in terms of even the provision of a budgetary provision so that it is able to run its activities. So it is in the interest of the nation that the Kenya Museum has been reformed so that we continue attracting tourists who are visiting the country to be able to enjoy the preserved national heritage and artifacts that we have in our National Museum, including the documentation of our history as a country. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Owen?
Quick one. Sorry, I know I'm taking away time, but I want to say this if you allow me. If you go to Vatican today, there are hordes of people. You don't even find space. They just come to see 1 or 2 artifacts, you know. You go to a lot of these countries out there, it is what drives tourism, you know. But in this country, the National Museum here, I don't know whether you've checked the numbers. The cradle of mankind is here in Kenya. The Gede ruins is actually abandoned. It's almost dead, you know, though it has gotten UNESCO. Lamu is rich in heritage. It's actually it's a UNESCO thing. The Kaya forests, they're almost becoming extinct. We would like to hear your vision, apart from just telling us what they are. What is your vision in tying tourism, numbers, revenue generation, and museums in this country should not continue to get money from exchequer. They should generate resources. But they are not doing that. The Jumba ruins in Mtwapa is one of those big things that people used to come to. But now all the land is gone. It is grabbed. It's only the skeleton that is remaining there. Old Town in Mombasa would be the place. Fort Jesus would be the place that would drive the tourism in Mombasa. And the revenues that would be coming in would be big. But we haven't, Vasco da Gama and Malindi, we haven't had your vision. We would like to hear, what is your vision to drive the national heritage, the culture, in bringing in income, because that's what Kenya Kwanza is about, generating income through the heritage that we have. We haven't seen that. Ms. Soy, kindly let us know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member for really bringing out what needs to be done in the Department of Culture and National Heritage. Honorable Speaker, Vatican has been mentioned, and issues of perception and marketing is a very big issue in our country in terms of selling our country. Branding the country is a very big issue, and I would want to say, Honorable Speaker, I think we need to do more. I want to share this very exciting news that this country has received an opportunity, an international opportunity for our president to profile the country in terms of our culture and our national heritage in a national annual event in Germany. And this is an opportunity to brand ourselves. This is an opportunity to sell our country, to expose what we have in terms of our rich heritage, our food, our language, and our artifacts, and everything that relates to our culture. Honorable Chair, I believe this will be a launching pad for this administration so that we can have a replica of the same with other countries, so that we can market our country and market our people and the rich heritage that we have as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to mention something also about the communities. Before we go outside to market ourselves, we also need to sensitize our communities so that every community can have a cultural center. They can bring their artifacts and all issues related to their heritage, the rich language, and also can be documented, so that in the future, when our parents and our great-grandparents are not there to explain the rich heritage and the culture that we had, it can be accessed in a digital platform. Honorable Speaker, when you visit other countries, you find areas of cultural sites are being developed in a way that the sites are preserved and we reduce unregulated visits so that the environment where our sites are can be preserved for future, and also so that we can continuously commercialize our heritage for ourselves and for posterity, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, nominee. I think, members, I want to bring this to an end. I'll just ask you one last question on behalf of this committee. If you find favor, and I already asked you this, we have had ministries in charge of this docket since independence. If you find favor and you become the minister in this docket for our gender, arts, culture, heritage, what is it that you bring on board that is different from what others have been doing to grow and enrich the space that you are going to occupy for the benefit of the people of Kenya?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
In 2 minutes.
As I come to this space, Honorable Chair, I carry with me a wealth of experience in issues of gender, in issues of cross-cultural exposure and appreciating the national diversity of our country. Honorable Chair, if allowed to be in this space, I will do my best to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the management of the Kenya Copyright Board, which is the lifeline for our performing artists. I will do my best, Honorable Chair, as I come with the principles as I come with the values and principles that guides a career civil servant. I will ensure that there is fair competition and in the appointment and promotion of staff working in these environments.
Thank you, nominee. I'll ask you 3 last mundane questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No, Honorable Speaker.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, Honorable Speaker.
What is your net worth?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My net worth is about 70 million Kenya shillings, ranging from assets, homes, pieces of land, a few cows, and some orchard, avocado orchard, and a few shares and securities. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Lastly, on page 3 of your documents, you say you went to the Nairobi University. I want to remind you that I'm an alumni of the University of Nairobi, and I hope that's where you went.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I actually went to the University
of
Nairobi.
Yes, we have no Nairobi University in this country.
It is just the university.
The University of Nairobi. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Stella. We have had a good interactive engagement. We'll ask the Sergeant, we have looked at your documents and what we have in our possession, they correspond. And there were only 4 memoranda sent on you, and you responded to all of them. So we now release you to go back to your other duties and have a good evening.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes.
And I look forward to successful vetting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And escort the distinguished lady out of the chamber.